Check, check. Good morning, all, and welcome to today's public hearing, this being February 27th, the Commerce Committee. And so we will jump right in and invite our first speaker, who is none other than Representative Eckert. And Representative Eckert, do I understand that you have someone who is also appearing with you?
Yes, Madam Chair, that would be Allie French, and I believe she's number 51.
Okay, and welcome to you, Ms. French. You have the floor, Representative Eckert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear Senator Hartley, Senator Rahman, Senator Martin, Representative Meskers, Representative Kitt, Representative Anaskevich, and esteemed members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Tim Eckert, and I represent the 8th District, which includes Bolton, Columbia, Coventry, Lebanon, and Tolland. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony on the following bill on today's public hearing agenda. Proposed Bill 6786, an act concerning the hiring ratio for skilled trades. Proposed House Bill 6786 seeks to make adjustment to the hiring ratio for 5 occupational licenses. In addition to being a state representative, I am a Connecticut E1 unlimited license holder and have been since 1987. For over 3 decades, my company continues to be a proud apprenticeship sponsor. I have been an apprenticeship instructor for New England Technical Institute in New Britain, now owned and operated by Lincoln Tech. And today I'm a continuing education instructor for the licensed electricians and have been since the requirement was passed by this legislature. I am and will continue to be passionate about building careers in the state of Connecticut. When I get asked what HB 6786 will do, that is the answer. It will give someone the opportunity to start a great career, a career that an individual can be very proud of, a career that pays well while getting trained, and even more when they have tested successfully, earning their license. Connecticut needs so many jobs, and we as a legislative body work for answers. We try to recruit teachers, firefighters, nurses, social workers, and many more. Connecticut also needs licensed trade workers, plumbers, sheet metal workers, pipe fitters, heating and cooling techs, and electricians. Unlike the jobs I previously mentioned, the workers are here. They're coming out of our great C-Tech schools, our private tech schools, or they're individuals looking for the trades for a career change. But we, as a state, impose hiring restrictions. Let that sink in for a moment. Whenever I have a conversation with someone about this restriction, they in many cases don't believe me. Can you think of any job classification that limits how many workers you can hire? But by a few words in a book, our statutes restrict job creators from providing a career opportunity. To open the door for these apprentices, we need to eliminate the hiring ratio and use the job site ratio. The current job site ratio is 1 worker with 1 apprentice. It ensures a safe learning environment that remains unchanged by the passage of this bill. By adding more skilled trade workers, it will help meet our environmental and affordable housing goals. It will increase our tax base by adding income taxes. And as our aging trade workers retire, this will ensure a strong workforce for the future of Connecticut. Included with my testimony is data on various trades and apprentices. Thank you for the opportunity today to share my thoughts on this proposed bill 6786 and your consideration on my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Eckert. Yes, and Ms. French.
Chairwoman Hartley, Chairman Meskers, Ranking Members Martin and Anaskevich, and distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. I thank you for your time and allowing me to testify in strong support of HB 6786. My name is Allie French. I'm the Executive Director at Independent Electrical Contractors of New England. I've been involved with the association for the last 10 years. The hiring ratio has always been the biggest pain point for our contractor members. And when you layer on the aging workforce that Representative Eckert talked about, it's a trickle effect and how it impacts our apprentices and our apprenticeship program. They're now dealing with the repercussions of the restrictive hiring ratio. The current ratio requires, it's a 1-to-1 ratio for the first 3 apprentices. When you get to your 4th apprentice and beyond, they require for 3 journeymen for every 1 apprentice. And as Representative Ackert mentioned, the job site ratio is 1-to-1. So logically, we're restricting the hiring ratio, but we're allowing a 1-to-1 ratio on the job site. Of our current apprenticeship enrollment, 25% of our first-year apprentices and 16% of our second-year apprentices to date have been unsuccessful in finding their apprenticeship position. Now, if you think you have a 1-to-1 ratio, we could easily change that to 100%. We live in a state where workforce development is claimed to be of high importance. However, you have these specific trades that are being denied the ability to contribute to that development. They're also being denied the ability to revive the aging workforce. As of now, contractors cannot find the quality journeymen needed to hire additional apprentices because they don't exist. In a recent survey that we put out to our members, it was indicated to us that they could hire roughly over 400 apprentices if the hiring ratio was 1-to-1. Now, I want to be very clear that not all of them would obviously hire them. It's not going to fit their business model. But why are we tying their hands and giving them the inability to grow because of this hiring ratio? Um, 95% of those that took the survey indicated that the hiring ratio has impacted their ability to grow their business or complete their workload demands in a timely manner. When we address the aging workforce based off the electrical license roster from the Department of Consumer Protection, there's 13,453 license holders in Connecticut. Now let's start with the deductions. Out of that number, 2,289 of them are living out of state. No, I'm sorry. 2,280 of them got their license in 1995 or earlier. That puts them at a minimum of 30 years in the trade to date. Another 1,623 license holders have a minimum of 25 years in the trade. And in addition to this, 1,977 live out of state. So what do these numbers say about the actual manpower in the workforce other than its aging? The wide gap that exists today was created due to the push for many years that college was the only option out of high school. I remember when I first started with the association and I started attending trade shows at the high schools, I'd be standing there and I would have parents just look and walk away. I wouldn't talk to a single person for the entire night. Now the trades are booming. We're unable to accept all the applicants that we have apply to our program. And we've started turning down high school career fairs because we know that we don't have the ability to take these students in. Data from our apprenticeship program supports this concept. So from 2008 to 2016, IEC New England graduated a total of 87 electrical apprentices. That's an average of 10 per year. From 2017 to 2024, we graduated a total of 2,015 electrical apprentices, an average of 26 per year. This year, we've hit record enrollment numbers with 188 students. Now that's combined in the 4 years of our program. This is compared to a total of 47 apprentices back in 2008. Our association takes tremendous pride in providing a high-quality, successful apprenticeship program. Our licensure rate since 2015 averages at 90%. So I truly believe that our numbers reflect just that. Our contractors are frustrated with having their hands tied to run a successful business. The biggest argument is that our contractors can apply for ratio relief. Why should they have to apply to get more apprentices when the ratio could easily be changed to 1-to-1? For years, old data has claimed that there's no need for a change. However, this bill proposal has been coming up consistently in legislature for at least the last 8 years. I think that this speaks volumes that there's a need for a change for both the industry and the economy. So at IEC New England, we ask that you please support the change for a 1-to-1 hiring ratio. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative Ackers, and thank you, Ms. French, for your testimony. So let me just frame this conversation for us today, because I think it's a very important one for our members. And this is the Commerce Committee, and this is about the commerce of the state of Connecticut. This is also about the workforce, which this committee has dealt with consistently. And it also, quite frankly, is about the housing crisis, which has really shackled this state. On every conversation, we as representative elected officials are hearing about the dearth of affordable housing, and how is it that we are going to grow our economy, our cities, and also continue, quite frankly, to have the niche that this state has always had with regard to manufacturing, where we have been represented as having the deepest and a great bench of skilled workers. So the facts: housing costs have increased almost 10%. That outpaces the national average, which is about 6.5%. That's a pain point. New construction in the state of Connecticut has been declining. We're going the wrong trajectory over the last 2 decades. And the enigma of that is that at the same time, the state of Connecticut's median wage is significantly higher than the national median wage, almost $8,000 higher, it's reported. So you all need to convince us today of what it is that we can do to address this, and to just work collaboratively together based upon the facts. So Rep. Eckers and Ms. French, so this one-to-one thing, safety is paramount. And so what happens when a journeyman is out sick? We have this new, sick leave policy in the state of Connecticut. And you've got the one-to-one ratio. How then are you getting the supervision and the training that's important? Both of which, safety probably first.
Thank you, Madam Senator Hartley. I appreciate that question. One of the things that is that we look at is the larger companies. We'll think of a larger company. Obviously, for a small company like myself, I have a small company, and you can't and will not put an individual. If somebody's out sick, that apprenticeship cannot go out on a job site. That's a fact. But if you have a company, like in many cases, you'll hear from the larger companies out here. Just give you a quick number. If there's a company that has 24 licensed electricians in it, they can only have 10 apprentices. That's it. So most of those businesses, in most cases, aren't going to fill 24 to 24, but they might have 18, giving you the opportunity to have 8 new workers. And so they would still have, in that case, enough licenses on the job site to equal or be out more than the apprentices. It's the staggering numbers when you're larger companies like we have in Connecticut. We'll speak later today about the lack of having the workforce to complete the projects on time, or to address your housing point, if you don't mind, is one of the things that is driving the rates up is when you have little of a workforce, the natural fact is your rates go up. And that's what has been happening. So to call and get an electrician to come do work at your house or your business, the rates have escalated because there's just not enough of us. And so, or I'll get there in 2 weeks when you need the job done yet 2 days ago, or whatever it may be. So the key to this is that, yes, by law, and one of the bills I put in was to hire more, have more occupational license inspectors in the state of Connecticut, just to make sure there aren't bad actors in the state. Because we know as you serve on appropriations, unfortunately, the DCP commissioner said, well, we support the governor's budget. We know how that works. But he's open to that conversation. So one of the things is that we want to make sure that the workers, the trades that are out there are staying within the law. If they don't have enough apprentices, if they don't have enough journey people and a apprentice, it doesn't have one to match with that day, then obviously they're not going on a job site to make sure that we maintain safety.
And so that apprentice doesn't work for that day, isn't paid?
Well, if he's at the shop doing shop work or wherever it may be, yes, that would be a fact. Yep.
Yeah, and that's also very true that, our workforce is aging and we are above the median age and in the construction trades. And so we better figure this out. Comments from my co-chair and ranking member.
So Representative Eckert, so let's walk through both the process. So we're capping the number of apprentices. So people are finishing either technical training or coming out with an apprentice license. I'm assuming they need workforce experience to get to become journeymen.
Yes, yeah, yes, correct. That's so the apprenticeship program in the state of Connecticut. I'll speak to electrical. The other disciplines, the other licenses can speak to theirs. We're a 4-year training program in the state of Connecticut. You need 8,000 hours of actual on the job, plus 720 hours of in classroom education. So it's quite a process to get to that level. And so that's the key. You start out, obviously, when you start out in a trade, we use the term green. And then you learn and you work with a journey person to get to those hours in the trade. And so if you're a business that, is, I'll speak to my business. I have a very diverse business. We do residential, commercial, industrial. So they get a good, well-rounded experience. And many of the companies that are in this room are similar. And so they need that 8,000 hours before they can sit to take the test.
So the lack of on-the-job work for an apprentice is what's going to be a bottleneck to them to get to licensed journeyman, basically.
The lack of work?
Well, the inability to get work, or because of the ratio.
Great question. The inability to get your foot in the door. That's correct. They can't get their foot in the door to get the job. They're coming out of our CTEC program, so Connecticut technical high schools, great technical high schools that we have in the state of Connecticut. They're coming out with the education and 1,500 hours because they do work in the trade. So they come out with 1,500 hours plus 720 hours. The private schools do the same. They get the education, but a lot of them are working while if they can get a job. But what happens is if they come out of these tech schools, I just got a call from a Lincoln Tech and a Wyndham Tech student this week looking for a job, and I said, I don't have a spot for you because of my numbers of licensed to apprentices. And I said, keep calling though. They go, we're hearing the same thing over and over. There's not a slot for me. They could if there was a change in the law.
Thank you for that. My concern, somewhat differently but parallel to my co-chair, I've sat on energy and technology. I'm not this year, but I sat for many years. Yeah. I've looked at us in the bonding. I'm not on bonding this year, but I've been on bonding, and we've increased our funding for school construction funds. There's a lot of economic development we're looking to get to. Our goals on our carbon footprint, heat pumps, geothermal, we need a sufficient level of licensed trade professionals to expand the economic growth of the state. And I'm concerned that this could represent a bottleneck. That's why I think the conversation needs to be had there. I know there are two sides to every discussion and argument. I'm certainly willing to consider all, but I'm concerned we're facing that bottleneck.
We're in the bottleneck now, right? I've been working on this for many, many years, being and living in the trade and listening to contractors call me and contact me because I'm in the same business. So when they call me and contact, they say, what can we do about this? I said, there's one answer, because if you need to build that workforce, as mentioned in my testimony, housing, you hit it spot on, Senator, about the housing crisis that we're in. There are home builders here that I think are going to speak later about the need to have a better workforce to meet those goals. And then the infrastructure. We have a ton of money coming in on heat pump systems, a ton, and don't have the workforce to put the heat pump systems in. We got bills that are trying to eliminate radiant electric baseboard heater with heat pumps. We don't have the bodies to put those in unless we start to look at getting them from out of state or something. And I want to build a Connecticut workforce with your help.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Yanukovych.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll expand upon Senator Hartley's comments as it relates to housing and the housing crisis that we have here in the state of Connecticut that we all know exists. The issue also becomes the trades. It also becomes education. It also becomes the younger group of students that, you know, we should be, we talk about it a lot. Excuse me. We talk about it a lot that we want people to get into the trades. And how we want to promote people getting into the trades. But with these barriers that we're putting up, who would want to go there? So, you know, we have great ideas, but we're stumbling over our own feet. And, you know, essentially, you know, making sure that if we want to get these students into the trades, get them out into the workforce, the things that you speak about are exactly correct. Ms. French, so you talked about 188 students at ICE. So how many more students could you handle if you could?
Right now, typically we're pretty maxed out in our program. We're at our highest volume that we've had.
Okay. And again, you could obviously accept more if you didn't have a 3-to-1 ratio, correct?
If we were to be able to find more instructors, then yes, we could.
Right.
However, the percentages of our students that are already enrolled in the program and are unable to find an apprenticeship right
Okay.
now is the problem.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, that's, you know,
Yes.
we're creating our own problems. So if we want to move Connecticut forward, we want economic development, we want to grow this state, we want to do all these things that we sit around and we talk about, well, then this is what we need to do. The safety issue, Representative Ackert, 3-to-1, 1-to-1 on site. I'm a little confused as to 1-to-1 on site would lead to worse conditions as opposed to 3-to-1 on a hiring ratio.
Great question. It is mandatory 1-to-1 on site now. It is,
Right.
that's the law. You want to have that supervision and that training, and so it's 1-to-1. So regardless of those constraints of the hiring ratio,
Right.
when I send a truck out, and all these companies send a truck out, in many cases, if they have an apprentice that they'll have a journey person and an apprentice in that truck going on to a job. Or and if they can't, they're sending 2 journey people out because they can't fill that apprenticeship role. So yeah, when it's on the job site, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. That's what you want, and that's what we're just going to stick with.
And we talk about safety first, right?
That's it.
Okay, so, you know, again, it's just, thank you for your testimony, both of you. It's a great conversation. You know, I think as we sit here and we talk about this all the time, you know, we need to make these changes so that we can, you know, look forward to getting these things done. So thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Yanukovych. Comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, thank you very much for,
Excuse me, I have my hand up. I'm online. This is Senator Summers.
my apologies.
That's
Senator.
okay. I know it's easy to forget us online. I'm sorry. I wish I was there in person today.
I don't have my iPad in front of me. My apologies.
Okay, so if I may, Madam Chair, I do have a question for the proponent of the bill. I actually had a very similar bill after speaking with our home builders. So I have learned a little bit more since I did put in the bill, and I was wondering if you all could speak to this. I have been informed that obviously our ratios are different than other states that are close to us here. And I have heard repeatedly that the ratio we currently have of 3-to-1 is making it, as we've heard from your testimony today, really difficult for the people that we are, you know, encouraging to go into the trades. You know, we have a home builders pre-apprentice, I guess I would call it step up here in the town of Stonington at the high school. But once these individuals try to get a job, they can't because we have the ratio of 3 journeymen to 1 apprentice here in the state of Connecticut. Now, on the flip side, I have been told that there are companies, maybe it's home builders, maybe it's others, and I'm not saying this in an accusatory way, this is just information that has come to me, that if we don't have the ratio that we currently have, what happens is that people are hired as apprentices and they're kept in that position continually, and they are never elevated to journeyman. So you have people being purposely kept at a lower wage because there is a certain amount of time in which you have to become from an apprentice to a journeyman. And there are companies that will just keep people in this apprentice area, not elevating them to journeymen, and they can't move ahead. That seems to be what I have heard from many different individuals. So they're concerned about changing the ratios. Can you speak to that at all, please?
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair.
Whoever would like to answer, through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Please proceed. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator, for your comments. We have a fantastic Department of Labor. We have one of the strongest apprenticeship programs in that Department of Labor that oversees the apprenticeship. What you do as an apprentice is when you first start, day one by law, before you can put the tools on your hips, you have to be registered by the state of Connecticut. They've done a great job of making that. I've had an apprentice registered in less than an hour by the state now, by the way that they do it. You fax it in, they can come to work and get started right away. They are monitored by the state of Connecticut. Every year we have to, we re-register them every year. So the state of Connecticut has the oversight for these individuals and can be contacted. The apprenticeship can contact the apprenticeship board at the state of Connecticut. So I have not heard this, and I know hundreds of contractors that have never done this that I've ever been aware of. And so I think the fact that we have such a great Department of Labor program that when you hire them, you have to sit with them. They have a book that they used to fill out. They don't do it anymore. You can tell my age. They about what they've done that day, and then each year this program is monitored. And so, not sure where that information is coming from, but please, I encourage you to reach out to Todd Birch from the apprenticeship program for the state of Connecticut. He is running a great program there. And each of the sponsors, that's what I am, which means I'm there in charge of training my people in the company, along with the journey people in my company. That program that they put together has been working seamlessly, from what I know, for our apprentices. And so they can monitor that. You can see what the records are for people getting in. Obviously, people get into the trade like any job, and they find it's probably not for them. But for the most cases, I think our sponsor contractors are doing a fantastic job. Hope that.
Okay, so I just want to be clear because, this is a different world as far as the sort of the steps for me. I'm not super familiar, but this did come to me repeatedly from different individuals saying, look, if we change the ratio, there are bad actors that will keep apprentices in that apprentice slot. They won't give them the amount of hours that they need to be able to make it to the journeyman status. And therefore, they may end up, I guess, leaving before the time or the hours are put in, or they get rid of them and then they hire new apprentices. So it's this revolving door of keeping people in a lower wage job position. So I'm just wanting, and obviously this is a new world for me, so I'm not sure that I am explaining it exactly how it was explained to me. You're saying that you have never heard of that happening, and that the state of Connecticut would have an ability to monitor, to make sure if there were companies that were doing this, that were seeing that these apprentices never made it to the next step. Does the state have the authority to then step in and do anything to make sure that those companies are not keeping people and having this revolving door of apprentices and never having anybody have an ability to move up? Do they have an ability through the Department of Labor to take action on that, or how does that work? I think this is a really important distinction for me, because I was very supportive of changing the ratios, and then I heard this and it's making me sort of reconsider of what's really happening out there. So can you speak to that at all?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yep, please proceed.
Yep,
And
I don't know.
if,
Sure,
Ms.
there
Quente-
aren't there aren't steps in the apprenticeship. So you could go by years in the trade. You just get hours. So after 1 year, you've got 2 years. We'll say first, second, third year in our conversations. But if you go to work for somebody, you're automatically getting your hours. So if you're working, you've got a time slip. You've got your hours documented. And once you reach the 8,000 hours, then you're satisfied. You turn that into the state of Connecticut. Each of our companies has a sponsor relationship with one of the the Department of Labor's apprenticeship programs. We all have that. Mine is Isaiah. Isaiah is fantastic. He corresponds with me about my apprenticeships. So unless somebody's not registering them, unless somebody is taking somebody on and not registering them, and so they can't get the hours, then that's against the law. And that's why I put in a bill to make sure we had occupational licenses, more occupational licenses, inspectors in the state of Connecticut, to make sure that the good actors are in this room. The good actors are in the businesses out there running that want to hire people. I think that's if a bad actor's out there, then they should be penalized for it through the Department of Labor. But Ally, I don't know if you want to add to the step piece at all, if that through you, Madam Chair.
I do. I just want to add a couple things. So when you become an apprentice sponsor, you are signing an agreement. And if you go against that agreement, you're running the risk to lose that sponsorship. So that's one component of it. And the other piece of it, our contractors aren't going to gyp their apprentices of their hours when they're looking for them to become licensed journeymen. We're sitting here saying that there's a shortage of journeymen. Why would they not want them to get to that point to be able to get their license? It's truly a very contradicting concept.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just have one more question, and I appreciate your answers. My next question has to do with I have spoken with plumbers in particular, and there are plumbers that I have run into who are, very small operations. It's the dad who would like to have their son work as their apprentice to go into the family plumbing business. They're telling me that that is something that is not allowed. Can you speak to that at all? Is there a reason why you can't sponsor a son? Is that something that is not allowed? Is that incorrect information? Can you speak to that at all?
Through you, Madam Chair. Absolutely incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. My son came to me as a pre-apprentice. He's now a master electrician in the trade. Means he has an E1. He could not be here today, along with my other staff from my company, because he's sick. He wanted to so come, but most businesses, in many cases, their family members follow them in their footsteps. It's a great tradition that we have in Connecticut, is that these businesses, I'm hoping at some point that my business goes over to, one of my workers or my son, and that transition continues. So no, absolutely incorrect. And matter of fact, they can hire them as a pre-apprentice when they're in high school and start their hours, which my son did.
I really appreciate that answer on the record. It's clear that there's a lot of misinformation going out and about to different senators. And I really appreciate the clarity that you both have provided today. And thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me ask those questions. It was important for me to get the answer to those. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Summers. And so just to follow on, the inspections, the occupational inspectors, are they in DOL or DCP?
My DCP, Department of Consumer Protection, that they have 6 licensed inspectors in the state of Connecticut.
6. How does that ratio compare to contractors?
Oh, not well. And so they actually filled. They were short of that, and they actually filled them. And so I did mention to the DCP commissioner, who I respect, and he said, you're going to see us out more and more and more. And I think that's, we want to make sure that we are a highly regulated business with safe workforce. And I think that this bill in no way limits that safety and but it creates a workforce. So I'd like to see more state. So he mentioned, them being out and doing their job more. So.
Does that mean they've more inspectors or they're doing more hours? And we're
No,
gonna
they
see-
they actually didn't have 6 before. They had open slots. So now they're back to full force. But as you know, Madam Chair, they can't speak against the governor's budget, and I'm sure that they would not mind more staff in their office.
Lastly, is there, a smooth synergy between DCP and DOL? Because you've got DOL doing the apprenticeship program and you've got DCP doing the inspection.
Oh, I think that they work great together. I don't think that there's
so that
any.
works.
I absolutely. I think, well, the regulation piece, obviously, the hiring piece, the apprenticeship program is under DOL, and that's where it should stay, and it works. And regulation, as we all know, runs through DCP because it's a consumer consumer protection component, right? They're making sure that the consumer, your commercial building is being done by the correct people in terms of the occupational licensing.
Yeah. But you got DOL they've got a wage and hour division
Mhm.
and so I'm just trying to understand that interplay
Sure.
as well. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. Did you both provide us written testimony?
I did with some other information about, one of them is a graph about what group is actually training the majority of the people in the state of Connecticut, if you get a chance to look at that.
Okay, that's important because members, as you know so well, are in multiple meetings
Sure.
at the same time.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to my next one.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all
Gotcha.
for the work that you do
Yeah.
and the opportunity to move this forward.
Thank you, Representative. And so we would like to invite Representative Jill Berry, please. Representative Berry.
Good morning, Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, Senator Martin, and Representative Anna Skovich, and all esteemed members of the Commerce Committee. I am Jill Berry, the state representative for the great town of Glastonbury, and I am here to speak in strong support of HB 6786, an act concerning the hiring ratio for skilled trades. First, I want to thank the committee for raising this bill. And second, I want to share with you why I propose this bill. In this building, we hear 3 phrases more than any other: workforce development, disconnected youth, and affordable housing. And lucky for us, this bill helps all 3. I'll start with affordable housing. In every committee, from every angle, we talk about a housing crisis where the demand for housing outweighs the current supply. We propose many solutions, but rarely do we talk about the workforce shortage in the construction trades. We talk about fair share, zoning regs, and incentives, but who is going to build this housing? Adding persons to the workforce is essential if we want to see an increase in housing development. Adjusting the hiring ratio will allow more apprentices to work in this field, allow more housing to be built, which in turn will help solve the crisis. But more importantly, I want to talk about our youth. Look around this room. And career development. I represent a town that consistently sends over 90% of their high school graduates to college. It sounds impressive, but putting this intense pressure and expectation on students often leads to them losing their way as they search for their intended path. We are now seeing a switch, even in my highly educated college-focused community, to a push toward the skilled trades, a more efficient and smart decision. Children are more content and excited for their futures because they have options that meet their desires and needs right out of high school. With this increased interest in the skilled trades, it is crucial that we have the job opportunities to match. My son started high school in 2019. He and his classmates spent most of the 4 years on Zoom. Needless to say, these kids had a very different experience from prior graduates. In the past 2 years since he's graduated, at least 20 or 25 of his friends realized the college path was not for them and instead decided to enter the skilled trades. On Tuesday morning, one of those boys sent me a text. It was a picture of the HB 6786 legislation with, with, with a tagline, Jill Berry for the win. I'll pause for. His teacher passed out the legislation and explained how a one-to-one hiring ratio affects them in a positive way. He said that his whole class was cheering because this change would help them all get jobs. Those students and these students are counting on us. In a few months, my younger son will graduate high school, and many of his friends have already made the decision to attend trade school. One of the reasons it is so appealing is because their best friend's dad is an electrician. They grew up seeing that world, and now they all want to work for Anthony's dad. Well, the problem is Anthony's dad is limited to how many apprentices he could hire due to this ratio. We can change that and give these boys the opportunity to start their careers within the family business that inspired their career path. Please, I urge you to pass this bill for the students wanting to advance, for the businesses wanting to thrive, and for our communities that have a greater need for these services. It's simple. Changing the hiring ratio to 1-to-1 will have a significant and positive impact on affordable housing, disconnected youth, and workforce development. This is why I propose this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Representative Barry. Yes,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Barry, that was outstanding. You covered every aspect of what is going on in our state, in our schools, with the difficulty of these hiring ratios. Couldn't have said it any better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, Representative Martin. Representative Barry, the thing I'm most interested in is getting metrics and numbers. Guided best by that. Do you know, or can you direct us? I really would like to boil down, what exactly is this bottleneck? We talk about all the optimism in students going in. Quite frankly, we have been pushing. We did the division of the VOTEC schools now from the LEAs so as to focus on this. And so we need to be clear-eyed about the path so, that we can get there. We're trying to build these curriculums, and, we just need to have this blueprint kind of worked through. So I'm interested in numbers.
I can definitely provide that. I can just say in my district, in the past few years, there's been a push to have education for the skilled trades, to adding classes so that they make it easier to get their license. There's been a push, as Ms. French said earlier, to have the skilled trades at our career fairs. It's more and more children are getting interested in the trades. I can definitely get numbers as to how many, and I'm sure that there will be many people here to testify today that can give you those numbers.
And so we look at those who are matriculating, those who now have graduated, and I guess I want to focus in on those who then need to make that next step to get those hours. What is that number, and how many of those are actually getting that apprenticeship opportunity, and what's happening to the others? Do we lose them? Do they go to another state? Yeah, if you have any more information, that would be very helpful to us.
I can get that information for you.
Appreciate that. Yes, Representative Meskers.
So despite Senator Martin's comment, I would give you just one word of criticism, which I think you left out. I think conceptually, we're going from disaffected youth to apprentices to journeymen. And what we're talking about is the connection there in affordable housing, which is not to build just affordable housing, but to create careers for people who can buy the affordable house. So I think that's the one step where I'm focused in, and my concern is growing the diversity, growing the age group of our apprentices and our journeymen. I want to watch the licensed professions reflect the population of the state, and I want to see the opportunities to enter into the journeyman's profession broaden, because I think for me, a big component is economic growth. So it's the economics of expanding the businesses by allowing more apprentices, but more as important or more important is to get apprentices to get the hours to get to be journeymen. I think that's very important. And I think when you look at the data and you come back to us, the average age, the number of retirees per year is probably would be helpful in terms of we've got basically, we started with 13. I think we ended up with roughly 11,000 was the commentary from one of our last speakers, which is more what I'd heard from DCP. But the age group among our licensed professionals looked closer to my age, which was, I don't know if I can be holding a screwdriver anymore. And so I'd be worried. So I think it's important that I want to see the age of my journeyman go down. The average age of my licensed professional needs to go down, and the numbers need to expand. Otherwise, I'm not installing heat pumps. I'm not getting solar done. I'm not building the new economy. The expectations from Eversource are huge on the electric demand. And the question is, who's going to help? That's what they're doing on their front and their expectations on the transmission lines. But the demand at the household is going to require so many journeymen to be able to fulfill our goals. So that I appreciate the commentary. That was obviously tongue-in-cheek criticism, so I appreciate your stepping forward.
I
Thank you.
expect nothing less, Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Further comments from colleagues? Thanks very much, Representative Berry. And if you could circle back with that as soon as possible, we'd be grateful. Thank you. We would like to invite Paul Aruni at CBIA Maroney.
Good morning, members of the Commerce Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Paul Amron. I'm a Public Policy Associate and Advocacy Manager at the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. I am testifying today in support of House Bill 6786, an act concerning the hiring ratio for skilled trades. House Bill 6786 would adjust the state's current hiring ratio for the skilled trades to a 1-to-1 ratio, or to 1 journeyman for every 1 apprentice. While the majority of the skilled trades are currently fall under the 1-to-1 job site ratio, there are 5 skilled trades that have been held to the 3-to-1 hiring ratio, negatively impacting their ability to hire more apprentices and in turn fill the void of a quickly aging and retiring workforce. Those 5 skilled trades include electrical, plumbing and piping, heating and cooling, sprinkler fitting, and sheet metal. With a quickly aging workforce and more expected retirements in the very near future, these 5 skilled trades are in dire need of a way to grow their workforce and meet the needs of their customers and the state of Connecticut. Nationwide, data shows that 40% of skilled trades workforce is over 45 years old, and just 9% of skilled tradespersons are between the age of 19 and 24. While this aging workforce poses a significant risk to the trades industry and future construction development, there is clear evidence that trades companies held to the 3-to-1 hiring ratio can almost instantly hire more apprentices by adjusting the ratio. Several business owners, journeymen, parents, and aspiring apprentices have been vocal about their inability to hire and be hired due to the state's hiring ratio. Overwhelming testimony in support of adjusting the ratio provides firsthand experiences throughout the state which I look forward to hearing more about today. Retaining young, skilled talent will define Connecticut's workforce and economy for generations to come. If we're telling aspiring apprentices there is no work for them because of restricting hiring ratios imposed by the state, we're opening the door for them to leave the state and go to a neighboring state where they can be hired almost immediately. That poses a significant risk to future housing development, electric grid enhancement, and infrastructure improvements that Connecticut needs so badly. While the DOL does have a waiver program, which allows the 5 skilled trades to file for exemptions to the 3-to-1 ratio, the program is relatively unknown to the majority of businesses, and those who apply for exemption have cited lengthy turnaround times. And in some cases, aspiring apprentices move on due to the uncertainty and timeline of the process. If the waiver program is in place and the state is allowing some of these 5 skilled trades to be exempt from the 3-to-1 ratio and others not to be, why wouldn't we even the playing field and the burdensome process for all small businesses? It's also important to note, as Representative Ackert mentioned, not one other industry or sector in our economy is held to a mandated hiring ratio except these 5. In conclusion, adjusting the hiring ratio to a 1-to-1 ratio can lead to a variety of positive outcomes for Connecticut's workforce and overall economy, including more housing development and availability, increased workforce development, increased license and registration fees for the state, and more income tax revenue in the long run for the state. We ask the committee to support this ratio adjustment and the thousands of businesses, journeymen and women, and apprentices that would benefit from this change. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. So you talk about the possibility of losing talent to neighboring states. What facts do you have about the neighboring states' ratios?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Senator. So Massachusetts, New York, Rhode Island, I believe New Hampshire, they either don't have hiring ratios whatsoever, or their hiring ratios go by different trades, industries within the trades field. So for example, Rhode Island is at a 1-to-1 ratio right now. Neighboring state, right? We look at Eastern Connecticut. There's a ton of potential construction opportunity in Eastern Connecticut. You can go right over the border into Rhode Island and get hired almost immediately. You look at New York, they have hundreds of different classifications, classifying trades in different buckets, and they're held to different, not hiring ratios, job site ratios. So we talk about the 1-to-1 job site ratio. Some of the neighboring states have that, or they are different ratios depending on the different skilled trades.
Okay, help us out, me in particularly. What's the distinction between a job site ratio and a hiring ratio?
Yeah, so just about all of the skilled trades, all of these skilled trades besides these 5 are held to the 1-to-1 or have the 1-to-1 job site ratio. So it's 1 apprentice on the job to 1 journey person or employee. And then the hiring ratio actually restricts from actually even hiring to getting that person on the job in the first place, which I believe Representative Ackert had mentioned in his testimony. So even getting to that job site ratio is not possible due to the hiring ratio. And I think that's a really big distinction that people don't understand, that the hiring ratio and the job site ratio are different. And the 5 skilled trades, many of who are here today, are held to that hiring ratio, while all of the other trades are not, and they have the job site ratio.
Okay, give me for instance, we've got these 5 skilled trade groups. Who's on the other side that doesn't have this onerous ratio? And it is similar to electrical, HVAC, sprinkler, sheet metal.
Carpentry, sheetrock and taping, tile. I mean, there's I think like about 85 of them that have the 1-to-1 job site ratio and are not bound to the hiring ratio. And every other trade, people who build our homes, buildings, skyscrapers, whatever it might be, housing, outside of these 5 skilled trades do not have a hiring ratio. They just have the 1-to-1 job site ratio.
Could it be argued that electricians, are in a more precarious work site than a carpenter.
I think there can be an argument made for that, and I think there can be an argument made for the other side that maybe carpentry is maybe more safety concerns with that. I think it's depending on what job, right? It's job to job and it's company to company. But I think overall, if you do look at the 80 to 90 skilled trades that are not held to the hiring ratio, I think there can be an argument made that some of those skilled trades are actually, there might be more safety concerns than some of these 5 skilled trades that we're talking about.
And what one comes to mind?
As far as,
A skilled trade, not under the one, the
I mean, if carpentry requires using all sorts of tools and saws and being on top of buildings, sheetrock and taping, same thing. I mean, you can go on and on through every trade that's not held to the hiring ratio and make an argument that those trades could potentially cause more safety concerns than the trades held to the hiring ratio do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Questions from colleagues? Representative Meskers.
Just understand as we drill into the issue, which is 1-to-1 on-site, hiring ratio at the company level. So what's the function we're looking at the company level versus on-site? And how does it apply to a factory, or how does it apply to other types of locations?
Not sure I fully understand your question.
Well, what constitutes on-site versus hiring? There's a hiring ratio for the company. There's a 1-to-1 ratio on-site. What are we doing at the company versus on-site? I understand why we're doing a 1-to-1 ratio on-site, so people don't wander off as an apprentice without supervision. But what's going on at the company level that either has a higher risk or we want less apprentices in the hiring ratio?
I think that's a question that everyone has as to why this change hasn't been made. I don't believe there is
I asked you first.
a strong, I don't believe there's a strong answer. I think that there are several business owners and apprentices and journeymen in here today who could probably speak better to the process of the hiring ratio to the job site ratio.
So I'll take advantage of, pardon me, I'll take advantage of that. That is a definition I would appreciate within the hearing to get to understand on-site, which is, I understand the 1-to-1 safety concern, the training, the on-the-ground experience. I'm trying to figure out why there's a ratio, if you will, off-site versus on-site. That's as close as I can understand that restriction. It does look like a restraint in employment, but I'm trying to understand what the precept or concept is to restrict the ratio, or put a ratio and put 1-to-1 on-site. Because I understand that's going to limit the amount of people I'm willing to employ to bring to a site, because they're going to have 3 journeymen to every apprentice. And on-site, I'm still going to have a journeyman to an apprentice. So what's going on, and why would I want to keep my company smaller and not allow them to do a 1-for-1 in their hiring? So that's a question that I guess you're not prepared to, but I will love to hear an answer as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Yes, Representative Santinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So am I clear that not every state has these hiring ratios?
That's correct. Yes.
And from what I'm hearing talked about now, safety is going to become kind of the main counter argument to changing anything. Are you aware of any circumstance where there's been some fire, building implosion, whatever it is, some major catastrophe that has been caused solely based on this hiring ratio issue?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
You may proceed.
I answered his
Oh,
question.
you-
Yeah,
a-
yeah.
And I totally missed that, and my apologies. Yeah,
And-
could you?
yeah.
Yes.
So Madam Chair, so the question that I asked was, not all the states have these hiring ratios, right? And the question was, safety being a paramount concern, I asked if whether or not there were any instances on record in recent history where this hiring ratio was the cause of some sort of disaster or catastrophe? And the answer was none that he could recall.
Yes, Representative Enniscobach.
So to follow up on that, so the ratio of 3-to-1, 1-to-1 on site, and they're worrying about safety. Safe accidents are going to happen regardless. So you can never prevent an accident. Other states obviously don't have the same ratio requirements as we do, and I think this leads us. It obviously puts us in a disadvantage. You probably shouldn't have put all that information out either about the other states, because maybe people will run away and go look for another job someplace else. But I mean, we need to fix these things so that, you know, we are not at a disadvantage. So, you know, I guess, can you just speak upon the whole safety issue? And obviously, we can't prevent accidents from happening on site. So regardless of what a ratio may be, that's not going to prevent the safety issue. You know, an accident on site is going to happen regardless, you know, probably. But obviously, do you think that that would put us at a disadvantage, obviously, when we discuss a safety issue?
Yeah, well, I think, and Representative Ackert touched on it earlier, all of these apprenticeship programs are registered through the state, right? So they are bound to being monitored by the state. There are investigators that go out in the fields and basically check to see if everyone is in compliance. And then also, like, these are apprentices, right? They're workers. They're trying to become full-time journeymen. They also, you know, have the opportunity to go to the state and say, hey, listen, like these are unsafe conditions. This isn't working out well. So we have enforcement already in the state of Connecticut. I wasn't aware that there are only six enforcers. I think if we're going to do something like this, it would be great to have some more, of course. But all the apprenticeship programs are through the state of Connecticut, and they're already held to safety standards.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Representative Enniscobach. So as the member of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, could you, I'm just thinking of how we further man the inspection arm. Would your members, and you probably can't, you know, say definitively, support some kind of an assessment to get more occupational inspectors in the field?
Yeah, so I think if we're looking at increasing the workforce, which this bill would certainly do if it were to pass, I think we would be open to that idea and ensuring that there is, you know, safe working conditions for apprentices. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Further comments? Seeing none. Thanks so much, Paul, for being with us. And I'm assuming you gave us some written testimony.
I did. I have written testimony. There is some additional data in there. Obviously, just have the 3 minutes here, but I'm happy to answer any further questions and work with the committee on this bill and seeing it through.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time today.
And Dave Burgess, is Dave with us or is Dave online? Oh, remote. Okay. Oh, he's not remote. And so he's not here. So we're going to move on to Bob Weedman from Sunwood Development, President, Sunwood Development. Is Bob online? Yes, I am. Well, that's not the name I have here. Okay, so is Mr. Stillman with us? If so, why do I have a different list?
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, okay. Hi, good. You have the floor, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Stillman Jordan. I'm the president of NCon Heating and Air Conditioning based here in Stratford, Connecticut. We employ about 300 employees here, and we wanted to voice our strong support for this HB 6786. I submitted written testimony, but a lot of it is repeating a lot of the same things that have already been said. Don't want to belabor those points, but maybe I would take my 3 minutes instead to address some of the questions that were posed by some of the different senators and representatives if that's okay.
Please, by all means.
Excellent, thank you. I think it, and forgive me if I get the names incorrect. I think Senator Hartley asked a question about, what happens at a contractor like ours if you do have a large number of apprentices, or even go to the extreme where you have one apprentice for one journeyman. And in the event that somebody calls in sick, which happens, you have a wide variety of things, whether that's in-house training, online training in the lab, cleaning of trucks, taking inventory. There are so many things that we leverage on a day-to-day basis in order that we really honor and preserve that safety ratio. This law, the reason we're supporting it, so it's a strong support, has nothing to do with safety, has nothing to do with what happens on job sites, has no impact on training programs. It's really about exactly what the Commerce Committee has been talking about for the last hours, about creating that opportunity, creating those jobs, put these young people to work. And if you peel back and look at so many of the things our state is struggling with, and you do a root cause analysis, you're gonna see that one of the biggest things is not enough technical people to perform this work. So I just really wanted to come out and validate that. Another question that was posed earlier, I think it was Senator Summers, and I think it was really around what happens if apprentices are taken advantage of, and what happens in that rare event where if it happens, where someone is kept as an apprentice for too long. Well, these apprentices have free will. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of contractors across the state, and it's a small community. If you're a contractor who doesn't take care of your people, those people will leave, and they do sometimes. And though I'm glad to say it's not here, but you do have that, the employees have the ability to move and do what they'd like to do. I really hope, because oftentimes what I see happen is these vague accusations, the boogeyman that often gets shared out there, is a reason to not allow things to move forward. If somebody is being a bad actor, please, let's hold them accountable. Coming directly from a contractor, hold bad actors accountable. I think Representative, Meskers, once again, sorry if I get the names wrong, asked a question. Talk about this on-site, this hiring ratio and this job ratio and what happened. Really, the bottleneck is outside the doors of my building. We don't hire apprentices unless we have a spot dedicated and open to them. And so there's a line. There's a line of people. There's a line of people who there's a lot of work that needs to get done, and there's a line of people that want to come work here. And so if there's a bottleneck, if that's where it is, it's even being able to be hired into an apprentice spot. And then of course we honor the on-the-job safety training ratio. That's not up for debate here. We will do it. We'll abide by it. I hope I addressed some of those questions and be open to, and the last thing I just wanted to say before yielding the floor for questions is, I don't know of another no cost to Connecticut solution that could make such a difference as what we're talking about. It's just a simple removing of a barrier, an arbitrary regulation that could really unlock a lot of things. My company here, we're really proud to, over the past 14 months, to have helped 21 young people get their license and celebrate an over 90% completion rate. And unfortunately, the reason I'm here, trying to call in today, is existing things haven't worked. In the past, I was part of a working group connected to PA 17-76 that for years went nowhere and accomplished nothing. And we're also trying to work within the confines. You're going to hear this term of ratio relief in an application process. And even though the stats I talked about of our completion rate, as recent as within the last 2 months, have been told as a contractor that we wanted to hire another additional 14 apprentices. And for no reason, we're told that we were allowed to get 7 out of the 14. And they didn't have a good reason why we couldn't have the 14 that we requested. It was just decided arbitrarily that was the decision that was made, which is why we feel like this legislative action supporting HB 6786 is essential. So with that, I'll stop unless there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Stillman, for being with us. Okay, let's get right to that. So you were attempting to hire 14 apprentices, which means that you had the appropriate number of journeymen, because after you get to 3, you are on a ratio of no longer 1-to-1, but 1-to-3. So Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify. So we are at the, we're at the level, the maximum level that the law allows us to hire. So what they have is a process called ratio relief, where as a contractor, I can apply and ask permission to exceed that, right? So there's a process in place, and you'll hear other people talk about it later today, that it is confusing, it is arbitrary. And so you're asking permission to hire and in that case.
Okay, then let's go back. What's this maximum level? I mean, I'm just talking about the ratio of 1 to 1 or the trigger than 1 to 3. What's the maximum level?
So I would need to have a 3 licensed journeyman employed within my company in order to bring on an additional apprentice.
Yeah, so that's the ratio that goes from 1 to 1 to.
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head exactly how many licensed individuals I have right now on the Zoom call, but I know that we're at that limit as it was, which is why we had to apply for relief to go past that number.
Okay, so then you obviously didn't have whatever the multiplier was of.
Correct. We were at that level.
Or journeyman. Okay.
Correct.
And tell me about the rate relief process, please.
The ratio relief process?
Ratio relief.
It's a several page application. You submit all sorts of information about your business, your completion rates, how many people have gone through your program, and you ask permission to allow someone to go past that. And there's a committee, I'm not sure exactly who's on it, that decides whether or not some contractors get it and some don't. It's very challenging to work with. It's nearly impossible to plan around. And you're really kind of at the mercy of that, and which is why we feel strongly that this law would help address it.
What's the time frame?
The time frame for a response? I think it ranges from several weeks to several months. Just kind of depends.
Several months?
In some cases, it takes a long period of time.
And who's the committee?
There are other people, maybe Jen Jennings, who speaks later today, who's the association chairperson, could probably answer that better than me. I'm just a contractor trying to make it work.
Got it. Thanks. Masters be followed by Representative Anaskova.
So I stepped out for a second, and I had posed a question earlier about on-site versus hiring.
Yes, sir.
And I was looking for guidance. So you're as a contractor, you're still 1-to-1 on site.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So the hiring is how many people you can employ, and what's the nature of the activity they're doing when they're not on site?
Well, so
and
I
what
guess
would be the rationale for not doing a 1-to-1 for employment? I'm trying to understand that.
well, I mean, ideally, we'd like to. If I had, just for the sake of trying to keep numbers simple, if I had 10 licensed journeymen, I'd love to be able to hire 10 apprentices. Today, I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to hire that number. It's somewhere less. I think it's maybe, let's say so.
But you would, when you go out to work, you're going to go 1-to-1 anyway.
Correct. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Who you have in your employment. And is the work they would get there moving them towards getting more time to qualify to go from apprentice to journeyman?
Yes, sir. We don't hire apprentices, and I'd say, well, most contractors don't hire apprentices unless they have a spot open where that individual, male or female, is able to accumulate the hours while working.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Anaskova.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one real quick question for you. Has this bill impeded your ability to expand your business?
I guess I'd say the fact that this bill does not exist has impeded my ability to grow the business.
Thank you for your answer.
No worries. I just want to make sure I was very clear.
Thank you, sir. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Stillman, for being with us. We'd like to invite Kelvin, Suarez.
Should I just make one last quick comment? I'm sorry. I'm not sure I said something. I looked at the list of speakers today. You're going to hear lots of different people talk. And I would just ask that as you, particularly if there's, members of the union organization that come out and talk later, just wanted to be clear. There's a lot of work to be done in Connecticut. There's lots of work for everybody. And I know that there's lots of voices in that building and in that room that talk about these things. And I just wanted to be clear that the union interests represent about less than 18% of the registered apprentices. And they focus largely on large commercial. And I will say a majority of the paying are businesses like mine, which is the vast majority of apprenticeship sponsors that are operating in residential applications and then even like commercial, which is a significant part of the market. And as you weigh these different opinions and you hear different things, I just hope that you keep that number and that ratio in mind of like, where are most of these apprentices and where are they at, and have that influence this committee's decision. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Stillman. So I just want to ask you, having pointed out the 18% versus the 82 or whatever it is there a difference in the work site?
Yes, ma'am. There's a large difference between a large commercial construction site and a small residential replacement in your home set. There's difference in work.
In terms of need for oversight?
No, I would say that the one-to-one is something that we support and entirely agree with. So the oversight question isn't, and safety isn't at play here at all. I think it's still one-to-one regardless. I care just as much about your basement as I do the large high-rise.
Thank you. Thanks, Stillman. Further questions? Yes,
Yeah,
Representative.
Stillman,
Musgrove.
yeah, maybe you can clarify. So you're never going out to a work site other than with a one-to-one ratio. The idea of being able to expand your workforce on a one-to-one basis for hiring, the kinds of work they'd engage in, I'm thinking office work and drafting. Is that the type of experience? Is that what we're talking about? What kind of work?
In the event that our journey Pearsons are off sick or on vacation, which is not often, right? The majority of the time they're out there working, but in those times when a journey person wouldn't be available, yes, most businesses like mine believe in cross training, believe in office work, believe in training, and even in the event that, I mean, today training is so easy with online training programs. We have it set up now. We have spots in the building, and most contractors do, where if the journeyman's not there, you're gonna get educated for the day.
But productively, I understand what they're doing one-to-one on site.
Yeah.
What are they doing when you go? And I understand why you want them in office, if conceptually I'm thinking. And I don't understand what the restriction is, and I don't understand what kind of functionality is the difference between on-site. I mean, I understand on-site, the active work, right?
Well, I think it's really important to know that with today's laws, there are so many less apprentices than there are licensed journey person. Like, so there's just way less of them. And
Right.
so we don't have a problem at all today partnering them with journey person. I think that what we've been talking about is this potential scenario where a company maxes out the number of apprentices where there's an equal number of apprentices and journey person. And today we're just so far from that reality. And I'm attempting to answer, in the event that someone does hire apprentices, which would be which I would think would be not very common, the maximum number allowable by the proposal of this law, in that rare scenario, in the event that those people are not able to work for whatever reason that day, there are a plethora of things that they could do.
And the exception, when you apply for an exception, is it to go to a one-to-one ratio to 10, 15, or 20, or typically what does the decision look like coming out?
The decision really, I mean, from this is a contractor by contractor question for us particularly. It's really, we know that we have experienced journey people out there who are looking for a helper. You talk about an aging workforce. Every journey person I know wants a helper to go with them, and so we look at our people who's willing and able to train, and then we try to backfill. Now, I don't think that we're up against the one-to-one ratio, but that would be the theoretical maximum we'd ever want, anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stillman.
Thank
And
you.
if there are no further questions, we'd like to invite Kelvin Suarez Valley from BFZ Electric. Hello, Kelvin. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to, first of all, thank all the representatives here and the members of the Committee of Commerce. I'm here in support of HB 6786, and I'm going to share my testimony with you guys. My name is Kelvin Suarez, and I am currently a registered apprentice at BFC Electric, working in the field alongside licensed electricians as I continue to learn and improve in my trade. I'm fortunate to have found a company willing and able to take me on, but I know firsthand how difficult it was to get here. The outdated 3-to-1 ratio made it incredibly challenging to secure my apprenticeship. And I see other hardworking, motivated apprentices facing those same obstacles every single day. Before landing at BFC Electric, I experienced the struggle of trying to get registered as an apprentice. There were plenty of companies that wanted to bring me on, but the racial restrictions made it nearly impossible for them to do so. Too many eager apprentices are being forced to wait months or even years to start collecting their hours simply because there are not enough licensed electricians to meet an arbitrary requirement. It's frustrating to watch talented, driven individuals and get turned away when there's so much and enough work to go around. This bill is about more than just helping companies. It's about helping apprentices actually get started in their careers. They've worked so hard to pursue. Connecticut is in desperate need of more skilled electricians, and yet we have a system that holds back the very people who are ready to step up and fill those roles. I strongly urge you to support the HB 6786 so that more apprentices can enter the workforce, gain experience, and grow into the next generation of skilled tradespeople. Sincerely.
Thank you very much, Kelvin. Just tell us your story. Did you go to a trade school? Tell us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I can date back to 2014. I started at Porter and Chester. I went to school for HVAC. Currently at that time, the electrical classroom was filled and my eagerness and desire to learn just drove me in, and I dove into HVAC school. So that was my first hurdle, right? I graduated in 2015 with almost a 4.0 and good learning and good training, but I was not able to find a job available for me because there was just that apprenticeship 3-to-1 ratio that was limiting companies at that time. Little by little, just with good work ethic, I just kind of strayed away from it. But I knew at heart that trades was in my heart from a very early age, and I just wanted that. So I started pursuing companies and schools just to build enough foundation with good information as to how can I get an apprenticeship in the electrical field and how can I become an electrician. I was fortunate enough to come across IEC, where I'm a one-year apprentice, and also BFC. I think it was a blessing from God because they both came hand in hand, and I'm finishing my first year of class. I'm currently been a year in my apprenticeship role, and I've learned so much, but I've also seen the disadvantages. I am so blessed that I found the opportunity as well, just for the age factor. I know that you guys mentioned earlier the age difference and how we want to be more more helpful to not just age gaps and age differences, but for the record, I turned 35 this year, so I'm on the mid-range age, right? And I see these younger guys who are eager, who have the desire, who are very smart, they're very talented, but they're being restricted by this 3-to-1 ratio. So, when I have a younger guy next to me, although we are apprentices, I try to share as much knowledge as I have from different fields and different career paths that I've taken, whether it's just to maintain safety, which are, or it's just knowledge so they can move forward and learn or know more. I try to share that because I know firsthand the struggle that they dealt with to get to where they are. If you allow me, I'd like to also express a couple of the questions that were asked earlier. Didn't get a chance to write the representatives who asked, but I would like to share.
Yeah. Can I just ask you? So you graduated when?
I graduated 2015 from Port and Chester for HVAC,
Yeah.
HVAC.
And did you have hours when you graduated?
Yes. When I graduated, I left school with a X amount of hours. Off the top of my head, I don't have the correct answer. It
Uh-huh.
could be anywhere from 600 to 800 hours.
Yep.
And at that time, I think the ratio or the amount of hours needed for your license was about 4,000 hours.
Yep.
And then, we later went up to 8,000 for good reasons.
Yeah, it is about 8,000. That's about what, 3.5 years, almost 4 years.
Rough,
Yeah.
Roughly, yes, around
That-
4
that's-
years.
That's all the time. Did you have student loans, Kelvin?
Yes, that's one of the things that I wanted to touch base.
Yeah.
We were talking about the economy and how difficult it is just for housing and right to build a stronger, better Connecticut. Right. I took a $27,000 loan, which I still owe 14,000 of when I went to HVAC school. I didn't garnish the hours I needed to become a journey person in that field, which would have allowed me years ago to be able to pay that student loan. So these are the things that are the cons versus the pros. The pros is that 1-to-1 ratio would have probably more than likely allowed me to gain a position in that field, and more than likely would have allowed me to afford more, whether it be to pay my student loans or for better housing, to buy that home that my family and I dream of. And I think that's what we're here all in support of.
Yeah. So 2015, you graduated and you were employed by, your first job was a BFZ?
So BFC came after years after, working in different trades and different career paths.
So you were employed as an apprenticeship?
As
when?
as an apprentice.
As apprentice, yeah.
Yes.
When?
November, I'm sorry, January of last year.
So of 2024, so it took you from 2015 to 2024 to get an apprenticeship?
In a complete different field. Just for clarification, so I went to school for HVAC, was not
Okay.
able to get an apprenticeship in the HVAC,
HVAC,
HVAC, and different career paths took me in a different way. But I always knew that working with my hands was, what drove me. And ultimately, I made the decision to go back into trades, and I found IEC for schooling, and I also found BFC for employment.
And so what's your trade now? Electrical?
Electrical, yes, I'm an electrician.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Representative Meskers.
Kelvin, just one other question. So when you finished the HVAC, I'm assuming you still had the intention of doing HVAC when you completed your study work and your work hours. How long did it take you to try to find a job in HVAC, and did you find one?
Good question. So the school itself tried to assist in career development and trying to acquire a job. That led nowhere because although I was going to many interviews, the restriction was just there. You can get hired possibly as a laborer in waits of an apprenticeship to open up, but that's not a guaranteed. Back then, I can't speak of today. Back then, that was maybe somewhat of a thing. But I can say that it was difficult. And then with age, it becomes a little bit difficult. This is a young man's game. It's a very involved job. You have to be willing and available to do this type of job. And I think there is a young population that it's eager to do so. But we live in a world of social media, right? And when we have young men that possibly are spending X amount of money in school, X amount of effort away from friends, away from family, and they're not able to get a job in an apprenticeship role, it starts to spread. And it could lead to others not wanting to even try or even see or want to pursue that career, right? And I think that's one of the biggest key points is if we open that window, it might allow for that word to be spread correctly. Like, hey, listen, there is an opportunity in this trade, and for you to be successful, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. No question.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing your profession. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. God bless.
We would like to ask Jenna Klinkskill from the Lincoln Tech Institute. She's not here. Okay. Ross Rizzo, New York, Connecticut Corporation. Is Ross with us?
Yes, I am. I'm on a Zoom call.
Hi, Ross. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Thank you for committee for letting me speak today. I am a supporter of HB 6786. My company is the Nikon Corporation. We are based in Danbury, Connecticut. I am the president and owner. We have roughly 40 electricians that work for us, licensed electricians, and we have 15 registered apprentices, and we are at our cap. We cannot hire any more apprentices, and we don't hire anybody unless we have a spot available. So needless to say, in Danbury, we have a huge minority population. We have the largest high school in the state of Connecticut, and we also have Henry Abbott Technical School, which I'm a proud graduate of. So we have two major high schools along with others. But I constantly speak to young people that want to get into the trade, and they can't because most contractors don't have any spots left. That's plumbing, that's HVAC, that's electrical, and we are an electrical contractor. And the problem you're having is roughly the rough average age of an electrician is between 55 and 58. And the retirement is usually around 62. And across the board, for every 10 retirees we have, about 4 are getting into the trade to learn the trade. So we're running out of tradespeople. And simply put, if you look at the cost of a lawyer, the trades fields are going to get that cost when Mrs. Smith calls for a service call at her house. Whether it's a plumber, whether it's an electrician, whether it's an HVAC person, the costs are going to get extremely expensive for everybody. We're penalizing the youth. Everybody pushes college. I'm proud to say that we promote the trades here. We have some people that have come out of high school and have never worked anywhere else. 32 years, 25 years, 18 years, 10 years. We offer great benefits, health insurance, vacations, everything they need to require. We let them grow into our company. 3 of my project managers today were homegrown, did their entire apprenticeship through the company, and now are in office positions here. We keep growing throughout the years. It is hindering us, though, to grow more. And being in Danbury, we border the state of New York. And the name Nikon is because we work in New York and Connecticut. And I'm licensed in Westchester County, Putnam County, and Orange County, New York. Now, here's the difference. In Westchester County, I hold the license, and nobody else needs to be licensed underneath me. But we bring in our Connecticut guys to work on a New York project. They pay their New York tax. We pay our New York tax, but they go to work. But apprentices, there is no apprenticeship in Westchester County. In Dutchess County, New York, which borders the western side of Connecticut, there's no licensing at all. There's no apprenticeship program. So Connecticut, as somebody said earlier, you're having people on the eastern side that can go into Rhode Island at a 1-to-1, or you're having people on the western side that can just go to work. Now, most contractors of our size, we run approximately 100 people throughout our company, and that includes office staff, are going to oblige by the apprenticeship rules. And when you register an apprentice, I know this was brought up earlier that you'll be an apprentice forever. That's not the case. When we register an apprentice, we meet with our representative from the state, who is Owen. He comes in, he meets with the person. We have a set pay scale that the apprentice must go through. And every 6 months, the apprentice gets a raise so that when they're ready to take their tests, they're at a completed rate of where they should be before they take their test. And then when they take it, they get their bump from there. And if they're a registered apprentice with us and they go to the trade schools tonight, the Abbott techs, the Caner techs, we cover 50% of the schooling. That's in the apprenticeship program. That is written in. So when you register an apprentice, if they go to the VOTEC school system at night, the contractor's picking up 50% of the cost. Not if they go to Lincoln Tech or Porter and Chester. That's a whole separate fee. But some of those costs for those kids that are going there is $32,000. And then they're trying to find a spot, which most contractors don't have right now. Like I said, we have 40 license holders and we're capped at 15 apprentices. Now think about that. We could register 25 more apprentices. And there's a fee we pay every year. The contractors pay $60 per apprentice, and the apprentice pays $50. That's $110 per apprentice. Do the math. If we're short and we can bring in 3,000 apprentices into the state of Connecticut, the state, it's $110 per apprentice. And when they get their license, you add the fees. Somebody mentioned earlier about would we be willing to pay for more inspectors to check on the licenses. We're already doing it. We pay for our license fees every year. We pay for, sorry about that, energy saving. We pay for the apprentices every year. The fees are in the system. So they're there. They can hire more. And what you're getting is now on these bigger jobs, you're getting out-of-state contractors that are coming in that don't care about our rules. As a local Connecticut guy, we care about our rules. And I know the fellow from NCON, and we've worked on projects with them in the past, mentioned about the unions. The unions are doing major projects. They're doing the treatment plants, the big schools and all that. There's enough work to go around in Connecticut, but everybody's in the same boat. You can't get more people here. And the simple thing to remember is, as an apprentice, we are paying an apprentice to learn a trade. When they go to college, they are paying to learn. And then we're talking about wiping off their student debt, which I think is ridiculous. In the trades, they will get paid to learn, get licensed, that nobody can take that away from them, make a great living. They can make 6 figures a year in the trades easily. And the proudest moment for me is watching somebody from high school work for me, be a registered apprentice, get their license, buy a home, get married, and come to me one day and say, you know what, Ross, I've decided to go out on my own. I've gotten my E1. That's a great moment. I look at that, I'm helping somebody in Connecticut start their career, start their own business. There's no hard feelings. Go on, take the next step. I come from a family that is in the electrical business. My father immigrated from Italy. He started a business. We all are in different businesses today, but it's a great thing. And I hope you guys pass this bill. It's well needed in our state. There's plenty of work. We're talking about bringing industry back and bringing programs back to our state. We can't wire them. We can't do the plumbing. We can't do the mechanical work. They're not going to come here. Thank you again. I'm open for any questions.
Thanks, Russ. So do you find yourself ever either having to turn work away or just have such an extended time frame to start a job that maybe you lose work?
We will not overextend ourselves if we don't have the manpower, as we would say, to do it. So yes, we do turn projects away. Projects take a long time to procure in our industries. 6-8 months to bid a project. You finally get awarded it, and scheduling, we're in winter in Connecticut. It does snow here, so things get delayed. But, in our case, because we're on the western side of Connecticut, we don't really cross the river just from distance. Our employees are scattered all over the state, so we do look at where they're located is to try to bid work to them. But I'm proud that we have employees that don't want to leave, that stay here 5, 10, 15, 20 years plus. And it's a great state to live in. We have the work, we have the economy, we need the workers.
Thank you, Russ. Just go over that again with the pay scale, because there has been some conversation about the fact that apprentice equal cheap labor.
That's not the case. If I bring in a high schooler from Henry Avatech in Danbury and he start to register me, we start them at $20 an hour. That's not bad for an 18-year-old kid. Every 6 months, they're guaranteed a raise. And when they're registered, I sign a form that says this is their completion rate, whether it's $34, $35 an hour when they finish their apprenticeship hours. Once they pass their test, which I'm proud to say in the last 2 years, we've had 8 pass their E2 exam. We decide from there where they're going to go. Some jump much more in scale. They're well more prepared to run work for us. Some are a little bit less of a jump, but we have a set scale that we sign. Everybody signs when you register that apprentice.
So it's a set pay scale during the apprenticeship program, which
Correct.
obviously has to equate to minimum wage plus.
Oh, when they get hired in the trades, they're making well above minimum wage.
Yeah. Okay. Prevailing wage.
Well, prevailing wage is a whole different thing. Prevailing wage is when federal funding is involved with a project. So if you have a public school, a public highway project, the whole prevailing wage system kicks in then.
It's a competitive wage.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, Ross. Representative Meskers.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So, starting wages basically for out of school is 20
20.
roughly an hour?
Yes.
And that is when they're already they're already registered apprentice.
Yeah, they would get registered. Yeah, and we pay $20 an hour. Yes.
And it bumps up after 6 months?
Yeah, it'll bump up every 6 months. You have a completion scale you got to get them to in the 4-year period. So every 6 months, we look at and review our apprentices. We have a HR software. Every month I go in there and I print out the last time the apprentices were raised, and we go from there.
Okay. And what would be the bare minimum once they get licensing?
Roughly $35 to $37 an hour.
Okay. My math's a little bit rusty. You know what that equates on an annual basis?
I can do it right now for you.
About 70.
About $77,000.
Senator Martin is better at math than I am. He said it's about 70,000.
It's about $76,960 at $37 an hour. And keep in mind, in our company, we cover 50% of the cost for the insurance. That's not only for the employee, that's for their entire family.
So this is a potential, just walking through the process. So this is a potential for someone going through a technical school to come through, complete the basic 4 years of training, and
Yes.
a baseline is going to be around that 70,000
About, you figure 75,000 minimum.
versus being a barista at Starbucks
Well, versus going to a 4-year college,
with
having
250
student debt and coming out and not having a path.
I think the arguments are so there's a combination of arguments and facts, you know, we're delving into here. I think the most compelling issue for me is that the pathway represents the American dream.
Absolutely.
And the idea is we want to get as many people through the pipeline as humanly possible to complete that American dream. And right now, if the ratio was lifted, you think you would either have the capacity or the disposition to hire 15 more apprentices?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And keep in mind, if you look at the state of Connecticut and just take your major cities, including Danbury, Bridgeport, New Haven, Waterbury, and Hartford, and you look at the overall, I hate to say it this way, poverty level, those kids, those youth can't afford to go to college. They'll get paid to be in the trades and they got a career path. I mean, but you're handcuffing something. I mean, you guys should really look at it that the carpentry trade, there is no apprenticeship program. There is no apprenticeship program for doing metal stud work, for doing sheetrock, for doing taping. And yes, you know, from a safety standpoint, I thought somebody mentioned earlier that there was accidents. Accidents happen on projects. Those who lived in Connecticut long enough know that a few years back on Super Bowl Sunday, the gas plant in Middletown blew up. L'Aviance Plaza. So that had nothing to do with the ratio. That's designing engineers. Small. We promote safety here. We offer our employees tons of safety courses that we pay for. You know, from CP, we just did CPR 2 weeks ago. We paid for the whole course if they want to do it.
And just last question, Madam Chair. Just to repeat, what we've heard before is that the on-site ratio is still 1-to-1.
Correct.
So in terms of a risk factor, I guess that's my question. Can someone explain to me what's the risk factor off-site? Because I understand why we do 1-to-1 on-site. I'm trying to understand why we're either more safety conscious off-site. I'm trying to understand why that ratio is there if it's for a safety reason. Is there a safety reason, I guess is the question.
From our standpoint, even in our warehouse here, we're safe. You can't walk out in our warehouse without you know, jeans, no open toe shoes. That's just the way we promote safety. If you're in our yard, you have to have a high vis vest on. We work on the roadways of Connecticut. So from our standpoint as a larger contractor, safety is key here. You have somebody gets hurt, your mod rating goes up, your insurance cost goes up. And as I tell every employee,
I'm
you come
assuming
in.
the risk on site is higher than the risk in your workplace. It's and we're doing 1-to-1 on the workplace. And for
Correct.
some reason, you have a higher ratio, and I don't know what safety issue is involved. That's my question.
I don't know either, to answer your question.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to drill to that. I was trying to
No,
understand
no,
the safety.
understood.
Thank you.
I
Thank
think-
you very much. If there are no further comments,
Senator Summers has her hand up.
I have my
Oh.
hand up.
please, I didn't mean to miss you again.
That's
Senator-
okay. I'm feeling a little neglected today.
I saw you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, I just have a couple questions. And they may be questions that sound silly to you, but I really need to understand. So if I went to a standard high school and I graduated and I decided that I wanted to become an I wanted to go into the electrical trades and I
Mhm.
could I come to your company and apply, and could you hire me as an apprentice so I would get your training and then I would go back to, I guess, school at night or something to get on the job training through you, and then not going to a school where I'd have to pay $32,000 a year, but you would help pay for my education. Is that a possibility? Or do you have to go to a technical high school?
No, we have plenty of people who've gone to the local high schools here that we've interviewed. If we have a spot available, I'll interview with them. If I think they're a fit, we'll hire them. We'll register them. They have to commit to going to the night school, and I'll use Avatech because it's right in Danbury here. Once they give us the receipt, we reimburse them 50% of the cost, and that's in the rules of the apprenticeship program.
Okay, I'm sorry I'm asking questions that I just don't know the apprentice. I didn't come from that world. So you don't have to be somebody who's coming from a technical high school to go into the line of work, and you would interview the person. Like you said, you think they're a good fit, they're a hard worker, whatever, the family, you take them on. So when you pull or register Heather Summers as your apprentice,
Mhm.
do you then hold that apprenticeship spot? So what happens if I, for some reason, and I'm unhappy with your company and I want to leave and go to a different electrical contractor? Do my hours go with me, or am I held to you because you're the one that registered me? Could you speak to that?
Yes, no, we are an at-will employer.
Okay.
As long as they're registered, their hours go with them. Their last day here, we have, and it's rare that we have people leave, I'm being honest. But if somebody does elect to leave.
I'm not asking you this because of
No.
you. I'm so I
No,
understand.
that's okay. But I'm just, our procedure is they just sign a letter that they says they're voluntarily giving up their apprenticeship with us, because the state can look at how many apprentices NICAN's had over the years and how many have gotten their license. So our goal is to keep every apprentice to get their license. If they decide after they get their license, and it has happened, to move on, some have gone to maintenance jobs, some have gone into the union. That's part of life, and we keep going, but we're filling the coffers. That's the goal.
Right. No, I just wasn't clear. I don't think anybody's asked, once you are registered as an apprentice, do you have an ability? Are you stuck with that company, or do you have the ability
No.
to move around? So you can move around. So
Your hours are transferable.
Your hours. Okay. And then my next question has to do with the fact that we have heard today that there's 400 plus apprentices that would be willing to go to work should these slots become available. Are you unlimited in the number of slots, depending on, how many people you have working in your company? Are you allocated a certain number of slots, or if you had the ability, could you add 50 slots to your company tomorrow? Or does
No.
the state allocate them to you?
The state allocates it. It's a ratio. Your first 3 license holders, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Then after that, you need 3 license holders for 1 registered apprentice. So to give you, for instance,
I'm
I
saying like
have
if we change the ratios though, would you be able to, how many
If
more
you-
people are you able to
If you
hire?
change the ratio 1 to 1,
Mhm.
I have a stack of applications that come through my door constantly, and we don't run ads. But
Got it.
kids locally are just applying. And the sad part is the there's a group of local contractors that all reach out to one another to say, hey, I got a kid, I can't hire him, and they're in the same boat.
Got it. Because you're limited by okay, so that's, the other thing is, I was just thinking about when I'm listening to people testify. So I can't think of any other industry where we have a need for the jobs. To fill the jobs, I should say. We have a need to fill the jobs. We have people ready to fill the jobs, but we are sort of sidelined and not being able to put A with B to grow our economy, to grow more houses, to do all the things that we need to do here because of these regulations or government regulations that are stifling this. Now, our governor's over in India trying to probably create some trade agreement to bring jobs here. This would be a perfect way to increase our jobs by 400 people tomorrow if we could change this ratio. So, I wanted to say I live on the eastern part of Connecticut, and I hear the same thing. I can take my group to go to Rhode Island, and it's a totally different ratio. And it's just so difficult to deal here in the state of Connecticut. But I do appreciate you walking through, because again, I've been contacted by different people. I've heard different things. I wanted to get it on the record for people to hear that, yes, once you're registered, you can go where you want. You're not absolutely tied to the company that registered you if for some reason you're unhappy, and that, there is this great need. And I think you touched on one of the things that I think is most important is that in areas where, there may be people coming out of socioeconomic backgrounds that can't afford to go to, Port Chester, or they can't afford to go to college, that this provides a real opportunity for people to have a great income and create the American dream and have a lifetime, that would be wonderful, and be able to stay here in Connecticut. So thank you for your testimony. It was really insightful today, and I appreciate you answering all my questions.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Senator Summers. Further comments from colleagues? Yes, Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Ross, I have one question. I thought I heard something about a limit on the number of apprentices, not regarding the ratio 3 to 1, but is there a limit to the number of apprentices in a specific year?
No, I am capped right now because I have 40 license holders and I can only have 15 registered apprentices
All right, so
unless
it's
you get
it's the
into.
ratio that's limiting you,
Correct.
and not
Correct.
the number of total by some regulation that we may have for per company.
Not that I am aware of.
Okay, good. All right, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Senator Martin, further questions? Thank you very much, Ross. We would like to invite Jake Schneider
Thank you.
from Earthlight Technologies, of the COO.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. You have the
Thank
floor,
you.
Jake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Jake Schneider. I'm the COO here at Earthlight Technologies. We're headquartered in Ellington, Connecticut. We're a non-union electrical contractor, and we specialize in commercial and residential solar, energy efficiency, EV charging, and battery storage. We employ approximately 29 Connecticut licensed electricians, and right now we're maxed out with our allowable apprentices at 11. We have a running list for people waiting to get spots, and I strongly support this bill 6786 to change the journey person to apprentice ratio from 3 to 1 to 1 to 1. I'm sure you can understand this is a workforce problem. We feel that there's a shortage of electricians in the state. We have pretty much a permanent ad out on Indeed, on all of the websites out there to find electricians, and we hardly get applicants. They're super hard to come by. Everybody's working. And so we find growth through our apprentices. We love our apprentices. We really believe that's the only way to grow. And we really appreciate just we get 4 years, right, to grow these apprentices. They come in right out of high school or even sometimes in high school in the technical schools. And we really pour time and energy into them to really make sure that they're growing. We have a lot of divisions, like I just said. We have an internal apprentice program where we do classroom training, we do on-the-job training, like in our warehouse training. We move them from division to a division to make sure that they're really a well-rounded electrician at the end of the 4 years. We really feel if we opened up this ratio to 1-to-1, we could hire many more apprentices. Recently, so like I said, we pretty much have an ad out permanently. We need electricians. We can't hardly find them. We put an ad out just a couple weeks ago, literally on Indeed, for an apprentice, and we had 128 applicants apply in 3 days. So I think that shows you there's a lot of apprentices out there that need jobs, and there's not a lot of contractors out there that can take them on. I know that there are some opponents of this bill that'll highlight how few apprenticeship positions are being posted. Like I said, we posted an ad just a couple weeks ago, but we often don't need to post ads. We're often not looking. We get referrals from trusted sources. We go to technical school job fairs, and we do a ton of promoting within. Like I said, we have a wait list. We bring people on as laborers, solar installers. They decide they want to become an electrician. They get on our wait list, and they wait sometimes 6 months, sometimes a year, either until an apprentice graduates, takes his test, becomes an electrician, or we hire enough electricians to where it opens up another spot. I don't want to really belabor many of the other points, but I really believe that a 1-to-1 ratio that we have on the job site already should align with our hiring ratio, so that we can bring on more workforce and bolster our growth. I know Stillman Jordan talked about the ratio relief before. We've done that also. That's really, I think, the only way that we were able to grow, especially we founded our company back in 2008. After we hired our first 3 electricians, we wanted to bring on more people, apprentices specifically, but now our ratio changed. So for the first 3 electricians, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Now all of a sudden it's a 3-to-1 ratio. We need to hire 6 electricians for me just to hire 1 more apprentice. We realized then how precious the apprentice spots are, right? We don't just hand them out to anyone. So we learned that we need to keep bringing in electricians so that we can hand out these precious apprentice spots so that we can continue to grow our electrical workforce. That ratio relief did help us. So again, to me, if we're allowing the ratio relief already, there should be no reason to why we couldn't allow a 1-to-1 ratio across the board.
Thank you so much, Jake. I have one question for you, if I might. Have you ever applied for the ratio relief?
Yes.
And how long did that take? Did it work? That's the process. Does it work?
We've done it a couple times. Doesn't always work. You don't always get what you ask for. So we've done it more early on in our growth stages, to try and get a couple more apprentices in the door. But Sometimes we get rejected 100%.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Further questions? Yeah, Representative Max.
Just to be quick on this, so when you applied for ratio relief, was it to extend the 1-to-1, and how successful were you?
It's not, so you're mainly just asking for extra spots. So if we want, we could really hire 2 more apprentices. We go to and we kind of lay out a plan and say, look, we really need 2 extra spots. Would you allow us to have them? They look at our record, they make sure we're a good company. They make sure that we're being monitored and doing all the right things, and then they make the decision on if they'll allow us that or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from colleagues? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Jake. Moving on, Peggy Pugmore. Is Peggy with, hello, Peggy. And Peggy's going to be followed by Carlos Quente.
Is that on? You good? Okay. I'm here today as a mom of 2 technical high school students. My youngest son is in the carpentry trade. My oldest son is in the electrical trade. When my oldest son became eligible to participate in the work-based learning program, finding an apprenticeship was extremely difficult. Prospective employers expressed their need for apprentices and that my son was more than qualified for these positions. However, due to current state laws restricting the hiring ratio, he was repeatedly told that they could not hire him because they were ratioed out. I've seen the same circumstances with the majority of the seniors and eligible students for work-based learning at the technical high school they attend. After more than 6 months of diligently applying and persistently following up with companies, he finally found a company that was able to hire 1 apprentice. It's extremely frustrating to watch your child and classmates who choose to attend a trade school, who are committed and persistent in finding an apprenticeship to further their career, only to have a law in place that prevents them from doing so. This is not just an issue for high school students looking for apprenticeships. This issue follows them after graduation and affects every student looking for apprenticeship in a skilled trade. Apprenticeships are necessary as it not only allows the students to earn the hours towards becoming licensed journeymen, but the broader skills they acquire on the job greatly expand the theoretical knowledge learned in a classroom setting. I ask the committee today to please consider my testimony by supporting HB 6786, because changing the hiring ratio will ensure that students receive adequate training and mentorship in the skilled trades.
Thank you very much, Peggy. And what tech school was that?
Wyndham Tech.
Wyndham, yeah. All good schools. Yeah, Representative Meskers.
I want to thank you for taking the time to come up and testify. You won't be here as long as we will be, but I appreciate it. I think the most important thing that resonates most with me is that it's your children, and they're making an effort to choose a career, and we're at some level telling them no, or you need to wait for 6 months, a year, or 2 years. And at that moment in life, to expect the maturity level to someone to hang on after they graduate from a program to qualify for an apprenticeship doesn't seem right. And that's what touches me when you came to speak. So I appreciate hearing from a mom who only wants to have her kids get a future. So I thank you for that.
Yep.
Thank you. Further.
Oh, well. It's good to be me.
Do we need to ask for ID? Maybe we need to ask for ID.
Well, I'm here. And I'm coming from a sales and marketing position at BFC Electric, hence probably the reason for my popularity. But coming into this industry, I've been around the construction industry for about 30 years. My father has worked with, started his career with Tommaso Construction out of New Britain. And I've been in the industry for about 4 years now in this role. And one of the surprises to me was certainly this ratio. This was new to me, right? So as a business and marketing development manager, it is, we don't have a hiring ratio, right? We find a job, we get the job, right? Nurses go to school, look for a job, get a job, and they, start their trade right away, with $75,000, starting salary. And surprisingly, with this hiring ratio, we obviously at BFC Electric, every day our team hears from motivated apprentices ready to start their careers. Many have already spent thousands of money and invested in themselves on education, have completed their classroom hours, only to find out that they have this restrictive hiring rules that make it nearly impossible to get hired. Meanwhile, contractors like across Connecticut, like BFC, urgently need workers to meet the demands. It doesn't make sense. We have the jobs, we have apprentices eager to learn, yet this outdated rule prevents us from hiring them, slowing down businesses and limiting opportunities for the next generations of electricians. So passing HB 6786 would change that. It would create more jobs, give more apprentices the hands-on experiences they need, and strengthen Connecticut's workforce. That I open up to the floor. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carlos. And thanks to BFC for being here. As I know, this is time away from jobs. Are there questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your strong support and your
My
presence
pleasure.
here
Thank you.
today. Appreciate it. I'd like to invite Jason Neary. Jason is a parent and vice president.
How you doing today?
Hi. Hi,
Thank you
how
for
are
your time.
Yes.
I'm here to represent HB 6786 as a parent. I am also a contractor. As a graduate of a tech school and current holder of multiple Connecticut contractor licenses, I am concerned with restrictions on the apprenticeship hiring, as there are approximately 17 tech schools, full-time tech schools, grades 9 through 12 in Connecticut. 17 of them offer electrical, 13 of them offer plumbing and heating, and 10 of them offer HVAC. We're all licensed trades and fall under the hiring restriction rules. My concern as a parent is that, that these spots are extremely limited and will be very difficult for these graduating classes every single year to find these jobs. With the way that things are right now, if my son graduates this year, my company won't be able to hire him. We don't have a spot. With the ratio, if we change the ratio, we would be able to hire him. I am finding with our current list of applicants that we have plenty of apprentices to apply, yet no spots. I am also licensed in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire, which hold different license restrictions. We are from Northeast Connecticut, based in Griswold and Old Saybrook. So we can easily go over the border of Rhode Island, and we could lose apprentices every single day, which we have. We've lost electrical apprentices to a Exeter and a Cranston electrical company. From Valente, Connecticut. We currently, I work at DEF Services Group. I currently have close to $14 million worth of jobs right now, which we, in theory, probably have to turn one of the two projects down because we will not be able to man it with the current ratios. So that was my brief and to the point testimony. Any questions? I would like to address one of Representative Mesker's questions. Okay. I believe the proposed safety issue that everybody keeps proposing, the only way that it's an issue is if a licensed guy calls in sick and that apprentice is on that job. Our company, we have all 4 trades: plumbing, HVAC, electrical, sheet metal. We fabricate, we also have a general trades division. So with that said, that person, if a licensed guy calls in sick that day, he can go to the sheet metal shop. He can fabricate sheet metal. We can put, we can sweep the parking lot, clean trucks. There's a lot of stuff. We bring them in. They can learn how to read blueprints. We could do takeoffs, as part of the estimating department. So the safety issue is really, there's zero safety issue.
Yeah, Representative Max.
Yeah, so you almost answered me, or almost confused me more. I mean,
Okay.
the risk on site of a worker, a journeyman not showing up, an apprentice going, is there right now because you have a 1-to-1 ratio. So there's no differentiation if someone tries to skirt the rule and not put a 1-to-1 ratio on site.
Correct.
What you're saying is if the guy, if you're following the rules and you're doing 1-to-1 at the office, and you have to recall someone who's going to the work site, you've got work or make work or something for that apprentice to do at your offices or at your construction site, not your site, but your home location to have things done. So
100%.
okay.
So there really is no going 1-to-1 in hiring ratio. There is no extra safety issue.
Right. Okay. That was really my question. So I think you've answered it now. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative Mesker. Without pay for that day,
No,
because he's reassigned.
correct. He would be reassigned somewhere to the office or to another project where right now we don't have a 1-to-1 ratio because we can only hire so many apprentices now. So some project has a spot for that apprentice.
Okay, understood. Questions from colleagues? Yeah, Senator Mark.
No question, but to thank all of you who are here in this room today. This is long overdue. You're shedding light in more ways than one regarding the bottleneck, regarding, supplying the workforce that is sort of waiting to get that job. And just thank you for all being here. I know that it's been a challenge for the last, at least I've been up here for 10 years, and this bill has been up here since then. So just want to thank all of you and the parents, because that's a component that I think is forgotten here. So thank you.
If I could answer one of Heather Summers' questions also.
Please.
There is no, as long as the state of Connecticut and the apprentice is registered, there is no way that an apprentice can stay stuck as an apprentice, because that the state will tell us, hey, they'll send us an email, hey, Alfredo his hours are up. He's ready to test. They send us the letter. So it's not up to us to keep that person as an apprentice. So and when they leave, they're their hours. They're not our hours. They worked for us, but the state gathers their hours. So once they're 8,000 hours, they're 4,000 hours for their D2, whatever license it is, the state tells us they're done. It's not up to the contractor.
And at the end of the process, how much, for example, would
Well, I'm not at BFC, I'm at DEF, but it ranges between the trades because we employ sheet metal, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical. We set a standard. We sign a document that says what their completion rate is. Some of them in the years past, it's been 24, 35. It all depends on the trade and what the market demands. But at that point, it's not up to us. It's a signed document. Every 1,000 hours, it's 6 months, but every 1,000 hours, they automatically get a raise. And we try to stay ahead of that raise, process.
Senator Martin?
Jason, regarding the hours that are submitted to DOL, how often is that done?
It's ongoing. It's
Every week?
yeah, it's every 6 months. As long as they're employed with us, they're earning hours.
Well, how often are you mandated to report to DOL regarding the various apprentices that you have?
We register them. We re-register them once a year. So every June, we repay their apprenticeship fee, and their hours are adjusted at that point. So
if an apprentice leaves in mid-year, how are those
Well, they're
hours that you're-
re-registering somewhere else. So that would be, we would terminate them. We'd send in that paperwork, the
with
state.
their hours, their
With their
final
hours,
hours?
so
Okay.
that would be locked up in the state program. I'm like, we get it all the time. Hey, I just left here. We call Isaiah, who was our apprenticeship guy. Say, how many hours does he officially have? And that's where we start.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sir, further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jason, for being with us. We'd like to invite Bob Denman from Sun Development.
Good afternoon.
Weidman, yes.
It's Bob Weedman.
Weidman.
With your permission, I'd love to bring Jim Paris up with me. He's the CEO and head lobbyist for the Home Builders and Remodelers Association. I'm thinking we could just be a little more expedient if I have him up at the same time, with your permission.
Senator Martin has a comment.
No, he can wait his turn. Just kidding.
Yeah, go ahead. Hurry up. Let's move.
While he's getting situated, I will just tell you, I'm not going to read my testimony. I did put it online, so you can read that at your leisure. But I just want to make a couple of points, and that is that I'm a small home builder remodeler. I do not have any licensed trades that work directly for me. I hire subcontractors, and most of my contractors have worked with me for 20, 30 years. I've been around a little while, as you can probably tell. And what I appreciate about them is they have the knowledge of their specific trades. They're very well qualified. And what I hate to see happen is these guys, as they get older, they're around my age. Most of them, they work with me for an extended period of time. They have a great deal of knowledge. And what I don't want to have happen is that they have to retire because of health issues, backs, knees, and all those other things that wear out as we get older. And all that knowledge and experience goes away. And I want to figure out a way that we can get them to pass that information on to our young youth. I love the fact that there's so many young people here. I've never been to a hearing where so many young people are in here, seeing how the process works. And I appreciate their being here. So I'm just going to leave it at that. There's institutional knowledge that we need to pass on to the next generation of trade contractors. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Bob. How about you, Jim?
Thank you, Chairpersons Meskers and Hartley and Ranking Members Inescovich and Martin.
Thank Senator Martin.
And special thanks to Senator Martin. For the record, I'm Jim Paris. I'm the CEO of the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Connecticut. The HBA represents over 900 businesses in the state of Connecticut engaged in the residential construction industry. And you've met Bob, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 6786, which will help address two systemic issues in the state of Connecticut: our housing shortage and the workforce shortfall in the skills labor trades. Connecticut is experiencing a severe housing crisis. The lack of available housing is driving up costs, pricing out young professionals, families, and essential workers. The National Home Builders Association reports that every 100 new single-family homes built in Connecticut creates 279 full-time jobs and generates 28.7 million local income. Yet our industry is unable to meet the demand due in part to skilled labor shortages. The solution is simple. We must grow our workforce. However, current regulations on apprenticeship hiring ratios limit how many workers new licensed tradespeople can hire. These outdated restrictions are artificially capping workforce growth at a time when over 20% of skilled trades professionals are set to retire in the next decade, as Bob alluded to. By adopting a one-to-one apprenticeship ratio, Connecticut can remove unnecessary arbitrary barriers to entry, allowing more young workers to enter the trades and receive proper training. It's not a safety issue. Licensing boards will continue their oversight and on-site ratios will remain untouched. Rather, it's about removing the bottleneck that prevents the licensed trades from meeting both our labor and housing needs. I'll stop there, but I just want to say anecdotally that the argument out there that we're all just looking for cheap labor is really a red herring. And I'll speak anecdotally. I am the youngest of 6 kids. I have 3 older brothers, all of them engaged in the trades. I was the moron that went to law school. They all, one of them is a framer, another one's a plumber, and another one's a sheetrocker. And I tell you, they all make more money than I do. and that's a fact. I encourage you guys to support this law. It's really important. I think it's time that we move our industry into the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you both, Jim and Bob. Do you have written testimony for us, Jim?
I believe it's submitted, yes. I came here late last night via flight from Vegas. So I'm guessing my testimony was in last night. I don't know if it's showed up online yet.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure the full committee has the benefit of your testimony. Questions from our colleagues? Yes.
Thank you. Jim, good thing that your kids didn't follow dad's footsteps.
Yeah.
They already more money. So Jim, very quickly, how many units a year are we behind? Oh, excuse me. How many units, housing units, are we behind right currently?
Partnership for Strong Communities has recently put out some data saying we're 137 units of housing behind right now. We're
30,000.
137,000.
Yeah, 137,000.
Sorry. Yeah, and we're currently building at a clip of 6,000 units a year.
And I remember in the year 2000, how many units were we building then?
In the
A
early
year.
2000s,
Yeah.
we were building over 12,000 units a year.
12,000.
Mhm.
And we're building how many? 6,000?
If we're lucky.
Wow.
And I would say this, that the reality is with the residential construction industry, after the collapse of the housing market in 2009, our industry has never really recovered. The vast majority or quite a few of our skilled labor workforce went out of state to other states that recovered more quickly than the state of Connecticut did, or they left the residential sector to go to the commercial sector, or they just left construction altogether. And we're still feeling the effects of that. Certainly, we have one of the oldest skilled trades workforces in the country right now.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Comments from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you. Make sure we have that testimony if you would, please, Jim.
Thank you very much.
and
Thank you
I
again,
would
Senator
like-
Martin.
We'd like to invite Jennifer Jennings with the Connecticut Heating and Cooling. And then she's going to be followed by Megan DeBaldo.
Thank you, Senator Hartley and Rep. Meskers. My representative, Senator Rahman, thank you. And all of you for hearing this. I'm definitely not going to read off of my testimony. I'm Jen Jennings, the Executive Director of the Connecticut Heating and Cooling Contractors. This is my 19th legislative session working for the HVAC contractors and up in this building. And this bill has been up here every year since I've been here. So Senator Martin, I appreciate the fact that you've heard this for 10 years. I'm on year 19. I'm really hoping that we can see some changes come out of this. There's definitely in my testimony multi-point perspectives. We have plenty of apprentices that we've heard from. We've heard from parents, which is amazing that they've come out. We've heard from contractors. We're here in commerce because this is about the economy. It's about the workforce. It's about the exchange of service. Right out of the gate, we can just remove what HB 6786 does not do is it does not change job site ratio. The one-to-one journey person to apprentice is the same. So the safety issue is completely off the table. It does not weaken apprenticeship training. The apprenticeship, I'm going to use an S, a heating license. It's a 4-year license. It's 720 hours of trade-related instruction and 8,000 on-the-job hours. That does not change. It does not change regardless of how many you hire. The requirements for the training, for the credential are absolutely the same. If we are going to use CTEX as our state system, we have, as somebody had mentioned, 17 tech schools. 13 of them offer HVAC. Each school can take 18 students. That's where they're capped out. They take 18 students into the program. Whether we want to use Abbott or Wyndham, we can use any of the tech schools. They can take in 18 HVAC students. Assuming you graduated all 18, if you could take 18 in freshman year and you could put out 18 out of each school, that would be 18 times 13 schools that offer HVAC. The state of Connecticut CTEC system could put out a maximum of 234 HVAC apprentices a year coming out of the tech schools. When they come out of the technical high school, they have all 720 hours of trade-related instruction. And up to about 2,500 on the job hours because those students are working with their instructor, doing production work and working in the field. But that student, upon graduation, still needs to secure an apprenticeship with a company. I represent over 180 contractor members who are absolutely hands are tied. They have no space on their apprenticeship program to be able to hire these students. And now I'm referring to just the technical high school students. Think about how many more are switching careers, changing. We've heard from others. They're changing career paths. So I know, Senator Hartley, you mentioned you're a metrics person. I am very much a metrics person as well. And right now, we have 726 S2 apprentices registered in the state of Connecticut. Out of the 726, 149 of them are registered to the union. So that's 20.5% are registered to one sponsor. 149 apprentices out of the 726 are registered to the union. The remaining 577 apprentices are registered to merit shop, open shop contractors. There are 263 sponsors, 263 contractors that are sponsors that make up those other 577 apprentices. So not every contractor maxes out at, not every contractor wants to max out at 1-to-1. But as we heard from Stillman Jordan, and as we've heard from other companies, they have the work, they have the availability to hire, and they want to hire. This is absolutely a jobs bill. It's about providing opportunities for future workforce. So in the world of commerce, when we start talking about growth, every bill that comes out of this, all the policy that comes out of this legislature, whether it be energy efficiency, housing availability and affordability, there's a laundry list of wonderful policies that you guys are looking to pass. A lot of these require a skilled workforce, and the number has not increased. It hasn't necessarily decreased how many licensed workers we have, but it hasn't increased. The workload has, the demand has, the population has, but the number of licensees has not. We just don't have enough going into the trades, whether it's because students are choosing college. It's been decades of that. There's a variety of reasons for it, but the bottleneck lies on the commerce side. Again, this bill has absolutely nothing to do with safety, nothing to do with training. I also wear many hats. I'm very thankful to Glastonbury State Representative Jill Berry for raising this bill. I live in Glastonbury and I sit on that local board of education, and I'm thrilled when I see students coming out of our high school who don't want to go and spend $50,000 for a year of college to determine that that's not a good fit for them and that they want to go into the trades. Seeing more kids enter the trades right now is an amazing concept, but I'm begging this legislature to get rid of this hiring restriction. All this ratio does on the hiring side is regulate competition. You are regulating how many people a company can hire. No other industry does this. And a question was asked, and Stillman pushed it off to me on the hiring ratio relief. So Larry Valeries is here, and he sits on the Apprenticeship Council, and I'm sure he will talk to it. But the ratio relief applications go to the Department of Labor, and it is comprised of, I believe, 2 union representatives and Larry, who review the applications, and they determine you can apply for 14, and as we heard, maybe somebody gets 7. I don't know where the arbitrary number comes from. But if we're willing to have a process in place where somebody has to fill out the relief, and that's usually me for many of my contractors, I fill out numerous ratio relief applications. It's very tedious and time consuming. And why? It's just regulating the company's hiring. You're just regulating competition. And in my personal opinion, it kind of seems like an unfair trade practice because it does not apply to anyone else outside of these 5 licensed trades.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Questions, comments from colleagues? Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you for your testimony. Very enlightening. I do have one question. So most of the people in here are merit shop, and they all have their individual licenses and their journeymen, X amount of journeymen. I'm curious, and I don't know how many years ago that I learned this, but Why is it that you are restricted, but the unions seems to be a different level playing field regarding if they have so many journeymen, they don't have the same ratio? Do I understand that? Am I correct in that they don't have the same standards through you? Through you. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, to an extent, that absolutely. So, I guess I'll address the elephant in the room right now with that question. Who opposes this bill? 19 years up here. It is the same group. Somehow it's become merit shop versus union. There's plenty of work in the state of Connecticut, absolutely, for both business models. But we are talking about two entirely different business models. Back to those 263 S sponsors, those are 263 different contractors that register their apprentices every year, that submit their hours to the Department of Labor, that if somebody were to leave, whether it be closer to home, a better job, working with their friend, whatever the reason may be, you terminate from contractor A, apprentice's choice, and they go work for contractor B, they have to re-register now with contractor B. Their hours do all transfer over, but contractor A looks really bad because contractor A now has a termination on their record with the Department of Labor. They didn't terminate, they didn't fire the person. The apprentice just simply went to a different job. That is where the business model is different. The union holds the licenses and the union holds the apprenticeship cards. So, for example, Local 777 is one sponsor with 149 apprentices. They absolutely have enough licenses that keep them in their ratio. But the ratio just doesn't apply to them because it's not the individual sponsor, the individual contractor is not the one filling out these applications. They collectively get to be held by the union. So we're just talking about, it's not apples to apples. It's just two totally different business models.
Can you explain that again? So there's one license held by the union and you got 100 and they have 100 apprentices. So they're not holding to the 3-to-1 ratio after 3.
They have, I don't know how many licenses they have right now, but according to last week's statistics I received, the union has 149 S2 apprentices. They're one sponsor. Out of the other 263 sponsors, so 263 different contractors that are registered sponsors, they have 577 apprentices amongst those 263 companies. It's just it's a different format. If we all pulled together and created a situation where we held everybody's licenses, could it be different? Yes. But again, none of this has anything to do with the training. The training doesn't change because the job site ratio doesn't change. It would be illegal to send someone out to a job site with any more than 1-to-1. No one is arguing to put any more kids or any more apprentices on a job than 1-to-1. What we are talking about here is restricting growth of Connecticut businesses. We are bottlenecking, and it is the state of Connecticut's regulation that is stifling the growth of the trades economy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. So if I'm understanding this, what you're saying is a union shop would go to the union to get the apprentice numbers that they need, that the organization, the union, whatever it is, has applied for a tranche of apprenticeship, and they hand them out to union shop members.
Absolutely. So if a union contractor were to bid a job and they are on a totally different level, they're not doing a change out at Mrs. Jones's house necessarily. So if they're working on a large power plant or a school construction project, they are going to the union hall, and if they have 100 workers on that job, they can go to the hall and get their 100 apprentices out onto that particular job. Whereas if Stillman Jordan mentioned, if NCON was looking to get ratio relief for a job, he has to apply for the ratio relief, and it's for his specific company, him as the sponsor. He doesn't have a hall full of apprentices to go pull from. He's the individual sponsor. So again, they're just entirely different business models, but it's really cumbersome to come up here year after year and the only one opposing this. I mean, you have a room full right now of private business owners. The only one opposing this is the union. That it just is a different business model and the ratio does not apply to them in the same way.
So where does the number come from for the union shops?
What do you mean? Where does the number come from?
Well, they have 100 and whatever apprenticeship. And they've got those through the Department of Labor. How do they arrive at the number that they have?
So that would be a great question. I do believe some of our union members are going to be testifying as well. Some of the different unions will be coming up today to ask. I believe if I were to go to, we'll take 777's website, they have about 3,000, I believe, members. Is that 3,000 license holders? Possibly. I don't know if all of them are still working in the field. And that's something to look at too. I mean, I have my real estate license. My date of birth is on file with the state of Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection. I'd be very curious to see what the average age of a plumber is in the state of Connecticut right now. That is one industry that is very hard in the residential construction market to find a licensed plumber. So I don't know if all of their members are working, but they absolutely have the licenses. If they have 3,000 licenses, we just said potentially registered to the hall, to the union, and they only have 149 apprentices, sounds like they're probably within their ratio. But that would be a question for them. Whereas for us, as you've heard from Stillman and several of the other contractors, they are, as the sponsor, if they have 45 licenses, they could only have 15 apprentices. They could put them out on the job site, 45 to 45, right? 1-to-1 out on the job site. But the state of Connecticut is regulating how many they can hire. It's just, again, it's very anti-commerce. It's anti-growth.
Senator Martin.
Megan? Oh,
Jen,
Jennifer, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. So I really want to understand this. So Union Hall 77, they hold numerous licenses. I'm going to say 1,000 as an example here. There's a job and they need more apprentices. Are they using licenses where individuals, the journeyman who has that license, is he on that job as well?
I don't know. It's not my business model. I don't know. I just know that they have 149 apprentices registered to them, and that's only for one sponsor. I don't have a single merit shop contractor in Connecticut that could possibly ever get to that point.
So the sponsor is the Union Hall.
Correct.
Who hold all different business journeyman licenses.
It's a multiple
and
employer.
at will, they can, the way I understand this, and I understand that you don't know exactly, but if I'm following this, that there's a possibility that someone makes a phone call, they need 10 apprentices, or excuse me, let's raise the number. Let's say they need 30 apprentices. Technically, they should have 90 journeymen. And like most contractors in here, those journeymen have to have a license and registered with the Department of Labor, but they're on the job site. But there's a possibility here, which we're going to get some clarity later on, that those licenses that are being used to get the 30 apprentices may not be on that job site.
All that matters on the job site, because it's a different ratio, is the 1-to-1. So if they have 30 licensed journeymen on the job site, they can call up the hall and get 30 apprentices. Again.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Right?
Okay.
So as
Right.
long as they have the 30 licenses, because that's the legality, that's the regulation of the job site, they can call the
Okay.
hall and get the 30 apprentices.
And my question is if those licenses are on the job site.
And yes, I would absolutely 100% say that they would have those licensees working on the job site. Those journeymen, and if they were calling up for those apprentices, would be there. But we aren't talking about job site here. We are talking about the hiring. So the reason why this is a commerce issue is because it is stifling the merit shop contractors in Connecticut from being able to grow. They will not be able to size up to hire that many apprentices to take on to that scale because we are bottlenecking this. So this industry just isn't growing. We're staying stagnant at the same number of license holders, even though it's like a silver tsunami of licensees that are getting ready to retire.
Jennifer, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, questions? Seeing none. Thanks for being with us. And did you give us written testimony, Jennifer?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you much.
Thank you.
Megan, DeBaldo Electric. Hi, Megan. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving this opportunity. I kind of wear a unique hat in this situation. For starters, I'll say that I'm a mom and we currently cannot register our son. Secondly, I'm a wife of a contractor. So I see that side of everything. He brings his work home. It's a 24/7 situation. Stress of not having enough licenses. I'm also partial business owner in our company. And the average age of our employees is, like someone said earlier, 55. In less than 10 years, all of that knowledge, all of that expertise is going to be gone. It's not going to be able to be shared down. We need the apprentices, that 1-to-1 ratio. I don't want to go over and say the same things that everyone else is saying, but the sentiment is out there. These businesses are struggling to get apprentices to train, to have licensed guys on the jobs. I had a couple of other thoughts. I'll just pull up real quick. Yeah, again, it was stated earlier, you cannot stop an apprentices. You're not holding them back. We can't tell them they can't test. As soon as they're completed with their coursework and their hours, someone I think said the state sends them a letter, they can test. We encourage it, we support it. We want our guys to advance because now it's another license in the field. Now it's another apprentice that it goes towards getting our apprentices. Was the on-site, off-site clarified? Does everybody? I felt like that was asked several times and not fully understood.
Are you accusing me of being confused?
No, not at all. I just
You
want to
might
make
be
sure.
right, but you might be right. But no, I think I'm clear on it now.
Okay,
But
good.
I know I asked it at least 5 times. I'm sure my co-chair will remind me after the hearing about how many times I asked the same question.
Yeah.
So thank you.
That's okay. Yeah, and with the lack of apprentices, the lack of apprentices coming up, the licenses aren't there. So we are turning away projects because we don't have the manpower to do them.
So Megan, how about the ratio relief process? Have you availed yourself to that?
We find it very cumbersome. It takes a long time and it has to be done every year.
Long time, like what?
For the process to be approved.
Yeah, I know. About how long?
At different points in time, it's been weeks to months. And when we have a need, when you're applying for the relief, the need is now. The need is not 4 weeks from now or 6 months from now. It's
Yep. Questions from colleagues? Representative Garvey.
Thank you. When you're talking about the hours of the interns, what I heard what people saying was that bad actors will somehow keep them for achieving their hours of training by not giving them hours, moving them around. I mean, is that something that you've heard as commonplace, or that's just something that could possibly happen sometime?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say it's commonplace. And, we have, situations with, our peer contractors, in our community or in surrounding towns where we will, swap guys or rent guys kind of thing. But I'd like to think our apprentices stay with us. Most of our guys have been here 20, 25, 30 years. It's a company my father-in-law started, and my husband and I took it over 27, 28 years ago. And we have been able to grow the business, but for more than 50 years, this apprentice ratio has been an issue. I can remember being a teenager and my father-in-law stressing about, we can't get apprentices. If I don't have apprentices, I'm not going to have guys in the future.
And am I correct? I think if I were in your place as the business owner, that I would want them moving up to journeyman because you're having trouble. You're not going to stifle And if there is a
100%.
bad actor, we have to take care of that
Yeah,
situation.
I think it's just one of those that, there's bad doctors, there's bad lawyers, there's
Right.
bad dentists, there's bad everything. And in
There's
my,
bad us.
you're
I mean,
right. There's
everywhere.
bad moms too. They,
Right.
but it's not something fortunately that we see on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative Garabay. But under that scenario, the system is set up so that you are signing a contract, if you will, with
Yes.
DOL. So DOL is the oversight
Yes.
on moving these apprentices through the process.
Yes.
Now, if you move them around, I mean, what would that mean? That you say to an apprentice, we have no longer any place for you here, but that apprentice does not lose those hours.
That's
But does
correct.
that ever happen?
I mean, in a time, back during COVID when there was no work, if you had to, let someone go, yes. But I mean, our apprentices work hard.
And if that does happen, that apprentice though has their accumulated hours. And it sounds like in this world, there are, I mean, but for the ratio, a need for the apprentice.
Yes.
So the only way we would hold them back is if that happens, then they move and they cannot find another contractor who has room under their cap, so to speak.
That's correct. We
Yeah.
turn away apprentices. We're not turning away journeymen.
Yep. Because they're not out there. Okay, thank you. Questions? Yeah, Representative Meskers.
So that last piece you kind of slipped by, and I wanted to emphasize or focus on it. If you go for ratio relief, it's for a year.
Mhm.
I'm kind of dumbfounded. So if I bring on an apprentice, so I'm getting a new recent graduate out of the system, and he needs about 4 years of apprentice work, sometimes less if they get 2,500 if they come to a tech school. But I'm not guaranteed when I get the ratio relief that I can take him through to his journeyman's license. I may hire him, the hours will transfer,
Yes.
but with the cap, he has to go and find someone else who's willing to put him on board with some experience.
I would say the key difference there is I would say it's not that someone's else willing to put them on. It's whether or not the state chooses to renew our waiver.
Well, but I'm saying if they don't,
Right.
then it's whether they're willing to take, he's out in the field
Right.
expecting, having gotten a waiver, that he's got a 3-year or 4-year process to get to his journeyman's license. And the state, if they don't renew the waiver, so they're not granting the waiver, is my point, to
No,
the
it's not a
individual.
4-year term. Correct.
And it's not for the term of him to get to his journeyman's license.
That's correct.
That seems a little bit cruel.
Yeah.
All right.
For 12 months.
Yeah, we
Thank
have
you
to, we have to
very
reapply for it every year.
So
As soon as our apprentices graduate, finish their hours and graduate, we hire them, they stay, fortunately. If in our experience, and obviously there's other business owners here that can speak differently, but in our experience, if an apprentice doesn't get their license, it's because they haven't finished the schooling. They didn't, do it in the 2-year window that it's offered with, IAC. It's each semester they take a certain number of classes. They can finish it in 2 years, going nights, working full time. It's the students took a semester off, or they didn't, they only took 2 classes instead of 3, or some reason for that, or they just simply changed their mind and left. But very rarely, we haven't had apprentices that start, given a spot, start with us, finish their schooling, finish their hours, not get their license, unless they choose not to.
And is there a certain number of hours they have to take in a year or a semester or?
No, I believe they could do it over the 4 years, but they can't get their license if their schooling isn't finished. The 2 have to be completed in the 4 years. Most programs, they like to run them through, because the earlier you have your schooling, then you're following it with hands-on experience. You don't want to, at the end, take your schooling. So the the goal is to have it at a technical school. I wish more public schools offered these opportunities. My son and, his friend would have taken the classes and they could have graduated from Glassman High School with a bulk of their coursework done. Even if they didn't start as a freshman, they could have started as a junior and been halfway done. But it's at the technical school. So the kids that come out of a technical school have the advantage of their coursework being done. So they just can focus on working for the 4 years, get their hours, get their test, get their license, and advance.
Yeah, and is there a scenario where you, by virtue of the ratio relief, have a year and then you go back for the continuation of that waiver for that particular apprentice and it's denied?
Off the top of my head, I can't answer that. I'd have to look back at all of our records, because with the waiver, you have the flexibility of, if we have, say we get a waiver and, we hire a person and it's good for the year. If within that year, one of our other apprentices gets his license, we can then register him
And you don't
not
need,
under
and-
the relief.
and you don't need it.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Further questions from colleagues? Yes, Representative Hufferman.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Can I ask you, how many journeyman licenses does your business, or licensed journeyman rather, does your business have?
I think we have 19.
All right, so under the current rules, you could only have 6 apprentices?
Correct.
Okay, do you think that maybe a solution or a compromise might be made where we could say small businesses under so many journeymen can waive the ratio? You think that might be something that could help the situation out at all?
I'll be perfectly honest, it would be a start, but that's, then you're, as Jen Jennings had said, you're kind of limiting growth, because then you're not going to take advantage of the opportunity to go from 20 guys to 25 guys or 30 guys. You're not going to take that extra big project knowing that you can add employees to. If it's a 1-to-1, if you're less than 20 guys, you're going to.
Okay. Very good,
It,
then.
it just puts you back in the same scenario.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Representative Heffernan.
Thank you for your time.
And are there further questions? Thank you so much, Megan. We'd like to now invite Matthew Mitchell from the Norbert Mitchell Company. Is
Hello.
Matthew with us?
Yes, I'm on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Hello, Matthew.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for your time today. My name is Matthew Mitchell, president of Norbert Mitchell Company, located in Danbury, Connecticut. We're an HVAC service company and a delivered fuels provider. Our family business employs over 270 local residents. The Norbert Mitchell Company has been operating in Connecticut since 1945, when my grandfather returned from World War II and started his service business. I'm here to speak in favor of HB number 6786, an act concerning the hiring ratio for skilled trades. To meet the needs of our customers during our peak summer and winter periods, it's critical for us to keep our service department fully staffed year-round. For over 80 years, we have been hiring and training local people who come to us with a desire to learn our trade, proper schooling, and a commitment to serve their community. We have trained and licensed well over 100 technicians during this company's history. Currently, we have a state-registered HVAC apprentice program where we train future B and S technicians to serve our communities in Western Connecticut. They work hard to learn the trade and attain their licenses, and once they do, they can begin to build an incredibly rewarding and stable career in HVAC. Our company makes a significant financial commitment to our apprenticeship program, as the apprentices will spend anywhere from 1 to 4 years riding along and learning with a licensed technician before they are eligible to sit for the license exam. And during that time, their wages, benefits, and other compensation are paid 100% by the company. We are proud of this commitment and have always seen this as an important investment that we make in our community and the service that we provide to our customers. We have observed firsthand the difficulty of attracting local people into our trade. Connecticut has an aging workforce, and most young people coming out of high school are more likely to attend college rather than pursue the trades. When we do find candidates to join our apprenticeship program, we are restricted in the number of apprentices that we can hire by the state's hiring ratio, as everybody has been discussing today, even though we have ample technicians for them to learn from. If we all acknowledge that we have this need for licensed trade people, which will only increase as older workers leave the workforce, and have technicians to train these apprentices, and have companies that are willing to pay 100% of the training costs, why would we not let these companies make these investments in Connecticut's future? This legislation should have no fiscal impact on the state's budget. This legislation is bipartisan. This legislation can have an immediate impact on Connecticut's skilled labor workforce and begin solving an important problem right away. If you pass this into law, we will find, hire, train, and pay more local people looking for a lifelong career in our trade. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Matthew, thank you very much for testifying today and sharing your experience. Questions from colleagues? Yes, Representative Meskers.
So Matthew, given the size of the firm, it's a significant size. How many of them currently could you say are journeymen? How many are apprentices? And would a change in this rule spark you to add more apprentices to your payroll?
Yes, we would add more apprentices with a change to this rule. The size would be a bit. We're not just an HVAC company. We also deliver fuels. We own and operate convenience stores and gas stations as well. But the HVAC portion, the service portion of our company is a significant portion, and we would, to put a number on it, we'd probably add 4 or 5 more apprentices if this law were passed.
And what kind of, are you dealing with the same state ratio in terms of salaries there, or recommended starting?
Yep.
So
Yes,
you're at about 20, and then it goes up every 6 months as they complete some of their licensing or hours, right?
Yes, it all depends on the schedule that's set with the state, but I believe that's correct.
Okay, and without violating trade secrets, what's the baseline once they get to be journeymen? Or minimum you'd look at?
I'm really not certain. It depends on the license class, and we have a few different ones.
Could you give me the range then? Start to, top to bottom, more or less?
Offhand, 20, probably in the range of 23, 25, something in that. Yeah, that would be the bottom range, and then up from there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Representative Musker's questions. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Matthew. Vinnie Valente, who is in person. Yeah, hi, Vinnie.
Hello, Chairwoman Hartley, Chairman Meskers, Ranking Member Martin, Ranking Member Anaskovich, and members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Vinnie Valente, and I am the training coordinator for the UA Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 777, Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee. Our current enrollment is 200 registered apprentices in the plumbing, pipe fitting, and HVACR licensed trades. They comprise of an amazing mix of young professionals from all walks of life. They represent and have amazing futures in our trade. Apprentices in our program complete a 5-year apprenticeship that combines on-the-job learning and classroom learning. They are registered with the state on day 1 and begin an amazing process of professional and personal growth. Over that period, $40,000 is invested into each apprentice. They are not charged tuition. The program does not rely on any state or federal funding. There's a benefit of our membership. We take no state or federal grant dollars, anything like that. We've invested in our young professionals in this manner for over 100 years. It works very well. It works very well. Apprenticeship and workforce training are true labors of love for me. I started as an apprentice pipe fitter over 30 years ago. I've achieved the S1 and the P1 unlimited contractors licenses and many other certifications involving trades work. I've had the privilege of being in service in state government, and I sit on trade-related workforce boards and licensing boards. Of all the experiences I've enjoyed at work, the very best is to be part of the process that culminates with an apprentice crossing the threshold to being a licensed journey person. Knowing that they have a ticket to the middle class is a great feeling. They can earn a professional's wage, have decent health care coverage, and retirement plans as hard-earned and well-appreciated benefits. I stand in opposition to HB 6786. I am in agreement with many of the reasons that will be cited in opposition to the bill, including the many years of adjustment to apprentice hiring ratio over the years, the overriding need to ensure the safety of our young professionals on complicated and dangerous work sites. Most of all, my opposition is based on the honest belief that any further adjustments to hiring ratios will naturally not contribute to the amount of successfully completed quality registered apprenticeships. I would rather give consideration to what I have come to learn is the primary reason for a concern in our apprenticeship programs, and that is the simple failure to properly register people working in apprenticeship capacities. Over the years, I've met far too many young people that have not been registered properly by the employers. Time that should have gone towards earning wage progressions, ensuring that classroom instruction is being committed to, and getting to the point of licensure is all wasted. We receive hundreds of applications for our program each year. I hear these same things from a good percentage of our applicants. I attend job fairs and many other workforce functions. I hear the same thing from applicants. I worked for a contractor. They didn't register me. I moved on. I ran into the same thing. I see them in front of the licensing boards with these good person letters saying, this person worked for me for 5 years. Please go ahead and let them have their license, but no proof of what work schedules they performed under, no proof of having had any school. They just think it's okay to break the law, no problem. So this bill, and I do want to mention too, the proposed bill has proponents, and I sat through this morning, all the testimony I wanted to hear, because I have many friends in this room. I think their opinions should be considered fairly. They are the voices of my friends and colleagues. It's not a union, non-union issue. It's not. 95% of the industry we have in the same. So I don't feel like it should be clarified like that. And Senator Martin, if you give me an opportunity, I can better clarify our structure. The bill should simply be set aside as it does nothing to address a deeply problematic issue. The greater problem is the failure to register those already working in the licensed trades, including workers who are purposely misclassified in an attempt to keep from paying proper wages and benefits. I believe that it's an issue better addressed, and addressing that issue will offer better results. The method to keep these young professionals that are being mistreated are already in place. The means to keep a level playing field for all our good employing contractors, many of which you heard from today, union and open shop, exist now. It simply amounts to enforcing the laws we already have on the books. Without enforcements, standards go out the window. It's very simple. No cops to enforce the speed limit. Everyone's going to speed. You're going to put it together. Hiring more licensed inspectors is paramount to ensuring that those who work in unregistered or unlicensed and those employing young professionals in the trades without being registered as an apprentice or licensed are brought to task. This is a better use of the time and energy of all. That's the extent.
Thank you very much, Vinnie. So I know there'll be a few questions. What's wrong with the model that does more enforcement, appropriate enforcement, and also addresses the ratios?
Did you say what's wrong with the current model?
No, what's wrong with a model that does more enforcement, because they were talking about 6
Oh, I
inspectors
think-
or something.
I
No,
think-
and a model that more enforcement, more inspection, and relief on the ratios.
I heard a lot of consensus today of the need to bring on more inspectors, in particular DCP inspectors. There are 6 now. Not too long ago, there were only 3. It's impossible to have the coverage to get out there and check, right? might rely on complaints being made by consumers for shoddy work. They follow up, find out this person wasn't an above board thing. And nobody you heard from today. You know, these are good contractors you heard from today. So you're saying, why not continue with the ratio relief?
No, I'm saying, why not a model that gives a boost to enforcement, but also gives ratio relief? Yes.
I had stated before that we've run in 20 years, 19 years, as Ms. Jennings has said, permutations of constant attrition and adjustment to the ratios. They've gone from more restrictive to where they are now. And, I heard complaints about the ratio relief process. I'm aware that 90 to 95% of the ratio reliefs are approved in full or partial. The reason you need that system is that it's a guardrail. One of the questions that I deal with, are you in trouble with wage and workplace? Are you in trouble with health and safety, right? What's the size of your company? Give me a list of your licensed people to ensure you have the proper number of people. So you need this as a guardrail. This is dangerous work. This is one of the most dangerous occupations. And I mean, even in a house. Some houses are more dangerous than industrial job sites. I wouldn't work in my own cellar for money sometimes if you look around, right? You're sending people out to work with live energized systems, chemicals, and if they're not properly supervised, what happens is they die. I need more than both my hands to account for apprentice funerals. People get killed on the job. It's not just an industrial thing. People that work low voltage have been electrocuted. They say it's only 24 volts. It's not a big deal. It's low voltage controls. They still have, been maimed and killed in these work sites. Supervising apprentices it's a privilege to do this. It's a privilege. And if these systems had worked already, then why do we still have this absence of licensed folks? Right? Because there was relief and there was more apprentices brought on. Where are these apprentices that are finishing? Where are these apprentices that are getting their licenses? Because over these 2 decades, there should be a dearth of licensed folks. And the other thing is why these trades and not the other trades is these are highly skilled trades. They require a lot of education. Our program is 5 years long, 8,500 hours on the job, 1,000 hours in the school. All right. And some of the information that was given earlier should be clarified. We have S2 licenses, we have P2 licenses, we have D2 licenses, we have B2 licenses. We have folks that get second licenses. We carry certifications in welding and medical gas work. The $40,000 is an investment. And nobody asked any of our apprentices for 10 cents back. All we say is, if you enjoyed what you went through and you found it to be worthwhile, stay here for another 30 years and pay it back so the next person can come through the program.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vinnie, for that explanation. So you're talking about safety. So 1-to-1, you've got a person who has obviously less hours, less experience. That is the apprentice working with a person who is obviously seasoned, experienced, and licensed. That's a journeyman. So that's a 1-to-1. And you've got, I would think, a good oversight there. When you get to 1-to-3, are people tripping over each other? How does that work? I got 3 people on my back.
Again,
versus-
I don't want to punch you by my weight and talk about how people run their business. I'm just the principal of a little red schoolhouse, right? I run a training program, but I also represent contractors. And one of the things that needs to be clarified is it is not the union that holds any license. The union does not hold any apprentice card. The Joint Apprentice Committee is 50% contractors. 3 of the oldest contractors in the country, MJ Daly, Buckingham and Ruth, and the K Company and Meriden, are members of our Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee. Okay, our committee is 50-50 management, contractors, and labor is 50%, and they meet once a month about the direction of the program, and they roll by consensus. Votes are taken. It's not the union that holds any license. The union does not hold the apprentice cards. The apprentice card goes to the individual apprentice.
Thank you for that explanation. I'm still trying to understand this ratio of 3 people supervising me versus 1, and how that is not as safe. But Representative Meskers has questions.
Senator Hartley, one of the reasons, while it was said, okay, well, if I had 10 mechanics and I have 10 apprentices, and that's great. And if it were up to me, I would say, 7, 8 would probably be reasonable, because you could lose 1 or 2 people, still be comfortable, have that 1-to-1, whether you had 5 jobs or all 8 folks on the other job. So there's a reason to limit it. There's a reason because, if you flood with a bunch of young trainees, they're not all going to finish their program. The people that have licenses are going to start to get let go if once the labor gets to the point where it can get, okay, you have a 3rd or 4th year that can do something like a mechanic done. Why don't I get rid of a few mechanics and just keep my lower paid tier? That's a business decision. That's mercenary. Don't think that people won't do that. The other is, the ones that have office work to do, most of these small shops don't have a CAD department or a big warehouse to clean up. They're working out of their house. A lot of businesses work on very small scale. And 5-person shops, 6-person licensed shops, getting 5 apprentices, 4 apprentices, that's very easy to do. Ask the DOL for ratio relief. If you're not in trouble with wage and workplace or OSHA, you're going to get approval. Laziness and whining aren't the answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's not exactly what I heard about the ratio relief, that, sometimes
but
it takes a while. You're
I-
on the job, you need to get those people.
Senator, I used
I know, I'm
I
just
used to work in
finishing,
that
if you don't
office, so
mind.
I'm well informed on this.
Yeah. Okay, then talk to me about this situation of failure to register. So
So
you have people who are working in the jobs, and they're not going to school, they're not registered with DOL, their hours aren't accruing.
earlier this morning in another hearing, testimony was given by individuals. And I might refer to that. You'll hear some other folks here today. So what will happen is someone will get hired on. Oh, I can't let John kid now. I don't have ratio relief, or I got 90-day probation or 6-month probation. There's no allowance for probation. If you enter the trades, you need to be licensed or a registered apprentice on day 1. So they're giving a lot of baloney stories. That's one aspect of it. And they leads on and they tell them they're registered and they're not. I hear this directly from other people. And I know that's secondary and it's hearsay, but I've heard it 100 times and more in the last few years.
Yeah, I get it. But isn't that the instance where you have the DCP inspector, who's doing the oversight?
They're not available. There were only 3, now
And
there's
they're-
6. They cannot,
And to our point about, yeah, I understand.
You need
Only
more.
3,
You
now
need a-
6, and probably that's it.
just
It's
enforce
a
the laws you got.
disproportionate number also.
I apologize for interrupting. Just
no.
enforce the laws that are on the books. That will bring results. Results for everyone in a positive way. This just loosening these standards, and they're required and they're necessary and they serve good purpose, versus getting the riffraff out of state and making sure our contractors in state got fair, level playing field to bid this work. Because those folks jumping the line in Danbury from the other counties in New York don't care if they got a Connecticut license or not. They're doing the work. Bust them, and bust the people that are hiring people here, misclassifying them as laborers when they're doing skilled craft work and keeping them from getting their licenses in the future. These are young people with families. They're starting around 20 years old, 25, 26. They get married, they start families, they want to buy a house. And you have these dirty birds that are just doing, nobody you heard from today, I swear, because these are great people. But it really needs to get out there and enforce the law we got. Because what about adjusting this law, creating a new law, makes any difference if you don't enforce the laws you have now? I don't understand it.
Thank you for your comments. Senator Martin, do you have questions?
Isn't it regarding the I guess bad actors, those that are bringing on, young men, young women, and hiring them? And I guess there's an assumption here by the one that is hired that their hours are being, they're accruing. So isn't it for them to, isn't it a part of their responsibility
The-
to
the-
follow up,
the-
to,
the-
to
the-
make sure,
the
excuse me,
worker.
thank you.
Yeah.
The question is, isn't part of the responsibility on the apprentice to also make sure that I am registered?
Yes, sir. And I was trying to clarify, you meant the worker or the apprentice. There's two folks involved, the employer and the apprentice. The one that's most likely cognizant of the laws is the employer. An apprentice entering in should become aware. If they go through the VOTEC system, they're going to get more education about apprenticeship because it's well discussed there. If they come from a comprehensive high school, they're not going to get that information. So yeah, they're both outside of the box as far as the law goes.
Okay, thank you.
But the employer more so to me.
Okay, thank you. So could you explain to me, I asked the previous speaker regarding this, it seems like those that are within the union have a different requirement for the meeting the ratios.
Absolutely not.
I don't understand
It's not true.
that. Can you explain it
It's not
in
true.
your terms?
It's not true. We are subject to the same laws as everybody else. It is not true. It's an uninformed statement. It is not true. We are subject to the very same laws as everybody else, more than most.
So a journeyman, someone who has a license within your umbrella, if the call is made from a business for, I need X amount of men, and I need 10 men, how many are being sent to that job? So 10, are they made up of 10 electricians who are licensed journeymen, or are they 5 and 5?
When a contractor calls for labor, they would request one of our members that is either a plumber or a heating and cooling mechanic. And if they wanted apprentices, they could contact the business office or contact my office directly. And I would assign apprentices to that contractor for that job. So they would call for the need of whatever part of the project they bid on. Maybe they've got the heating, but not the plumbing, or vice versa. So they're going to get the licensed journey worker for their labor needs, and a young woman or a man as an apprentice if they want apprentices. They don't have to take apprentices. So yeah, they would call and request what type of labor they need, what skill sets they need. And if they need apprentices, they'll also ask for apprentices.
Whose responsibility is it that the ratios are met?
Mine.
So you would know, would know how many electricians are on that job,
if I had,
including apprentices.
If I had an apprentice that said, I showed up to work today and there's no mechanic, I say, come to the school right now. And that hasn't happened ever.
So the question is, it's your responsibility to make sure that if there is one journeyman that is asked for and an apprentice, it's your responsibility.
To make sure that that apprentice is mentored on that job. Yes, sir.
And if there are other electricians on that job who make sure that those ratios are met.
Other electricians?
Yes.
We don't, well, I'll clarify. We do the heating and cooling and the plumbing.
Let's just stick to one.
Yeah.
So who determines how many men? There's a request. Gee, I'd like to have X amount of journeymen. I want 10 journeymen. Who makes sure that those ratios are met? But I also need some apprentices.
I do.
So you do. So you're saying here today that the first 3 1-to-1 ratios are met, and then after that, the 7 that are remaining, that those ratios, it would be a 3-to-1 ratio.
Yeah. Okay. So not to go too far in the woods again, the Joint Apprenticeship Committee.
I don't think I'm going into the woods
No,
here. I want to have an
have
understanding how it works.
I have to answer your question. The Joint Apprentice Committee
sponsors the apprentice. It's a multi-employer organization. So we have 200 apprentices, yes, 3,000 members, 2,000 working in the field. We're well okay within that 3-to-1 hiring ratio. Our number of apprentices to licensed journey people, we're not outside a ratio for the hiring. To answer your question on the job, I'm ultimately responsible for everything about an apprentice. They have my phone 24/7. It's a privilege to do it. If I were to find out that they were not supervised on a job, being mistreated on a job, I pull them. I'll pull them out that minute. I may not have a job for them to go to the next day, but I'm at least going to get them out of harm's way. So to understand is that our committee is contractors and labor. They sponsor the apprentices with multiple employers. The open shop could have a multiple employer organization if they wanted to, so organized. There's no rule that they can't do it the same way that we do it. So a lot of the points that are being brought up, which is why I think this is, for lack of a better term, a fool's errand. And we should work on forcing laws that are on the books. This is not going to help solve the problems discussed today.
So I'll go on to another question. You said that you spend $40,000 from the time that an apprentice it joins the training, the classroom hours, till the 4-year period is over. You spend about $10,000 a year.
5-year period.
Five years. So
And 40,000 is a per capita cost with our
okay,
training
and
fund.
that is your model.
Yes, sir.
And the merit shop individuals or companies, I heard or I've learned that they also sponsor their interns as well.
Right. They
So
would typically be an apprenticeship sponsor, but they're not required to pay for their schooling except for 50% of the VOTEC amount.
That is a choice, right?
Yeah, no, it's a great choice.
That's their model.
Yeah.
And you have your model.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Representative Meskers, followed by Representative Aniscovic.
So in all the conversations we started with today, the ratio on site is 1-to-1.
That is the law.
Okay.
Yes.
And
It
that's
can
not,
be. It doesn't have to.
excuse me,
Yeah.
and that's not under discussion today. As far as I'm aware, we've not discussed changing the on-site ratio 1-to-1.
I don't.
So the only conversation we've had is about people who legitimately are looking to increase the ratio of apprentices to journeymen at their in their business, not on site. That's what I've understood our discussion to be about today. So it confuses me on that, where we get to a safety issue. And it confuses me as to why the bad actors who are there today and will be there tomorrow, and they will be there, depending on the level of enforcement, for eternity. I'm not sure how that changes with the issue that we're looking at, which is the ratio of who you can employ who's an apprentice.
I think one of the driving factors is it's purely mercenary. If you have people coming in, not registering, not having licenses, and doing construction, and all these cookie cutter homes and commercial restaurants, teams come in, they bang a place out, and they head out. That's a driving downward force. I see the type of work they do. I see them working after hours in the dark without safety harnesses. All right, now you set a standard here where this is allowed.
But excuse me, look, I'm not going to argue about other scenarios. I guess my question specifically is, the people who are looking for ratio relief, are you telling me they're going to be working in the dark of night? Or you're telling me that ratio relief is going to expand some other level? Because I'm trying to understand that, right? I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm trying to figure out the framework of, it's not it's 1-to-1 on site where the risk, I think the risk is highest. And it's a question of, I won't argue with you. I think the level of enforcement needs to be higher. I think I suggest the level of enforcement probably needs to be higher. I'm confused about why the people who would look for regulatory relief would be the people that we would suggest are going to be the ones who are going down the wrong path. And I'm just, that confuses me. Because I'm getting people who I think are
There are
genuine asking for regulatory
limitations,
relief.
there are limitations on the number of people that enter law school, or nursing school. I'm not going to answer to that. What I'm saying is this isn't the problem. It's a bigger problem. This does not solve the problem of getting young people paid into the trades, okay? Because they're not going to stick around if we have this downward race on our compensations to work. If you can't get the wages and benefits, no one's going to be in this trade as long as people are coming back and forth and doing the work without having proper registrations, without having licenses, without following safety rules. That's the problem.
Okay.
This is a waste of time and effort that should be spent on making it a better,
You know,
safe, a level playing field.
I can understand the position, I think. I understand the concern about people who aren't following the letter and spirit of the law. I think the testimony I heard today was from people who are looking to expand because they're having trouble finding journeymen because the ages are not going down. And because we've got an apprentice program that's pushing people through, they're looking to get people with apprentices to get their work time experience. And that the ratio is providing a bottleneck or bottle jam in getting enough people through the system to be licensed and professionals. That's where my conversation has been from the start. My conversation has been, and I was relieved to hear that we're staying 1-to-1 on site on a safety issue. And I was trying to figure out why, when we're not on site, what the safety issue is if I'm going to go to a 1-to-1 ratio not on site. And I understand that the people who cheat create a safety issue, but I'm not sure that the people who are applying for this are part of that problem. But that, that's where I'm trying to, understand. I'm just trying to
If
understand.
adjustment to ratio was going to do this, and there's been adjustments over the last 20 years, where are those results? Where is there any improvement? Even the ratios have been changed over the last decades. They've been relaxed. So you would think that those actions by previous legislative sessions would have done something to increase the number of registered apprentices, would increase the number of licensed people, but it hasn't.
So I won't put you off guard in the conversation, and I'm looking right now as I'm putting people through VTech, VOTech training programs to get to the apprentice level. I'm trying to increase their ability to get work experience to get to a journeyman's license. And I guess, is there another suggestion to grow the workforce? Because I
Yes.
need to grow the workforce.
Yeah, quality training programs, as represented in this room, are the answer. Quality training programs.
But I've heard from some of the quality training programs, and they think that the licensing would help.
Yeah, but why aren't people getting the licenses if this ratio relief that's happened in the past should have made some bump? We could see 10% rise or a 2% rise in number of licensed people. But if everything's staying flat and they say we can't get licensed people, or they don't want to pay a certain amount for a licensed person, there's a lot more factors.
Well, okay.
And as long as you have people that compete by undercutting.
Thank you very much, Representative Meskers. Representative Van Skelvich, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you, Madam. I just want to stay focused on what we're here for. I mean, this bill is related to workforce ratios. That's what this bill is about. This isn't about safety. It's not about 1-to-1 on site. That's not what this bill is undertaking. It's taking a workforce ratio issue that's 3-to-1 currently. So I think we sit here and we listen to the debates and to the testimony, and everybody wants the same thing, right? Everybody wants the same thing. You spoke yourself to getting these people to work, getting them to have a family, getting them to buy a house, getting them to stay in the state, right? You want your workers to be successful. And so do the merit side. They want their workers to be successful. They said the exact same thing. But yet we're having some sort of battle here over why we should be changing this work ratio. If our objective, and our objective here on commerce, is to get people to work, get the economy moving, get things moving forward, our job here is to make sure that we're going to do all that we can to make sure that we can get people in our state to work. And the way that we do that is to make sure that we don't put up restrictions that allows them to do that. A 3-to-1 work ratio seems to put up a restriction because the merit contractors are limited into what they can hire. And if they're limited into what they can hire, then we're putting up a roadblock. We talk about a lot of other things as it relates to this bill, and it is a very encompassing bill because it entails obviously housing. It entails people trying to get into the trades and getting younger generations of children into the trade so that they can not have to go to college, so they don't have to have student loans, so they can actually get out and work and make a good living, which is what everybody in this room, I think, wants for the people that want to do this. So my question is very simply, what's the roadblock? What's the problem with specifically reducing 3-to-1 to 1-to-1?
The 30 years I've been doing this, what will happen is you'll have a glut of younger people in the workforce that aren't getting trade, that are getting paid less. You won't have completion rates that you should be having, and you'll also start losing journey workers to this competitive market. It's not the answer. The answer is, and should have been over, I hear this, the silver tsunami. Well, I have to announce I'm the last baby boomer, born at the end of 64. The silver tsunami has landed, it's ebbed, it's washed away, okay? There are a lot of young people here in this room. They go through a 5-year program, they work a 30-year career. We try to replace them with the retirement. This is not the answer.
Okay, so an aging industry is a problem. Could you not agree to that?
Absolutely.
And I'm happy. I'm happy to see all these young kids in here, all of them. Doesn't matter where they're from, who they're from, where they work. It's awesome that they're here because they're showing that they want to be involved. It shows that they want to work. It shows that they want to help. The bottom line on this bill is a 3-to-1 work ratio. We want to be able to get every child that wants to get into this industry to work. That's what we're here to do. So I'm asking a simple question about, why so much resistance to it? And again, those resistance comments that you made are things that we can fix. I mean, those things can be fixed. I mean, we talk about a bottleneck. Well, it's a bottleneck because we got a 3-to-1 ratio that's not allowing us to get more people into the workforce. That's what we're here to do. So I guess, I mean, we'll go through and we'll listen to the testimony, but I appreciate your testimony. Again, for me personally, I'm here to make sure that we're going to move this state forward, and we're going to get as many people as we can to work and doing the best they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Anaskevich. And Vinnie, if I might, so I hear you loud and clear, and I think that there's no difference about the safety issues that is baseline here. But really what we're wrestling with is, trying to increase, obviously, our building starts, our building permits. They have been depressed for 2 decades. And as we look at the pipeline is aging, despite the fact that we've got an average of $8,000 higher than the median cost of construction workers country. But so what would you suggest other than enforcement? Because we don't differ on that. We agree with you
Start with that.
So what should we be doing to address this issue? Because not addressing it is dereliction of duty.
I would say the enforcement and leveling the playing field for contractors to be able to bid and get this work, because
How do you level the playing field?
you arrest people.
Okay, that's enforcement.
Yeah.
What else?
Enforce the law.
Okay, that's enforcement. We agree with that. And so what else? You're saying strict enforcement, and that's going to get rid of
Continue
this
to use the
bottleneck, and we will then be able to meet the job demands of growing an economy.
As I mentioned, the racial relief is a good guardrail, because that company's got to present themselves
that.
a couple few pieces of paper. I'd say continue to use the racial relief,
Yeah.
find out who's applying for it, find out what's being approved or not being approved. And if that's, some people consider that system unfair, maybe something could be tweaked where it could be fairer, for lack of a better term. That might be helpful. But you know, flooding the bottom with half-experienced workers, you're not going to retain them. When the economy goes slow, they're going to come and go. You need
Yeah,
to
but I
really
have to
think it
stop you
through.
there because the apprenticeship program under our Department of Labor is very prescriptive, which means that it's being oversight. That is the guardrail that you're talking about. We endorse that, but it helps to make sure that these apprentices are going through the pipeline, getting the hours that they need and also the training. So that's happening. And then you say ratio relief, maybe we can perfect that. But I still don't know that that is going to address the overarching problem of, you know, this number of workers, potential workers who can't get into their field.
Senator, it will. I've been doing
They
this for
will?
over 30 years. It will help.
Yeah.
It will
Okay.
help. If
All right.
you follow
Thanks,
the
Vinnie.
law.
I really, really appreciate your advocacy and also being with us and your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the
And
privilege.
if there are no more questions, thank you for being with us.
Senator Summers here again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you have to wait. Vinnie, wait. Senator Summers is really feeling neglected, and it's my fault because I don't have my computer in front of me.
And it's mine because my computer keeps shutting down, so I can't monitor it. So I apologize.
Okay. Yes. Well, thank you for your testimony. I've been
Summers,
listening.
please just put your hand up so that the clerk can let us know. Okay.
I
So
had it up for, I don't know how it got down. It's been up, you know,
Oh.
so,
they didn't see it.
take it down now. Okay.
Go
So,
ahead.
sorry. Thank you for your testimony. I've been listening intently to your arguments, and, you know, it's very different than what we heard earlier. One of the things that you did say was that the ratios have changed over time. Can you give me that history? How have they changed?
I'll let others speak to the exact numbers.
Did it used to be 5-1, 6-1, and now it's 3-1, or?
Some data.
Okay, so do we, all right.
Effective in 6/27, it was 1-to-1 hiring. Oh, no, this is a change.
6/27.
This is the change since 2017. What was it prior? All right, prior to that, it was what? We don't have a good answer.
Okay, but you did state that it has been changed and it hasn't worked. So I think that we need to get that information. What was it before? What did we change it to, and what's not working?
It was 4-to-1 prior.
It was 4-1. Okay, so we went down to 3-1, and we still haven't seen more apprentices being able to enter the workforce. It hasn't hurt the workforce, or it hasn't hurt.
There is
You're not
also
seeing journeymen not doing it any longer. We lowered the ratio to 3-1, but yet we still have people that are looking to enter the market and can't seem to get jobs. So I just wanted to, you know, if you can provide that history. If not, I can ask through the Department of Labor to be able to get that. And I do appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
To answer your question a little further, I'd also like to mention that when 2017, when it changed to 3-1 for the first three, fifth-year apprentices do not count against the ratio relief, or fourth year, final year apprentices. So if you have a fourth-year apprentice, they don't count against ratio. You may also have 2 VOTEC students counting as one apprentice because they can only work part-time. So these were the adjustments that were made. It went from 4-1 to 3-1, the ratio relief system, final year apprentices not counting towards ratio, right? So those are taken off the equation. And also to get a VOTEC student to enter, you could get 2 VOTEC students to count as one apprentice because they work on a part-time basis. So those were the things that were done back in 2017. And I would think after 7 odd years, you would have seen some positive result from that. Have not seen it. So this is not the solution.
Okay, well, that, you know, that may be your opinion. Other people that testified earlier seem to think that it would be it would significantly help, and maybe those weren't the right adjustments to make, you know, in 2017. And we do, as you know, have people, as you've heard repeatedly from members of this committee, coming out of tech school, graduating and not able to enter the workforce with a large demand for housing, et cetera. So it's, I appreciate your viewpoint and I thank you for testifying today. So hopefully we can get the history on the changes so we can make an informed decision going forward. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Senator Summers. Vinnie, I don't see any other questions. Yes, sir.
If there's no other question, I'd like to make one final comment. Out in the foyer were a bunch of apprentices from unions, from merit shops, talking, smiling, shaking hands, and that's what gives me the most hope, because it's for those folks in combination that we've all come here today to help secure their futures. So they have good futures, good pay, good homes here in Connecticut. And that was really joyful to see all the kids just talking to each other.
Yeah, and it is really refreshing to have that generation and the students here with us being involved in a legislative process to understand all sides of it so we come to a common place. Thanks, Vinnie.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'd like to invite Scott Dolch, Restaurant Association President and CEO. Hey, Scott.
Talk about apprenticeship?
No,
Okay.
Did you bring any samples
I
from the
didn't
restaurant
bring
association?
samples. I apologize. Hope you guys got some lunch through that. So
No.
good afternoon, Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, Senator Martin, Representative Esposito, and members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Scott Dolch. I'm the president and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association, representing more than 9,000 restaurants around the state. I'm here with the opportunity to come today to speak about House Bill 6881, an act concerning arts, culture, and tourism. I commend the committee for bringing forward this bill. However, I believe the positive impact of investing in the hospitality industry is already well established. Every $1 invested in this sector yields an $8 return for our state. Rather than conducting another study, I propose that the committee consider using the 1% meals and beverage tax to create a Connecticut Hospitality Fund. This fund would direct these resources back into our municipalities, as well as support the state's Office of Tourism and Hospitality Workforce Development. A few weeks ago, I presented specific data in front of this committee on the meals and beverage tax. And today I have an important update based on the latest DRS annual report. Since the 1% increase in the meals and beverage tax in 2019, which raised the rate from 6.35% to 7.35%, the additional revenue has generated over $415 million for the state's general fund. In fiscal year 2024 alone, this tax generated over $107 million back to the state. Our specific ask is to reinvest these funds back into the hospitality industry in three key areas. First, 50% of these funds would be distributed back to the cities and towns based on the revenue that they generate with the meals and beverage tax. These funds could be used to support the local hospitality sector through grants, economic development initiatives, targeting marketing, and more. Second, 30% of the annual meals and beverage tax should be allocated directly to the Connecticut Office of Tourism. This would enable the office to compete at both regional and national levels to attract visitors to our state. Lastly, 20% of the revenue to be dedicated to workforce development in the hospitality sector. This would fund hospitality-specific training programs aimed at attracting, promoting, and retaining the next generation of leaders in our sector. This proposal is a common sense approach to support state tourism, local economies, small businesses, and the hospitality workforce. It would help strengthen small business owners and their employees while stimulating local economies across Connecticut. We hope everyone on this committee supports this initiative beyond just a study, but actually reinvesting those dollars, and look forward to collaborating with each of you on this important proposal. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony, and I welcome any questions from the group.
Scott, thank you so much for your advocacy, and we hear you loud and strong, and want you to know that we are appreciative of the information you gave us on the informational hearing. And so yesterday I was just on the other side of the aisle, the other side of the room, working on appropriations, and conservation development, as you know, encompasses this. So we are looking at the Commerce Committee to work in tandem with the Appropriations Committee on the Conservation and Development budget.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator, if I might.
Yes, and Representative Musker.
And as an aside, I understand Senator Summers is lurking in the side. We'll bring her. Senator Summer, after I will let you go. Summer,
You have the floor,
no,
madam.
no, I'm going first, but we'll let her go. I just wanted to announce.
He's not going to be so gracious.
So I think the issue that's outstanding for us, given recent events in Washington, will be the overall budgetary shoe and fitting things. I think it's important what you bring forth. And I think we all need to understand on commerce when we look at things. The structural issue is that economic activity tax in the state of Connecticut goes up to Hartford. And the economic activity tax is invested in Hartford for the rest of our economic or all of our programs. So therefore, the only source within the communities is either the transfer tax, if there is one, or conveyance tax, and the real estate taxes. So we've had this conversation, Scott, before, and I just wanted to, reassess. It's a conversation about how do we return some of the money from some of the economic activity to the right areas to bolster it. So, I've spent a long time working on Mystic, and I'll be bringing the Commerce Committee to another hearing and discussion on Mystic as well. And I think, though, the issues about where do we fund those economic activities is valid. I think whatever the effort is we look at this year, you and I've had the conversation. I think the logical way and going forward is to look at incremental tax revenue and try to earmark it for those activities so that we can begin to get there. Because this year, I don't know where our base will be. I don't know what the cuts in federal revenue, although I'm not on propes and bonding. This is just the Commerce Committee. But I want to let you know, I appreciate your advocacy, and I think the argument has merit.
Oh.
So I just want to say.
And Representative Meskers, if you let me just kind of finish that thought as well, and we've talked about this a lot. I think for everyone on this committee that are listening in and all of our legislators, I think the frustration that I have, because I've been in this role now almost 7 years next month, I feel like I'm always up here asking for tourism dollars. Always, and it's not something that directly benefits. We're an indirect benefit. All of our restaurants, our caterers, private event venues, hotels benefit when we invest in our tourism office. To see that budget go from 12 million 2 years ago down to this year, it's at 7.5, and now it will go to 4.5 million on July 1st. When a tax was added in 2019 that was specifically targeted at our industry, a 1% additional tax that has proven to give the state 415 million. It's hard for me to sit here and not be disappointed that we're not even keeping a flatline tourism budget. We're bringing it down. And that's, I think many of you guys are aware of that, but your voices matter to everyone in this building. And I think, I'm hopeful to not have to come up every year. I think there needs to be a sustainable, and I think that this is a common sense, fair approach to start putting, a portion of that 1% back into tourism. So thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Senator Summers.
Okay, I'm going to put my hand down. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I just wanted to make a few comments following up with your stance on the trajectory of our declining investment in tourism, which will have an absolutely negative impact to our state coffers, right? We've already seen that the reduction that we've had in tourism has had an impact with less visitors in certain areas. I happen to represent the great area of Mystic. I should have my Mystic sweatshirt on today. The #1 tourist destination here in the state of Connecticut. And everything that you said is absolutely accurate. We are at a tipping point where Mystic and Stonington, the big secret question is, where is Mystic and what town is it in? And it's interesting because everyone gets it wrong. It actually spans between 2 towns, Stonington and Groton. But we see a lot of tourists come. We're the restaurant capital of New England now. We have James Beard Award winners, yet all the money goes to Hartford. It does not come back to the municipalities. And we have wear and tear on our roads. We have, sewer capacity issues. We absolutely have a parking issue that I know that Representative Meskers is working hard on. We don't have adequate train service. And we're getting to the point where our local community is saying, enough. Like, if you can't help us with these things that are now burdens to us as taxpayers, then we don't want any more. And that's a really difficult spot to be in. So I think that your idea is wonderful. I've supported this in the past. I have a very similar budget. I'm sorry, excuse me, it's that very similar bill in that was not raised. The only slight difference is splitting some of the money up, you know, from the restaurant tax to also go to help fund those who are food insecure, because I thought that would be something else that could definitely be used. But having some of that money returned to the municipalities in which either the you know, the meal was purchased, I think is really, really important for the municipalities and for the future of tourism. Having that constant and consistent funding, you know, we are an outlier compared to some of our other even our neighboring states. Rhode Island, I'm right on the border. I could walk across the bridge to Rhode Island, and they spend about $15 million, this tiny little state. Compared to us, we're down to 4.5. So, you know, our surrounding states are just killing us as far as investment. And we don't want to be the state that people just drive through and go to New York or Boston or Rhode Island beaches. So I think having that consistent sort of streamline of income coming in, the better the restaurant industry does, the better the tourism will do, the better the investment to reinvest into that industry. This is something that I've always supported. I think it's a very, you know, creative idea. And I am the ranking member on appropriations, creating the budget. And I think that this is something that, you know, we would really like to try to push forward. This will have to probably go to finance, as you know. And but we don't know what's going to happen in Washington. We really honestly never know what's going to happen in Washington. This year is very questionable because we have a new administration. But my hope and faith is that we will not see this massive reduction in federal funding, and that we can continue on as we have in the past. I do think that your advocacy is great here in the Capitol. I like seeing you, so I hope that, you know, if we pass this, you will still come up here and be able to talk to us about what's happening in the industry. I think that all of us as legislators need to make sure that the executive branch understands how important tourism is. Just going to put a plug in. We are scheduling Tourism Day here at the Capitol for May 7th. I hope everyone who's interested will come up. We're going to showcase to all legislators and to the executive branch how important, how impactful tourism is for our economy. So I thank you for being here today, and I am going to lend my support going forward on this type of bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Senator Summers. And are there questions from colleagues? Yes.
Thank you. Scott, I'm thinking about throwing an amendment to this bill here, and I just want to get your thoughts on the amendment. If we could, the amendment would be something like this: 3 bartenders to 1 server. Just want to know what your comments on to that.
I've been here. Oh man, Senator, such a great, you know, listening, but actually, as I sit here and listen to the other testimonies, I will bring it back to our industry. I think, you know, one part of this bill that we aren't talking about besides just tourism dollars is investing in workforce, investing in the future. You know, working with the Office of Workforce Strategy, actually having dollars. We are 10% of the state's workforce. We are the 2nd largest private sector employer in the state. And we need to make sure not only are we promoting and bringing people in, but what is the future of hospitality? You know, with having young children myself, of knowing, hey, what it means to work. And as you listen to Senator Summers, all the different incredible locations and hotels and aquarium and everything down the restaurants that Mystic has to offer, what's the future of our industry look like, and people wanting to work in it. So I love hearing that side of, we can bring more people, and if they can get more apprentices, that means there's more people living in our state, eating at our restaurants. So I'm getting applause from the people in here, but yes, so would like to see the amendment, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Comments from colleagues, seeing none. Thanks so much, Scott, for being with us today.
Thank you, everybody.
Christopher Regan, Eastern Regional Tourism. District. Christopher is in person? No. Online? No. Okay. No. It's missing. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay, moving on to Kimberly Glassman, Foundation for Fair, the director. She's not here? Okay. Let me know if she comes back in the room. And Mark Sadowski, PHCC. Mark, are you with us in person, Mark? No? Okay. How about Robert Murdoch from the Connecticut Convention and Sports Bureau? Is Robert, okay. Hello, Robert.
Good afternoon. I go by Bob, but so I'm here sort of following up on Scott. It was good that I'm sort of right behind him, speaking on House Bill 6881 and act concerning arts, culture, and tourism. So again, my name is Bob Murdoch. I'm a Clinton resident. I don't know where Chris went, but our office is in Middletown, and I grew up in Old Greenwich, so it's a lot of connections to folks here. I am the president of the Connecticut Convention and Sports Bureau, also known as CT Meetings. CT Meetings is Connecticut's only statewide meetings and sports event sales and marketing organization. Our mission is to attract conventions, meetings, and sports events to Connecticut that generate revenue for the state. Tourism is an economic driver for Connecticut. Multiple studies have shown that for every $1 spent to fund tourism, $8 in tax revenue is returned to the state within a year to a year and a half. Tourism does not compete with priority projects, but instead could help to pay for these state initiatives if there was further investment in tourism. Again, $8 is returned for every dollar invested in tourism. The group that I represent, CT Meetings, was established in 2012 by the Connecticut state government to generate business for the state's convention and hospitality industry. Our primary funding comes from the DECD and also through private sector support. So we got $550,000 from the state for fiscal year 2025. We do have an existential interest in additional funding for tourism. It was conveyed to us that for the upcoming budget, if the Office of Tourism's statewide marketing line item is not at least $5 million per year, which is $500,000 more than the governor's budget, then the Office of Tourism will be unable to fund the Connecticut Convention and Sports Bureau effective July 1st, 2025. Without legislation to increase statewide marketing by at least $500,000 per year, the Bureau would no longer be able to operate. There would be no dedicated statewide team to provide services for current clients and to sell and secure meetings and event business for the state. In fiscal year 2024, we helped to secure over 260 definite events that occurred throughout the state. The economic impact of these events, just in 2024, $72.7 million in total sales revenue for our venues, hotels, restaurants, and attractions. And just a few of the events that we helped to bring to Connecticut in again, 2024, USA Gymnastics Core Hydration Classic that was at the XL Center, broadcast live on NBC TV nationwide for 2 days, and it featured Simone Biles. The 2024 National Governors Association Workforce Symposium that was held at the Hilton Mystic. 2024 Lockheed Martin Blackhawk Operators Conference that was at the Omni New Haven Hotel. And the 2024 Northeast Regional Urgent Care Association Conference that was at Foxwoods Resort Casino. And these are just a few, 4 of the 260 events. Tourism is an economic driver for the state, and we encourage you to make that investment in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. I'm sorry, what's the line item that you get out of the tourism budget?
It's actually not a line item. We're funded through tourism.
You get it
It's
through,
statewide, the statewide marketing.
oh, you get
line
it,
item is
okay,
within
the marketing. And
tourism
what,
budget.
what was the allocation?
So we received $550,000 in fiscal year 2025. It's sort of, we have a 2-year contract with the Office of Tourism, so it's a separate contract. It's not really outlined in the budget.
I see. And your other sources of revenue?
We have members, which are primarily hotels, but also attractions and service providers like transportation companies, and that raised up 180,000 per
180.
fiscal year 25.
And so is there other revenue sources short of the state infusion and then the membership?
We do bring some people, like if we're going to a conference and we can bring a second person with us, we may bring a hotel and they will pay us a fee for that. But, you know, it totals, the whole total is 180 a year.
So, yeah.
Which won't sustain us. If we didn't get funding from the state, we would close.
Yeah. So yeah, you're somewhere about 850, your total budget?
Yeah,
Yeah.
where you have 750-ish a
Change.
year. Yeah, between the state and our funding.
And what's your org chart like? How many employees?
We have 5 people and a consultant. So 4 of us are off of the main contract with the Office of Tourism, which is for selling Connecticut to people in the United States. Then we have another separate contract for the international market, which is supporting the Aer Lingus flight, but someone that does sell Connecticut to people in Germany and the UK and Ireland. So without our main contract, that international contract, I've been told, will go away as well.
But your FTEs are part of your operating expenses.
I'm sorry?
Your employee salaries are part of
Yeah,
your
they're part
operating
of our 730, 750 a year. Yep. We're a 501c6, so we're separate. We're not a state agency.
I see. Okay. And so 550, and what's it been, over the last 5 years?
Yep. It's been pretty much around 450,000. This is actually one of our bigger years in a while. So we started out at $1 million in fiscal year 2013, and that's as funding of tourism goes. Dropped down to 450 for the fiscal year 2017, went down to 450, and it's basically maintained that number until basically this year. We got some additional funding this year. We've gotten money from ERC tax credit and some other things like that we've done on our own, the PPP funds. But no, it's been flat 450, sometimes dropping to 425 a year, in that range.
Is the Travelers still a thing, the Travelers Cup?
Travelers Championship, yep. We don't do a lot with that. I mean, our real thing is to bring new events to Connecticut. So we work with a lot of people from out of state trying to find business for Connecticut. So rather than moving events around in Connecticut, not that Travelers moves, but we're not really working with people in state to move to another part of the state. Unless they need help, then we will help them. But something like the Travelers, we don't do a lot with.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, thank you.
Yeah, this is obviously very important. We've been talking about tourism here previously, and yesterday my whole day was kind of filled with tourism issue.
We are tourism, but we're a little different because we're all about the meetings, the groups. So we're trying to bring in, large amount of people to come for a convention. We do sell Connecticut and what Connecticut has to offer on the tourism side, but our real lead is, do we have a venue for them? Do we have a hotel for them? Do we have a playing field or stadium for them? That's what they're more interested in at first. And then, but we do sell Connecticut tourism. And then once the people have decided to come here, then we're talk about how you can get out into the restaurants and the attractions and, and things like that. But we're sort of driven with the group business rather than the tourism side per se. They're all intertwined.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Yeah, Representative Smith.
So that was very helpful. And I was going to say it's a long day, but I think I still have a fair amount more. So the question, I understand where you are today, and I don't want this answered today. The next time we speak, assuming we get someplace constructive on the budget and we don't have to worry about your personnel, is the interplay between yourself, the convention center, some of the hotels, our Indian tribes, to understand in terms of your marketing efforts versus their marketing efforts and then what synergies there might be, not to shrink it, but to see where we're going forward.
Yep.
And I'd love if you'd send through the clerk your latest or best or recent pitch manual that you send out to interested parties about if you're looking to come to Connecticut. I assume you have some kind of pitch story that you send out. Marketing, sorry.
Most of, we're really trying to interact one by one. It's really a relationship. So we don't have anything we send out mass
Okay.
to anybody. So we're individually, going to trade shows, meeting with these people individually.
But you do have a presentation that you use at the trade shows? Or do you have something you hand out?
Yeah, we have some collateral. Sure. Yeah.
I'd like to get that.
Okay.
And if there's something that isn't too intrinsically to one person you feel might be too confidential, I'd love to see what a pitch letter looks like.
Sure.
If it can be scrubbed or whatever, just to get an idea.
Yep.
What the goals look like. So as we try to figure out to keep you alive, I want to
Yep.
see where you should be going in the next couple of years, funding wise, okay?
Sure.
Thank
I
you.
mean, a lot of what we do, again, it's what the planner wants. So it's having that communication with them in advance, because we may have people that say, I need to be in Greenwich or Stamford because my group is coming from New York or New Jersey, and they don't want to travel far. They want to be near the train. So it really depends on the group. And then we have other people like, we want to be in Hartford because it's near the airport. And we have other people like, we want to be in Mystic because we love Mystic, or we want to be at the casinos.
Right.
So but yeah,
Okay.
it's very tailored.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, Chair.
Yes, Representative.
Good afternoon. As you probably know, in my previous life, with Chambers of Commerce and New England Commerce, I know what the Bureau does and how it's evolved over the years. So, and you've just told us a little bit more about that, but I want to know, I know this funding is crucial. If you were to lose the funding, you may be dismantled, and what that would do to what would that look like to our state?
It would do a lot of damage because we really, when it comes down to it, it's about relationships. We're working with planners. They know us, they trust us. I've been doing this for 17 years. I have some people that will come to Connecticut because they know me and they trust me, and I make sure they're happy. There won't be that interaction. There won't be that sales force that knows Connecticut. At this point, there's no plan. If they don't fund us, no one's doing this. So we have roughly 105, I'm not sure the exact number at this moment, but 105 events that have booked. Who is helping them if they need something in a year from now? Like, oh, I want to do an offsite. Can you help me with a restaurant? Who's taking that call? Not to mention, we have roughly 200 events with roughly 120 different event planners that we're working on right now. Those will just fall apart. I mean, there won't be anybody to help those
But you
200
don't
events.
just who comes.
So we're definitely going to lose business.
Right, but it's not just who comes to you. You actually go out to bring people to Connecticut,
Yes.
to fill our stadiums, to get the sports here, leaf peepers, all those kinds of things. You actively go out to bring them. It's not just organizing here, correct?
No, we go to roughly 12 trade shows a year. And if we had more money, we would go to more trade shows. And if we had more money, we'd have a bigger presence at these trade shows rather than just be an attendee. Maybe we sponsor it where we can have a speaking role. But we go to these shows. I'm going to a show in about a month for sports. So it's in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And I'll meet with roughly 50 event planners that are actively looking to place events. Some of those won't be a match for Connecticut. We don't have a 1 million square foot, convention center. That's fine. I sell what we have. And there's a lot of people that want to come to Connecticut. We have great demographics. If you're an event that needs attendees or spectators, it's a perfect place to be. We're right between Boston and New York. We're more affordable than either one of those options. People want to come here. It's just someone needs to let them know about Connecticut. I've been on the road before, and it wasn't a question about Connecticut, but I had a planner. I was at a show in Denver, and they're like, "Is Rhode Island a state? Or is it just part of Massachusetts?" So it's not like people know, they need education. And a lot of people don't know where Connecticut is and think New England is one state. So there's a lot of education that we do on the road, and you need to be out there where they are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Garavay. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I would be interested, it's almost a follow-up with both their questions. I want to see hard data, right? You say your part of that budget is, 750,000, 180,000 from this. Is there any way to create data of how much money you've brought to the state and how much money that those facilities were able to make, the area businesses were able to make because of the influx of people in that community, and then how many tax dollars were generated from that event and what your input was? So if you weren't, I don't want the overall number. I want to see the number, which may be hard to calculate, but what difference you've made to create that. So the collaboration part, as Representative Metzger says, kind of you're collaborating with them. Are you doing something, you're doing it 100%. You're working with people. So I would like to see some data of that, because then if you have data and want real data, not BS data that makes it look good, real data that we can evaluate and say, makes it a lot easier for us to make that appropriation. If you can prove that you're bringing in that revenue.
Sure. I mean, I actually have a chart in front of me, which I'm not sure who I send that to, but this will it shows per year, it's an aggregate for that fiscal year. So we run data on every single event that we touch, that turns definite for Connecticut. So we have the number of hotel overnight rooms that were used. And we utilize the economic calculator that's Destinations International, which is basically our association of CVBs around the country and the world, sort of their standard calculator. So it's not something we made up. We use their calculator, and it is calibrated for Connecticut because our hotel pricing and things like that are different than New York City, for example. So we do have that by the total sales revenue, jobs supported in the hospitality industry, and Connecticut sales tax collected, as well as the rate of return on the investment that the state made. So I can definitely share this.
Well,
It
that
also
is good.
shows our funding through the years, how many employees we've had as well.
Yeah, again, it's expense versus production. So if we can see that producing makes it much easier to do that. So if you have hard numbers, that's good.
Absolutely.
Also, so you said you promote, would you help get like an NCAA tournament game in Hartford or Bridgeport?
Yep.
Do you ever work with the racetracks?
We don't. Yeah.
There's 4 racetracks in Connecticut. One's in my district. So
I'll start out with the NCAA stuff
Yep.
first. So yes, on NCAA, for example, 2019, we had the men's basketball first and second rounds, Division I, March Madness here in Hartford. So I went to a trade show. I got the bid. I sent it actually to Total Mortgage Arena, Webster Bank Arena at that time, and to the XL Center and to Gamble Arena, and actually also to Mohegan Sun, because that's our 4 big arenas. And we ended up bidding in collaboration with the University of Connecticut, the city of Hartford, and the XL Center on this event. So we all worked together on this bid. And we lost the first time we bid on 2015. I actually reached out to the NCAA. I called the NCAA. So what could we do better with our bid? Because we wanted to bid again. And there wasn't really anything substantial. So it was like, all right, let's do this again. And actually, one thing we had thought was our hotels were too far away from our arena. So I looked in, the people I know in the industry, someone who had won the event. Can you share your hotel information with me so I can just sort of look to see how our hotels are compared to where your hotels are? it was basically the same. So like that was not something that held us back. So we bid again and won. And, you know, I helped with site visits, you know, people coming in, they want to see we have to have 9 separate hotels for that event, 8 full service hotels and 1 hotel for the officials separate from that. So finding actually 10 hotels because we had an NCAA headquarters hotel as well. So I'm in charge of that block, site visits, you know, making sure the community knows that this, you know, once we won, this event's coming. You know, we help manage the Fan Fest. That it's an event where there's 2 sessions on Thursday, but they clear the arena out, so there's people looking for something to do on Thursday. People are looking for something to do on the off day Friday. So help that Fan Fest. But some of the things with that specific event, we had the Red Lion Hartford closed about 3 weeks before our event. So we had to find another hotel. So that was something that I had to do and get it approved by the NCAA. We had Villanova University was given the Hilton Garden Inn Glastonbury, and they decided that they didn't think that was a hotel that they should be at. So I met with their team, the person that came in to scout it, you know, from Villanova, convinced them to stay there, and they actually added rooms to the block. So like on site, you know, solving problems, that's what we do.
Okay.
But, you know, we worked on, you know, NCAA regional ice hockey that's coming up next year. I'm working on 27 right now, so I get my years mixed up on which ones we have at Bridgeport. We just had Division III men's ice hockey at Trinity College. NCAA's, we got UConn women's basketball. We will be hosting, even though we haven't won the bid yet, in March. So all
Okay.
things that we're involved in. And I'm sorry, I forgot
Okay, so
second half of your
again,
question.
Rensselaer Field you work
NCAA
with, you don't have to
hockey
get in details with Rensselaer Field, you work with them.
Yes.
We have 4
So yeah, back to the racetrack.
racetracks. So
Yep.
Lime Rock is world renowned. They have all kinds of events there.
Yep.
I represent Stafford, which is Stafford Motor Speedway, which has been in business for a long time. And it's major racing. SRX series was there, which is on CBS. But like, I don't know, I think sometimes they get forgotten. You also have Waterford Speedball in Waterford and Thompson.
We've done the
And
most
so we
of
have some serious racetracks in the state of Connecticut. So if you don't work with them already, I might suggest that you look out to them in the past because they have huge venues. You could have outside events. I remember seeing Evel Knievel at Stafford Speedway when I was young. It was pretty neat. So there's opportunities there. They do a good job on their own, but I'm sure they wouldn't mind a little. I'm sure they're open to some other help. Shoot, I had one more question.
Well, for
lost it.
the speedways, for example, we don't do a lot
Oh, I'm sure.
with auto racing stuff. That's
Yep.
sort of their expertise. So we look at their venue as space. So
Mhm.
Thompson Motor Speedway, we've had a Mudarella, which is like a women's mud event, you know, that we helped bring there. We had a Warrior Dash, which is like a challenge distance event. We've had cyclocross, which is bicycling. They make barriers that they got to jump over and stuff like that, all in the infield. And then we've had bicycle races on the track itself. So we look at that as space. I don't have a lot of motorsport stuff because they sort of know that world. I bump into stuff every once in a while, like drifting, that might be sort of hot in our, you know, people trying to sell that. But I'm pretty much looking at it for space.
Excellent. 2 last suggestions.
Absolutely.
I'll quadruple your budget if you bring back the Hartford Whalers. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Be wary of him tripling your budget solely on his own. But thank you, Representative. Any further comments or questions to the good gentleman? Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Robert.
Thank you.
Or Bob. Next up, we have Rick Jurek.
Bear with me for a second, Chair Meskers. He is online, but needs to accept my panelist invite to speak.
Okay, so you need to accept a panelist invite, and then you will need to unmute, potentially. Rick? Are we making progress?
We are not. I've been trying for the last like 20 minutes.
Since he's not coming up yet, we'll put him as the subsequent. And if I have Michael Colombo? What's it? Okay.
He declined it one last time, so I don't think he wants to speak.
Okay. I will go on then to 26. We have Chris Herb, Connecticut Energy President. Chris? I'm waiting for guidance. Chris Herb? Going once? Going twice? We're on to Christopher Frickel. Christopher, thank you. Associate Builders President. We will bring you subsequently. Please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. My name is Christopher Frickel. I am the president of the Connecticut chapter of the Associated Builders and Contractors. CTABC is a statewide trade association representing more than 250 businesses in merit shop construction. Our membership includes general contractors as well as small specialty contractors, trade contractors. And it is on their behalf today that I testify in strong support of HB 6786, an act concerning the hiring ratio for skilled trades. This is an incredibly important piece of legislation that will instantly create lucrative careers in construction, help grow our economy, and address the critical shortage of skilled craftspeople currently facing the construction industry. We've covered a lot of this ground, so I don't want to repeat too much. But really, there's no other trade or profession in which such a hiring restriction exists. So the shortage of skilled workers in construction is very real. ABC has put out data that shows just in 2025, we need 439,000 construction workers in America to meet current demand. And the way things are going, that demand is going to increase to 499,000 workers in 2026. 1 in 5 construction workers are 55 or older, and 41% will retire by 2031. It's true that there's been a perception issue for quite some time, certainly the last couple of decades perhaps, where people were going into colleges. They didn't necessarily have a path in mind. They would go to 4-year schools, 2-year schools, whatever the case may be, incur a great deal of debt. But that is changing. Gen Z is often referred to now as the tool belt generation. So people are now considering careers in the trades, which is fantastic. We love it. We hope that that path continues. But we need a place for these folks to go when they do choose that career path. Construction, I think Representative Meskers, you may have stolen my thunder a little bit, but construction often represents the American dream. A lot of our members have started out in the trades. They've progressed, become licensed journey persons, and gone on to start their own businesses. These are the folks that we're talking about right now. There's been some discussion about bad actors or people who are violating the law. Certainly, if in those instances, they should be punished. But really what we're talking about are good business owners looking to grow their businesses, and they're unable to do so due to the hiring restriction. This isn't a race to the bottom. The companies looking to grow are the successful companies that have performed well. They've got good craftsmanship on their projects. They treat their employees well. People want to work for them. And those are the companies that we're referring to today. Since 2002, median salaries for construction workers has increased by 5.1%. That's compared to 2.7% in the professional services. Construction industry is where those lucrative careers are, and this bill will allow more Connecticut residents to pursue their dreams and go into this industry. one more thing I want to address, which is Public Act 17-76, which did make some very minor changes to the hiring restriction, as I call it. Those were very minor changes, and it ultimately amounted to perhaps one, perhaps two more apprentices for contractors. And the idea that that made no difference is incorrect, because what we're hearing today from contractors, from parents whose kids are looking for jobs, is that they can't find those jobs because those companies that were able to hire one more apprentice or two more apprentices did so. And now they are back at that ratio where they can no longer bring more apprentices in. Last thing, that same bill did create a working group to look into additional changes to the ratio relief process and to the hiring restriction, and we've gone nowhere. Since 2017, that group has accomplished nothing. There are 5 open shop members, although I will say I've enjoyed people using the term merit shop. Merit shop was coined by John Trimmer, who was an ABC officer in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And really that term is meant to be agnostic to any sort of labor affiliation. But that working group had 5 members of the open shop, 5 members of union trades. And we've been unable to come to any sort of consensus. It's really accomplished next to nothing, I think, since 2017. I've got a couple of fellow group members here with me nodding their head. And so we need the legislature to act. 17-76 was a tiny step, but if we can go to a 1-to-1 hiring ratio, you're going to see the construction industry really unleash its full potential. So thank you, members of the committee, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
I haven't let my co-chair take back the reins yet. She just got back. So I'll ask the first question. Do you have any expectation about the ratio relief, and from your membership, what that would mean in terms of apprentice jobs that would open up?
So you're referring to the ratio relief process that exists, or you're talking about changing the hiring
I'm
rate?
talking about my bill.
Yes.
I guess
so.
potential.
Changing the hiring restriction from a 3-to-1 to 1-to-1 overnight would create careers in construction. We have members who tell me all the time, they may be plumbing contractors, electrical contractors, HVAC contractors. They want to take on more work, they can't. They want to hire more people, they can't. And if we change this ratio, then absolutely, they've got applications in their office, they would be able to find people immediately.
It would be helpful to survey your group
Sure.
sooner than later, and let me know what kind of a rational expectation is if we were to look at moving that ratio, office work, if you will, or within the company, because I mean I want to know what the expectation is for apprentices that could potentially find work within this program.
Absolutely.
I don't have no further questions, Madam Chair. I'll relinquish as well. Sorry.
Yes, Representative Rochelle.
Thank you very much. So I just have a couple questions for you. One, are you familiar with the survey that we required a few years ago to specifically address looking at which programs are successful in graduating apprentices to journeymen and which are not? And do you feel it's appropriate to be adjusting that program when we have about a third of those surveys who have not come back to us yet?
I believe that's referring to the bill that was passed last year requiring that information to be sent to the Department of Labor. I don't know what that data shows, but I will say if there are, again, companies are forced to, if an apprentice leaves for some reason, you're reporting that information to the Department of Labor. The Department of Labor knows if there are contractors who are not completing large numbers of apprentices, but really we don't see that as an issue. So ABC in 2007, we started the Construction Education Center, which is a nonprofit higher educational, approved by the Department of Higher Education to operate as a private occupational school. And our completion rates are above 85%. This year, we expect close to 96% completion in our apprenticeship program. We do apprenticeship in 5 trades. I'd also like to say, I think it was said earlier, there is no such thing as apprenticeship in carpentry. That's incorrect. We run a carpentry program. It's unlicensed, but certainly not unskilled. And so we have members that do the carpentry program. But I guess roundabout way of answering your question is that everything that we see is that contractors are completing their apprentices. And if they're not completing their apprentices, it's either because the apprentice has decided this isn't for me, and maybe they're going to pursue a different career, or that apprentice has left that contractor to maybe chase an additional buck per hour or something to that extent, and they're staying inside an apprenticeship program, but going to work for a different sponsor employer.
So you're saying that contractors are completing apprenticeship programs, but we have a third of the data missing. And we do have data on some contractors who are underperforming. Do you think it's appropriate to be empowering contractors who are underperforming to increase their ratios where they're essentially creating dead end lack of opportunity for those who are coming into the program with the best of intentions? Or should we be focusing on those ratio adjustments for solely the good actors?
Well, I don't have access to the data, so I can't necessarily speak to what you're referring to, and I don't know for certain whether those contractors you're talking about are doing something wrong, which is why they're not completing their apprentices, or if there's simply something going on where their apprentices are, again, leaving the trade, looking for additional work. And so I can't really, lacking all that data, I'm not sure I'm in a position to answer that question.
And in this building, I know that we often try to have data before we make legislative decisions that can so seriously affect the safety and the opportunities of people in the state of Connecticut. So it is my hope that we are going to advocate for things once we have the proper data to do so.
Thank you, Representative Rochelle. So Christopher, can you talk to us about the safety conversation that we've had today? Because that is paramount to, I think, everyone's interest. There's no difference on that.
Yeah,
you might.
absolutely. So, and this was mentioned earlier today, that this bill does not affect the job site ratio at all. So job site ratio has been, is, and will continue to be 1 journey person per 1 apprentice. This doesn't affect that. And you've heard from some contractors today. I think one individual said he had 40 licensed electricians and 15 apprentices. You know, those journey persons aren't going anywhere. They're going to continue to be on these job sites, and they're going to continue to oversee the apprentices who are going through their program and learning. So there won't be, the job site is currently 1-to-1, and that won't change. So this is really not a question about safety.
Okay, so this is the job. So it's basically about the hiring. It's basically about the pool of applicants to meet job requirements. Can you talk to me about the experiences of your members with regard to meeting the demand of the economy? Someone said that nothing has changed in however long. I think what has changed is that there is incredible demand for housing units. And as we saw, we're only producing a handful compared to what is in demand. And we know on every front that the response is, I can't find affordable living. You know, if there aren't these opportunities, then it's not going to translate to building our workforce. So can you comment?
Again, my members are facing incredible demand. There's a lot of work to be had out there. That's why they're trying to grow their workforce to help address that demand. So until and unless we grow our construction workforce, our skilled construction workforce, we're not going to be able to meet that demand for infrastructure. Projects are taking longer. They cost more. This is very much inflationary. And so in order to address that demand you're talking about, I mean, this is, someone else said earlier today, how often do you have something in front of you that is as simple as this? There's no cost to the state. You're going to create hundreds, if not thousands, of careers overnight, you're going to help address workforce development pipeline, which is discussed in this building ad nauseum for good reason. You're going to help address that housing shortage that you're speaking of, Senator Hartley. Some of those infrastructure demands that we're looking at. We want more spending on infrastructure in this state. We have, some roads and bridges that are not in great shape. And so this bill helps to address all of those goals that this legislature has, that the governor has. And I think this would go a long way in addressing all of those issues.
Thank you. And so if there have been two, I think, primary conversations here, one about safety, the other one about enforcement. And I think that everybody is in agreement on enforcement. And when we talk about the ratio of inspectors, who have been on the ground, we recognize that shortcoming. And I think there was a question a little bit earlier of, would an assessment be palatable to your members in terms of trying to get more enforcers, inspectors in the sector?
I think we'd be amenable to that. I mean, our contractors, I'm very proud of our contractor members. Many of them have been around for multiple generations. They're second, third family-owned, second or third generation family-owned businesses. Some of these folks, again, are people who started off as apprentices and now have gone on to get their licenses and start their own businesses. So these folks, my members, don't want to compete against cheaters. And so we're here supporting this bill because it's going to help those good businesses grow, hire more people, et cetera. If we need more inspectors to go out and do that enforcement, we're all for it.
And what about this phenomena about the failure to register? We were hearing that, there's a whole population of prospective apprentices that go and get hired, but they never are in a registered program. They're working, their hours are not being counted, and effectively they are being cheated.
So I believe what you're referring to is against the law. And so if those people so I guess the easiest way to say that is if there are people out there knowingly violating the law, I suspect they are going to do that whether or not this bill passes. And those folks ought to be identified and punished. But that should not prevent the good business out there that oftentimes is investing in their community, creating incredible careers, treating their employees well. Why are we punishing that business because someone else who I understand the suggestion is they're breaking the law right now? And so I don't think those folks, those bad actors, should prevent us from addressing this issue that's holding back Connecticut's economy and Connecticut's construction workforce.
So for instance, an applicant applies to an electrical company and is hired. That person immediately by law has to go into an apprenticeship program.
Yes, if they're registering them as an apprentice, yes, they're bringing them on as an apprentice.
They knock on the door, there's an advertisement for an open job.
Right.
They are not a journeyman.
Right, yeah.
So they have to immediately go into an apprenticeship program by
Correct.
law.
Yeah.
Okay. How do we flag those that don't?
I think that, again, we empower, DCP to better enforce those folks. I think there's a lot of self-enforcement within the construction industry. I think, again, someone earlier mentioned it's sort of a small community. All these contractors, a lot of contractors here are competing on jobs, so they know what their competitors are up to. But I think we should be careful in that I don't think it's as widespread a problem as it is being led on. But yes, in those instances where that's an issue, we should empower DCP to enforce those laws that are already on the books.
Thank you, Christopher. And then just lastly, so that person comes in the door, they register as an apprentice, they sign a contract, if you will. There is a definitive salary progression that, how does that relate to, for example, a non-merit, a union shop versus a merit shop?
So I think you heard from an individual from Nikon. He was an open shop electrical contractor who laid out what that pay scale was, and every 6 months he was updating that. So.
And do you know how that compares to a union?
I wouldn't want to speak to that. I'm unsure.
Okay. All right. Are there questions? Oh, yes, Carol. I'm sorry, Representative. Yeah.
Thank you. And for the second time. So you said that you don't think that it is a rampant issue, these bad actors. But how do we know that without any data? Can you say why you think that there's not an issue when you don't have the data, the reports in place?
So, well, I suppose that could cut both ways, because the suggestion is that it is a big problem, and as you mentioned, there isn't data to support that either. I think I would speak to sort of anecdotal and speaking to my members and my members do private work, they do public work. These are, again, we should be careful going after good contractors, good companies. These are Connecticut businesses that have oftentimes been established here for many years. You've heard from some of them. You're going to hear from more of them. These are not bad actors. These are individuals who are operating within the law, and they're looking to grow their business, do it the right way, treat their employees correctly. And so I just don't want to cast aspersions on contractors because, of some anecdotal.
But wouldn't you agree that good actors are probably the ones who are reporting data to us, and those that have been negligent to report data to us, maybe ones that we have concerns about, and putting together a blanket change may empower those who are not even following current requests from the state of Connecticut?
I don't know who is or is not reporting data. You're referring to the Department of Labor.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm unsure.
With a third of the data missing currently. Yeah, so I would at least, have some concerns that those who are not being forthright with the state may not be forthright with other practices they have going on. And my deep concern is that we want to make sure that those who want to get into these programs have a good experience and are in a program that is going to build success for them. And if you have somebody who's taking on apprentices and are not even reporting properly to the state, you have to question what they're maybe hiding, or what corners they're cutting if they're not reporting the information to us.
So 100%, we want people entering into the apprenticeship program to have a good experience. And from my experience, that is the case. You heard from some of the union training centers earlier. They do a fantastic job training. Absolutely, no question about it. They've got a high standard of training, but so do we. So do we. So we're very proud of the standard of training that we provide to our apprentices. We care deeply about them having a good experience to getting the training that they need so that they can have the skills required to go on and have a meaningful career in the construction industry. So I think we are in complete agreement. We want people in the apprenticeship program to have a good experience.
Thank you, Representative Rochelle. Are there further questions from members? Seeing none, thanks very much, Christopher, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is Chris Herb with us? And good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Apologize, I was in energy testifying. My name was called. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 family-owned heating fuel companies that provide HVAC services and conservation services to over half the homes in Connecticut. In addition to my duties at SEMA, I also run a nonprofit Connecticut Department of Higher Education approved private occupational school called NTEC, right down the road in Cromwell. Our school focuses on HVACR training as a pathway to prepare apprentices to become licensed SBD and G journeymen. HB 6786 would address our industry's #1 issue, a multi-year labor shortage caused by an aging population of retiring journeymen we are struggling to replace because of the restrictions the apprentice ratio places on our employees, and I've included a chart in my testimony. The ratio restriction creates a bottleneck that limits our ability to create high-paying jobs for many people who are not college-bound. Potential apprentices who have already completed their classroom work often find themselves in a position where they have to wait months before they can register as an apprentice or begin their on-the-job training. Hundreds of SEMA members participate in the Department of Labor's apprenticeship program, but unfortunately, the ratio of apprentices to journeymen prevents many of our members from training hundreds of people who could be on a path to life-changing careers in HVAC. The HVACR trade is becoming more diverse and has become a pathway to home ownership for people who have traditionally had limited opportunities to make the kind of money the trade offers. The ratio restriction has also limited the potential installation of emission-reducing technologies like biofuel heating systems and electric heat pumps. A 1-to-1 ratio would allow our businesses to prepare the next generation of workforce to install, maintain, and repair equipment that uses renewable fuels that can achieve net zero emissions. For those reasons, we support HB 6786, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And yeah, just to make sure that you have written testimony for those who have to be running in and out for other committees, as you yourself were. Yeah, so hey, Chris, we heard some testimony today about the fact that, yeah, we have made changes. We made them, I guess, I don't know if it was 2017 or thereabouts. Fourth year apprentice don't count on the ratio. 2 VOTEC students can count as 1 to try to give some room there on the ratio. But yet we seem to still be in this place, or perhaps even going south as opposed to north. Can you comment on what's been done? And we've not, it looks at first blush that, we really haven't gained on our overall problem, which is workforce and ultimately the jobs that these particular skilled trades do.
So I've been here for 24 years, and I know that the changes that have been made by the General Assembly in the past were attempts to chip away at a problem that has only increased. So I would comment that it's too little. It hasn't done enough to address the issues that we're dealing with today. I mean, I think it's an absolute shame that a young person who may have paid a private school, our school, we cost between $16,000 and $18,000 depending on the license you want. And then when they complete all of their theoretical training, they have to wait months before they can actually start to work. And we're losing those people into other places. So I would say that if a 1-to-1 ratio were to be adopted, those people would go into the apprenticeship program and start working with a licensed, experienced journeyman immediately. We're talking about changing hundreds of people's lives just in our small segment of the trades. So, it's been too little, it's not enough. And this is the type of action that it's going to take to make a real difference in many people's lives, grow jobs, and grow our economy.
So, and there's a couple of points of universal agreement, one of which is safety. But this proposal does not affect that at all.
I would say that, I highly question the issues about safety. In our workspace, typically it's residential work that's being done. So these aren't large sites where the journeyman would be outnumbering these apprentices. It would be a 1-to-1 relationship anyways. So you're just restricting the amount of apprentices who could be on pace to get the hours taken to sit for their licensing exam. So from our perspective, these are all 1-to-1 relationships. It's just there's a lot of journeymen that have no opportunity to have an apprentice with them because the restrictions the ratio has. So you've heard a lot of testimony about big construction projects where there are lots of journeymen, and then the ratio starts to become obvious with the less apprentices. Our workspace is typically a 1-to-1 workspace. You're in a residential basement with 1 journeyman and 1 apprentice, and then the next the next 5 journeymen have no apprentice with them, or the next 3 journeymen have no apprentice with them because of the ratio restriction. So they're just working in a residential setting alone, missing that opportunity to mentor that apprentice.
As a trainee. Okay, comment on this issue of, the bad actors, the people who are, and we heard testimony from the last speaker, who are in some way taking advantage of new individuals into the workforce, trying to get into the trades.
I believe that the legislature should bring the hammer down on anyone who is violating the law, anyone who is taking advantage of young people and not putting them through the apprenticeship program. We would welcome language that increases penalties, but it's all about enforcement. The frustration of my career has been the inability for the state to be able to track down bad actors, even when they're pointed to. It is a big problem when you say, contractors know which ones are cheating, and they typically are willing to report them. But when you're not following up to try to enforce the laws that are on the books, it's a big problem. So we would wholeheartedly support increased enforcement and wholeheartedly support harsher penalties.
And would you support an assessment to get more inspectors on the ground?
An assessment, what kind of assessment?
Well, I don't know, but just in terms of funding, more inspectors.
Yes, absolutely. I will say I've not talked to one of our 600 members that have been in opposition to having more inspectors for increased oversight, especially to clean up the people who are not following the law.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, Representative Meskers.
So Chris, the whole reason that this issue resonates with me is that for commerce, for job growth, for getting people through the pipeline, for reducing the average age of our journeymen, getting more young people in through the pipeline, and knowing that there's a bottleneck. Could you tell me tell me more about who's coming through the pipeline? Who do you guys see? How many people are going through the training program that you're involved with? The program?
Sure. So I'll start off by saying that, like I said, I've been here 24 years. 15 years ago, we did a survey that showed that the average age of an HVAC technician, principally an S or B licensed technician, was 54 years old. 15 years later, we're now pushing 60 years old. So we are accelerating towards retiring our segment of the industry retiring out, and the ratio is, I called it a bottleneck before. This ratio prevents that from happening. The students we're seeing at our school, when I started 24 years ago, they all looked like me except for a lot younger. Now it's women and minorities that are going on. We had a young man come back last week who's working right here in Hartford for one of our members to tell us that he's 21 years old, and he said that I make more than my father now. And he goes, you just changed my life. And it was so touching to see that. I spend a lot of time up here, but I get a lot of fulfillment when I'm able to talk to these people who graduate from our school and go off to do good things. So it is a rapidly changing. To see women in the trade is exciting, and we're seeing more and more women coming through our program, which is our members tell us that the women work harder than the men. So we'd like to see more enroll.
And thank you, and Madam Chair, just if I might. And so, what's the average age of the people you're bringing through the program right now?
So we run a day and night program. Our night program tends to skew a little bit older. I'm going to say late 20s to early 30s. Our day school is in their late teens, early 20s typically.
Okay. And the salary levels we're talking about, could you speak about the industries you lobby for? Like what's the average apprentice doing? And I know and then over the 4 years they go up every 6 months.
Yep.
And then what does the entry level journeyman get, more or less?
Entry level journeyman, I mean, with overtime, they can clear $100,000 a year. Right from the beginning, you get an S2 in your first year. With overtime, they could easily clear those types of numbers. So I mean, But there's 600 different marketers that have 600 different economics, whether you're in Fairfield County, Naugatuck Valley, or out in Eastern Connecticut.
Well, that's on but I think the important thing you raised there is that, and I think it's beginning to shift, which is why I want to look at the ratio issue, because you're finally hearing people talk much more constructively about the trades. Is that you're talking about a $16,000 investment. And I don't know where UConn is right now for 4 years. And I know where the private schools are because they're at 60, 70, or 80 a year. So you're talking about to get a $50,000 or $60,000 job after 4 years and a couple $100,000 a day. So I think the equation is shifting. I want to make sure that people can get through the system. And I worry that your graduates, if it takes them 6 months or a year to qualify for an apprentice job, are going to look elsewhere for that apprentice and journeyman, and it's not going to be inside my state. That would be my concern.
That's part of the reason why I'm here is that I will tell you, we, for years, it was sort of pay as you go because it's a fairly reasonable tuition. And we established a loan program about 6 years ago because we saw the demand for training rising exponentially, but not everyone could still afford the 16,000. We offer a program that's 3% over prime, which is the best student loan you're going to get anywhere. It's not $120,000 to $150,000 public school financed throughout 4 years. You're working potentially really fast if we could get them into their apprenticeship. But I think one of the best statistics that I can tell you is that a loan program that's been around 5 or 6 years, we have no defaults. We have no defaults. The only times that I get involved in trying to make sure that we may have a collections problem is someone who graduated our school who's waiting for their apprenticeship. They have not been able to get in, and now they're moving on to other things. Like I got to work for Jiffy Lube or another service industry, and they're not able to make enough money to pay that loan. So those are the only ones I've had problems with, but we've been able to find them all jobs eventually.
Thank you. No other question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Questions from members? Thanks very much. And did you give us written testimony so that those other members can get? Okay. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Mr. Colie would like to testify. Please let Mr. Colie
No,
testify.
no.
I'll wait.
You're here, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Co-Chair Hartley, Co-Chair Meskers, I would like to thank you and other distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. I would like to thank you for taking the time to allow us to testify on this House Bill 6786, an act concerning the hiring ratio. My name is Richard Bird. I am the current president of the Independent Electrical Contractors of New England, representing over 90 merit shop, open shop electrical contractors in Connecticut. I'm also an electrical contractor, national chairperson for the IEC National A&T Training Committee, a local apprenticeship instructor, and a continuing ed instructor. As you know, the electrical trade is one of 6 trades that are affected by this hiring ratio. The question that I would ask would, why are we hindered from contributing to Connecticut's workforce development and the state's economy by this hiring restriction? The hiring ratio does nothing for the state's economy other than to contribute to the state's unemployment and loss in workforce development. We've all heard about safety. Removing the hiring restriction should have no bearing on the safety, as the job sites ratio would still remain 1-to-1. And that is in place to address safety concerns, which creates a conducive learning and safe work environment for those to complete their OJT. In closing, I would like to say IEC New England supports enforcement of registered apprenticeship programs, licensures of those construction trades, by both the Department of Labor and by the Department of Consumer Protection to maintain a fair and balanced working and business environment. But the current hiring restriction only hinders and creates a bottleneck on workforce development for our communities in the state by limiting career pathway opportunities in those affected trades. Thank you. And I appreciate you taking the time as a national A&T chair. I was supposed to leave on Tuesday for what we have as a national competition is for the Apprentice of the Year competition. We're 32, we have 54 chapters across the country, and each chapter sends an apprentice to this competition. I oversee that. I was supposed to be out there on Tuesday. The competition started today without me. I am here today because of that. I do have to catch a flight to get to Colorado. I will be flying into Denver. To drive from Denver, I should land about midnight and get in and drive 2 hours to Colorado Springs to be there for that event tomorrow morning. So I really appreciate you allowing me to move my testimony up.
Yeah, absolutely. How are we going to do?
IEC New England does have an apprentice in the program. She is she's a graduate of our program. She is also working with me. I'm mentoring her to be an instructor through our program. She has, like many of us that take the time to teach, we feel it's very important to give back to those in the industry, because if somebody didn't take the time to teach me, I would not be where I am today. And that means a lot. And she is looking to do the same exact thing, is to mentor the next generation of electricians. And I commend the young lady for doing that.
Well, that's exciting. And it's so very important in terms of having a representative workforce. And so women, minorities, what is your membership? Can you share that with us?
I'd love to say that I have the exact data of the number of women in the program. I know I am an electrical contractor. I'm a small
Women and minorities.
Women and minorities. We have a very diverse apprenticeship program in the school. The exact numbers, I couldn't tell you 100% what the exact numbers are, but it's very diverse. I am a small electrical contractor. I know I employ a female apprentice, and very proud of her. Over the 32 years of teaching inside the IEC program, we have graduated a number of female and minority students. I would struggle probably to get the data because we don't track by that. What we track is those individuals that want to come into the trades, who have the passion to create a pathway for them and their families to succeed.
Thanks. Thank you.
I'm sorry I can't answer the question
Yeah.
a little bit better.
Comments from colleagues, so as not to hold you up.
Yep.
Oh,
Nope,
yes, go
I
ahead.
got a few minutes.
Yeah,
you know,
very quickly.
Yeah.
Have you had to turn away any apprentices because of the hiring ratios?
Yes. I have a stack of applications, probably like many other contractors in the state of Connecticut, that unfortunately we cannot, we just to stay within the ratio, we have to turn them away. It's unfortunate. As you heard earlier in the IEC program, 26% of our first year students struggle right now to get jobs. It's 17% in the second year. With the change in this ratio, that would be 100% of the students enrolled in our program, the 188 students enrolled in our program, that would be employed.
If they don't get a job, are they able to go to the second and third year?
Yep, we will never hinder anybody from being able to create the opportunity to get that, to get the education. In the state of Connecticut, the education hours, the 720 hours, in the IEC program, it's almost 800 hours that the students put in because of the OSHA 30 training, the CPR training, and the additional hands-on labs that we put in place. It would take, the schooling never expires, and hopefully with the change in ratio, that could help those that may be in a second year position to be able to get a career pathway into the apprenticeships.
So they can go through the program, the classroom,
Mhm.
but then they still have to get their hours after that.
That is correct.
And the problem is still finding an employer to hire an apprentice.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
There was a
ahead.
couple of concerns. We talked about safety. As an instructor and as a contractor, we are required to do job hazard analysis for all the tasks that we do. And a job hazard analysis would entail us to be able to identify the hazards, the proper PPE required for those hazards, and any emergency procedures that we would have in place for, God forbid something was to happen. In all electricians are required to take continuing education, and inside that continuing education, there's safety modules. All registered apprentices in the electrical trade are required to complete an OSHA 30-hour construction training course, which for most prevailing wage jobs and most private sector jobs now are requiring us to do a 4-hour refresher training on that particular safety, to stay up to date with all our safety modules. The continuing education model today requires us to do safety. So in the 4 hours that all of us licensed electricians continue to take, there's a section inside of there that requires us to go through safety. So as a continuing ed instructor, we're continually pointing out safety.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Anskovich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you just speak briefly? Have you ever had the opportunity to use the waiver process?
Yes.
And can you speak to that?
Yeah, our vice president, Larry Valeries, will be able to speak a little bit more about that. He is actually one of the 3 members, or actually 4 members that sit on that process. The one thing I can say is the ratio relief process entails additional paperwork and time on a process that has no clear procedural basis for approval or denial of an application. There's nothing that says, how do you approve or deny an application? It's somewhat random.
So you're not given a set of guidelines on why somebody would or would not be approved for this waiver.
If someone is denied or if we get a partial, we're never told the reason why.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Anskovich, are there further questions, colleagues? Seeing none, thanks very much, and
Thank you very much, and I really
Yep.
appreciate the time.
I'm sorry, was there a question? No. We're all done. Thank you, Joe. Okay. Yes, Joe Toner from the Buildings Trades. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, ranking members, members of the Commerce Committee. I've been talking on this in general law and labor, so this is not really, it's not familiar to me. But I would like to discuss HB 6786. And before I do that, I'd like to apologize to you, Madam Chair. I have a physical therapy appointment. My back is killing me. I've been sitting all day. I'm down in New London at 5 o'clock, and I think I'm going to miss it regardless. So here we are.
Oh, I
So,
wish you had told us.
no,
Joe.
that's fine. That's fine. I didn't.
Honestly, we
That's
try
not.
to
That's more.
accommodate.
A plane flight's more important than.
No, not. Anyway.
But I apologize.
We try to.
I was getting a little
accommodate.
antsy over there in the seat, and I wanted to get to you, but.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think one of the things I'll say is this. I listen. I represent 30,000 unionized construction workers in the state of Connecticut, which all receive training for free. We spend over $30 million collectively within the unionized construction industry to train our own folks. Our people do not pay a dime for their training, and we're proud of that. This might be a moot point, to be honest with you, to sit in front of you right now, because I'm going to take my good friend, Chris Frickel's word. Chris Frickel from the ABC said today, the graduation rates were asked, and he said there are anywhere between 80 to 90% graduation rates. So that's representative of all of his contractors. So in 2023, a bill was passed, and it was the apprentice reporting bill. And that bill was to do exactly what we're trying to do today, but without the data, right? We're coming up with hypotheticals on what's good and what's bad for the industry and how we're getting folks into the industry. 2/3 of the data has been submitted. 1/3 hasn't been submitted. So why don't we pump the brakes? I don't understand why there's a full court press today. When we have the data, all we have to do is get the rest of the data, have a third-party person analyze the data, and let's come up with the numbers and figure out what works for the industry. It's not that hard. Listen, there's probably some of these non-union contractors or merit shop contractors. I want to be respectful. Some of these merit shop contractors are great contractors. They're great competition to us. And they're doing the right thing. And they do deserve more apprentices. And you got many of them that aren't. So why would you blindly reward folks that are running puppy mills for apprentice programs? And one of the things that my friend Chris Frickel said, which is kind of like baffling to me, is when the graduation rates are low because people are laterally moving within the industry. Well, if people are laterally moving within the industry, then you're going to be jumping on 3rd and 4th year apprentices, and you're going to be graduating them also. So that's going to be a wash. But if we look at this data and we find out that many of these contractors aren't employing people past their 1st and 2nd year through their apprenticeship programs, then we have a problem. They don't deserve more apprentices. And it bothers me in my industry and in my position as the executive director of the building trades that we're made out to be the bad people. We're sitting here listening to contractors who we all need them. I mean, we have partnerships with contractors. They're speaking on behalf of workers. Every person I represent is a worker. We want more people in the industry. It's nonsense. But we cannot continue to double and triple down with these bad contractors. So let's do this. Let's read the data. Let's sit down and collectively come up with a number that works. It's that simple. We're not opposed to that. We're not opposed to having people come in. We certainly oppose of people running down dead-end streets one after another and being exploited in this industry. And it's happening. And that data will show that. And the other thing I will say is this, is with the apprentice ratio relief form, I would ask the committee here to talk to the folks on there. That committee is made up of industry folks, both union and non-union. Find out how many applications were submitted. Everybody in front of you says they can't take more apprentices in. And if that's the case, submit the application. And if we find that these applications are continue to be denied, then that's a problem. But the people reviewing these applications, if you're out of ratio, are industry folks made up of union and merit shop contractors. There's no mystery here, folks. There's truly no mystery. I think one of the things I would ask, and I know I'm probably halfway through, and I know you have a long day today, I would ask some of these contractors that come up and speak with you, ask them what their graduation rates are currently. Ask them where they are, how many apprentices they have, how many apprentices they graduated. And if they're graduating 20% and they're speaking in front of you, that's truly disingenuous. Because I know what our numbers are. And we'll proudly show and share our numbers in the unionized construction industry. And now that my friend, Mr. Frickel, said they're at 80 and 90%, I don't know why we wouldn't jump on this tomorrow and review this data, because if his folks are at 80 and 90% graduation rate, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? But it's in the data, guys. And that's what we have to go by. Let's get it. It's already there. We can get the DOL to get on the other 1/3 of the contractors. Once those contractors submit the data, we'll have someone analyze it. And this will be a transparent process. We'll sit down with anybody and everybody, legislators included, and come up with a decision what's best for the industry and the people that are working in the industry. But that's really what I have. It's truly that simple. And I'm happy to take any questions, and I thank you for the time.
And thank you. And listen, I don't want to keep you in that seat longer than you have to. I know what.
I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm Irish. We like pain.
You play with pain. Yeah. Okay. So this analogy of puppy mill apprenticeships.
Correct.
And we heard earlier in the day that this is a small universe and people know in the industry, in the sector, what their competition is and stuff. If that is so prevalent, would that not be identified? And how is that, if it's so prevalent, how is it so under the radar?
It wouldn't be identified because there's no mechanism to identify it. There's no, before the bill in 2023 was passed. So the process would be a contractor would put an application in to certify their apprenticeship program with the Department of Labor. They would certify them, and then that would be the end of it. That would be the end of it. And then they would put the application in to enroll an apprentice into the apprenticeship program, their sponsored apprenticeship program. So there's never been anybody watching over these graduation rates. I'll be honest with you, what I think we should do, since everybody's here and the true interest is making sure people have an opportunity to do well in this industry, what I would do is I would take it a step further. Once we got the data, I would have that data posted annually, and I would also make sure that the graduation rates are posted next to that sponsor. So when these young individuals get into the industry, they know what their chances are to become journey persons within that company. There's many companies out there that continually hire first and second year apprentices and don't graduate them through the system because they're cheap labor. They don't have to pay them as much. It's a gradual system. You come in at a lower level, and then as you have experience, you get paid more. So that's in the data. That's in the data. So that is a puppy mill, Senator. It truly is, because if they're only graduating 8 or 9% of their people into journeyman status, that's not in the best interest of anybody in the state of Connecticut.
So Joe, I hear you. And let me just say, so if in fact we implemented the posting of graduation rates associated with contractors, would we not pull the veil down and we continue to try without pause to address this issue? You understand why we're here. You understand.
Oh, no, listen.
Yeah.
And I'll say it again. I mean, if Mr. Frickel's numbers are correct,
Yeah.
we'll sit down tomorrow and we'll come up and we'll make sure that those ratios are adjusted.
Yeah.
I understand it, but I guess to simplify it is, right? Why don't we take the contractors that have good programs that are graduating apprentices to journeyman status? Let's give them what they need, but let's minimize the bad actors. That's all we're saying.
So you're saying if someone doesn't have X graduation rate, they do not get ratio relief. Everybody else.
No, not ratio relief. They don't get more apprentices.
Well,
because right now, blindly.
Ratio relief.
Well, no, ratio relief is a form that they
Well,
fill out.
You know
So
what I'm talking about.
yeah,
it's
well,
not
no,
the form.
I just didn't want to mix them up when we were speaking, but
It's not the form.
but I think, I mean, listen, to blindly give people, bad contractors that aren't graduating people, to blindly go 1-to-1, all we're doing is exasperating an issue that's already there.
Yeah, but we do this and we expose them.
Yeah, and then what I would say is this. I mean, so the bad actors won't get more people. I would even take it a step further. I would say the good contractors, what they should do is we'll give them more and the bad ones get less. So it should be, I think what happens is we should be placing people incumbent on graduation rates. So the more you're graduating, then more people would go to those contractors
That kind
knowing
of
they're.
gets complicated.
Well, it's not complicated. It's simple. I mean, because all you got to do is come up with legislation. I mean, what we're doing today we're sitting here saying, hey, guys, listen, we have a shortage. What we're going to do, and I'll address the shortage piece with you if you have a minute. I mean, because.
Okay, what's your solution?
Well, there's not a shortage. And I'll be honest with you. Well, you're looking, you want to, you ready?
I'm all ears.
Okay. So here's the deal. So we have 30,000 members in our industry. We have every single one of our apprenticeship programs has their own, we do our own recruitment. The last 5 years, we've had a record number of applications. The UA that's here today, the plumbers and pipe fitters that were here today, had 600 applications for 40 positions. We have more applications within the unionized construction industry. We can't take them all in. And you know what it is? It's simple. And it's great that we're here in the Commerce Committee because it's economics and it's germane, right? Their business model in the open shop is outdated. This new generation will not work for less. They're not working for less. This new generation is not putting applications into work for less. They have more options. They could do IT, they could work from home, they have more. We don't have a worker shortage. So when everyone sits there and tells you there's a worker shortage, we're turning away. The UA took 40 apprentices, the plumbers and pipe fitters, 600 applications. We're turning it away over 500 people. So our right now, our applications are at a record high. And if any business and any business nowadays knows that they're gonna have to pay more to retain talent, they're not going over to the open shop. They're coming to us. So the narrative that there's a worker shortage, they have a worker shortage, they probably do. Because people don't want to work for less and they're not paying the same that we pay. Our collective bargaining rates are posted. Everyone knows what they're going, when they apply for us, they know what the money is, they know what the rate is, and they know they're getting free training and they choose to come with us. I don't know what they're paying on the other side. But for years, since the middle 70s, when the open shop started taking off and it was competition with the unionized construction industry, from that point on, they were successful. Because my generation would work for less. This generation won't work for less. So that the worker shortage is a failed business plan, not keeping up with the times for the open shop contractors.
Yeah, Joe, except the testimony all day has been that they don't have a dearth of applicants. It's just that they can't bring them in. And so that would suggest that they have, a robust pool to recruit from, just as you do. And so therefore, would not this help everybody across the board, including your?
Well, I mean, we don't have a problem with it because we take them in and we put them to work, and we have over 2,500 signatory contractors in the state of Connecticut in our industry. But listen, I'm not opposed.
You don't have a problem with this?
Well, I don't, it's not a problem. What I'm telling you is this. Why don't we reward people that are graduating, folks? I don't have a problem with it. I'm telling you. I mean, I'll say it the third time. If they're graduating 90% of their apprentices, Mr. Frickel said, we don't have an issue. Let's review the data and let's increase the ratios. But we can't blindly increase the ratios when people aren't doing the right thing, because what we're doing is creating more roadblocks for these young folks and not graduating them to journeyman status. They continually be used as cheap labor. And who wants that?
So I really appreciate your knowledge and breadth of experience on all of this. And also your suggestion about posting the graduation rates. I think that's is something we hadn't heard previous, but yeah, members, questions? Yes, Representative Rochelle.
Thank you. Mr. Toner, thank you for taking the time today to share your knowledge with us. So I had a few questions. I think you covered a lot, but it sounds like, at least from what I'm hearing, the best course of action would be to press pause for a second to get the data so we can see who the good actors and bad actors are, get the good actors around the table and create a performance-based system that it helps to expand internship programs, apprenticeship programs for those who are performing well and are truly servicing workers and truly servicing the industry, and making sure that those who need to be curbed are curbed. Is that accurate?
Correct. And correct. Representative, and go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, and I just want to also share for the with the committee and commend the building trades on this. So I'm the vice chair of the Higher Education Employment Advancement Committee. We have purview with the Office of Workforce Strategy and had a great presentation. I've been working closely with them. And your apprenticeship programs, we set standards through Career Connect and goals. And your industry completely smashed those goals with a 280% overperformance. And so I'm aware of the work that the building trades trades are doing to really bolster the next generation of workers. And I do appreciate your willingness to get those who are working well around the table. That's really just more of a comment than a question. But I do appreciate your expertise on this, and I think it's really important with 30,000 people under you that you are advocating here today. I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just, Representative, so I'll elaborate a little bit on that. So we received the building trades. We have the Building Trades Training Institute, which is an apprentice readiness program. So it's a feeder program for our apprenticeship programs. And we were grateful to receive a grant, part of the OWS system, with some ARPA money that was from the state of Connecticut. Kelly Valeries is doing a great job running that program. And we placed over 700 construction workers in our industry. Once again, there's not a shortage in our industry, folks. I just want to make sure you know that. We placed over 700 people into the unionized construction industry in the last 2 years with OWS. So it's truly a huge success. So
I've had constituents from my district, young people who weren't quite sure what they wanted to do with their career, that have gone through that program, and to see the light, come to them as they find something that truly is their path, and to have not just a job opportunity, but a career, and knowing that they're getting into a training program that is going to result in achieving their educational goals and getting them into a career. It's so important. Nothing is worse. We wouldn't be funding universities that have terrible graduation rates. We'd be looking to get them up. And so making sure that we're rewarding good actors and really supporting them in expanding their ability to train people is critical. And I think it's incredibly important to have a scalpel, not a sledgehammer, and take a step back so that we are truly productively ensuring that we're supporting the industry and the workers.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Senator Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Hello, Senator.
Joe, are you associating graduation rates with bad actors?
Excuse me?
Are you associating graduation rates with bad actors?
No, we're trying to disassociate bad actors from the industry to continue to have people come in that aren't graduating. No, I mean, the bad actors are the folks that are graduating 10% of their apprentices, in my eyes, to journeyman status.
But I guess there are some that begin the apprenticeship program and decide, this is not for me.
Yeah, and
So
there's
why would that make them a bad actor?
Well, it'd be a bad actor because what happens is we have the same issue in our industry, right? We have people that come and go, right? We're at over 70% graduation rate, and these folks are at 10%. So if we're all all these young folks that are here today, those are the folks that, whether they're with us or they're working for another contractor, they're no different.
Why do you think what we've heard today, there are some that are leaving after 1 year, 2 years, maybe even 3 years? Why do you think they're leaving?
It's a tough industry. You're in your car constantly. Listen, construction's not glorious by any means. I mean, you're traveling to and from. You're living in your car. We don't get paid holidays. You don't get paid rain days or snow days. So a lot of people have other opportunities.
So Joe, if some are leaving, and what we've heard today, after 1 year, 2 years, and they're getting good training, they're getting that classroom requirement in, they've signed up as with the DOL, but some are leaving, and what we heard today was that they're leaving because they can't get a slot or a job with any business because of lack of journeymen within that business.
But Senator, those people wouldn't be accounted for because they're not registered. So
no. Joe, I said that these individuals are registered. They've gone through the program, or they have gone through 1 year or 2 years of training
as
at
registered
a classroom as a registered apprentice, but they can't get a job that is so they can get their hours in.
Why can't they
So
get a job?
you don't think
why
that's
isn't
Joe,
okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
Thank you. So you don't think the the ratios have anything to do with them having to look somewhere else and affecting or impacting the graduation rates?
No, no, because if they're listen, it's if they're leaving and they're going from one to the next, the person that's going to pick them up on these reports, they're not snapshots. It's the reports of 4 years or 5 years from the first year apprentice through. That's the data. The data is reporting 4 or 5 years. It's just not a snapshot of 1 year of who's in your program. So listen, there's going to be lateral movement in the industry. That lateral movement should actually balance itself out, right? I mean, if you're going to one contractor, if they have work by your house, or if you're going to work for another contractor, that's gonna balance itself out. So if the question is, you think people are leaving because they're already registered and they can't stay in the business because they already have too many apprentices, I don't see that, because if you want to bring people in behind them, there's a form that you fill out, and the form is not a mystery form. The ratio relief form, it's not like reading the Bible front and back. It's truly not. It's 2 pieces of paper, and you fill it out and you send it in. And by the way, the ratio relief form is reviewed by the peers of the industry.
Joe, I was reiterating what we heard here today regarding apprenticeships that are leaving after 1, 2, or 3 years, and they don't have a job because of the qualification or that ratio regarding the journeyman that's required. And there's just not enough journeymen wherever they may be looking for work. So we'll move on. So earlier, Vinnie, I asked him a question, and I just want understanding, because, you've got everybody that you have in your organization have licenses, you're journeymen, and you have these apprenticeships, and there's a overall arching, as an organization, you have your license. How does that work when an employer, a business calls you and they need 10 men on a site, and I can use 5 journeymen and I can use 5 apprentices? How does that work?
So this is what I'm the executive director, and I was an iron worker, as you could tell probably, but I'm not a member of a licensed trade, but as the executive director. But Jay Moore is here, and he's coming up behind me. So I think, Senator Martin, I mean, those more specific questions, I think, would be, better addressed by the folks that are in the industry.
Okay. All right.
That would be. And can I just say one thing, Senator Martin, if I could?
Yep.
So, and I mean this sincerely. I have 4 children, right? So I have 4 children, and I have 3 of my children went to college. I had to rely on the system to make sure my kids were getting the best education. There was graduation rates, where these colleges compared against their peers. I had that information. I was able to make a decision using that information, what was in the best interest for my children, right? 3 of my kids. One of my sons, one of my youngest boys, an elevator constructor. I knew the information. I knew what the trade was. I knew what the graduation rates. I knew it wasn't a dead end career. That was easy for me, right? We should start making these decisions to enter the construction industry easier for parents. Because the parents just say, oh, geez, the parent might be an accountant, and they know when they have a few children, if they're going to college, they know it's in their best interest. For the parents that aren't related to the construction industry, this is truly a disservice to them. Because if we're not making sure that they're having an opportunity to go through and become journey people within that industry, with that contractor, then that's not good. And I really think those graduation rates should be associated on a website, the Department of Labor, with each contractor. I really do. And as many people here today said, it's the other 4-year degree, or it's the master's degree. And listen, it is. These kids in the union sector and the non-union sector on the license side, they put a lot of time and a lot of effort into these careers. We owe that to them. We owe that to them. We should be more transparent when it comes to this issue. I firmly believe it. And I think we should have more people in. I think there should be a better access to get people in. And we're willing to do that. But let's make sure we're putting them in a good system where it's going to be viable and they have an opportunity to succeed in the industry, whether it's with us or whether it's with the merit shop contractors. I truly believe that.
Joe, we have, I believe, two good systems, right? We got two good business models. Just for your, just so that you know that I grew up in the construction trade. I don't know if you knew or not, but I've got 4 kids as well. 3 went to college, by the way. My oldest son graduated with a project management degree, right, from Roger Williams. So we paid the big dollars, and we're extremely proud of him. He's worked for Gilbane I think for 6 years, and now he moved back to the state, and he is working for a pretty good sized company right now. So, we have a bottleneck here, right? We have a bottleneck, and there are so many of these young individuals who would like to enter our trades. I've been advocating for trades ever since I got here because I outcry before I even ran for office. I was part of the Chamber of Commerce in Bristol. We heard it back then from the manufacturers, and God bless them for ringing the bell or banging the drums that, listen, we have a graying population and we've got a problem, everybody. So we have begun that path, and I'm happy to hear that there are many school districts that are currently changing their go to school, go to college to be successful model to, hey, let's look at all the trades, because you can get a real good paying job as if you work in the trades. And that is happening throughout the state of Connecticut. I can't be more excited. The bottleneck is an issue, and that's what this committee is trying to address right now. We're trying to get more individuals more into the trade as quickly as possible. There is so much work out there. And the analogy that I'll use is the road construction, the bottlenecks that exist on our roads, where we know we've identified them and we are doing our best to widen those roads up so that we can have more traffic going through it. We've done a good job from Hartford to Bristol area. We've widened that road up. There's a difference, right? And I'm sure you've seen, the trades see what benefits what benefits we have because of that. This is no different here. We are trying to widen that bottleneck up so we can get more students into the trades because there's so much work out there. So I'll leave you with that. Madam Chair,
And
thank
Senator
you
Martin,
so
I
much.
agree with you 100%. And I will say this to you, since we're on the road analogy, we just don't want to lead more folks down dead end streets. That's what we're doing in the building trades. We want to make sure it's viable for everybody. And I appreciate it, Senator Martin. I appreciate the time.
Representative Messers.
And just one question, you said that your graduation rate is about 70%?
I mean, we have them gathered. So as an industry, we have 6 licensed trades,
Right.
within, I mean, we have that data. Yes.
Be good if it's around this 70%. It's good to provide us with a benchmark, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Presumably, one of the benchmarks you're showing me is it's a union job, it's a salary level, et cetera, higher salary level, and you're getting 70%. So I want to figure out how we figure out what's reasonable to expect from the private sector as well.
Yeah. And I'm hoping my friend, Mr. Frickel was right. Because if they're at 90% graduation rate, like I said, I just spent 30 minutes of my time with a bad back in front and wasted everyone else's time. But really, I mean, I know, and I'll be honest with you, I don't want to be too cute. We have the data. We FOIA the data. The data is FOIAble.
Okay.
And some of those numbers are dismal.
Okay.
I mean, they're dismal. I mean, we have the data, but we don't want to sit here and tell you what the data is, because people will say, oh, the union's reading the data. You know what I mean? We need a third party to analyze that data.
Mm-hmm.
We have the data, and many of these contractors are graduating 10, 12, 13% of their apprentices to journeyman status.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. How do you get that? How'd you get that?
It's foiable. It's at
Oh.
the Department of Labor has
So
the
it is-
data.
so
So
it is
so
re-
you, so the
so it is
committee,
reported.
yeah, the committee could get the data,
Yeah.
you know, the raw
Yeah.
data now.
That goes back to your posting of the graduation rates.
Yeah, correct. The
Yeah.
data, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, the
Yeah.
data,
Yeah.
data's not
Yeah.
perfect. I mean, you kind of got to be in the business to kind of figure out when people are enrolled and then what, you know, because it's kind of it's 5 years. So it kind of follows the individual. So I think really, I think one of the things we should collectively do is legislatively is we should try to get something through this year to have that data analyzed and then, you know, sit down and come up with a decision. I think that's in the best interest of all construction workers.
Hey, Joe, take care of that back.
Oh, thank you.
All right, everybody be well.
Hey, it's certainly not my wallet.
Oh, wait, we've got two questions.
Oh.
Sorry. Senator Summers. Okay.
I thought you were going to miss me again.
I owe you a coffee.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you for testifying this afternoon. I just wanted to ask you a question. I'm sorry, I was in a PROPS meeting, so I don't know if you've already spoken to this. I just caught the tail end of your testimony. So I think you're kind of touching on the same thing that I've heard about, and I just want to be clear that I have been, talking to individuals who are saying that, we have a system, maybe this is what they're talking about, where we have apprentices going in, but they never can reach the journeyman level. So they're sort of stuck at that apprentice level, not getting a higher paid job, et cetera. And that may go to the graduation rate that you're talking about, that only, that maybe the unions have a 70% graduation rate, but that others that are non-union do not. Would that make sense as far as, we're hearing about possibly people kind of stuck in that apprenticeship spot where they can't move up to journeyman. So I know that there's probably a better way that we could collectively all work together to try to deal with the needs that we're seeing from, the industry, but not jeopardizing, safety or graduation rates. Can you speak to that? Do you think that's saying the same thing in a different way?
Yes and no. I think one of the problems is senators is what happens is when, so in our industry is we have JTCs, which are made up of both labor and management. So we have, we have the union side, and then the management side, we oversee the apprenticeship programs. So what happens is on the union side, if you're with a union, you have 200, 300, 400, 500 opportunities to go to work for any contractor because they're signatory. So when our apprentices get laid off, they go back into the system, and then when they get referred out to another signatory contractor. So I mean, that's good. What happens on the open shop, the merit shop side, is the contractor sponsors that apprentice. So they indenture that apprentice. So what happens is if they decide that there's no more work or that they don't like that apprentice any longer, they can just unilaterally lay that apprentice off, and then they're in flux. So that's really where it comes down to. It's not that they're not putting more people on because of the ratios. So when the people are, to Senator Martin's point, which after 2 years, they're not throwing these apprentices off because they're already registered and they're already going towards the number of people that are on the job. But I think the real problem is, in the open shop side, is when they get laid off, they're out fending for their own work. So a lot of times they're not going to reach the graduation rates. Our graduation rates are good because our system is second to none. I mean, you could go to work for, we have over 2,500 signatory contractors in Connecticut. The UA alone has over 400 signatory contractors that these folks could work for. So, unfortunately, in some cases, if the contractor wants to get rid of a second or third year apprentice because they're not working out, or if they want to bring someone else in at a cheaper level, they typically they'll get rid of the person that's more expensive, and they'll bring the people in at a lower level, at an entry level, and then they keep running that over. So it's really not, I mean, if the graduation rates should be, if Mr. Frickel is right, once again, they should be at 80, 90% in that sector, then there shouldn't be an issue of people coming and going and moving unilaterally because they're already going back to contractors that have programs that are sponsored.
Okay, so I asked that question earlier today and I don't remember who the gentleman was that answered, but basically said, if Heather Summers was a apprentice and I was sponsored by XYZ company and either, I wasn't happy or I got laid off or there wasn't work, that I am not indentured, as you say, and I can go wherever I want. I can take those hours with me to another job. So they're saying something a little bit different than what you're saying.
But you're right. But I think to the point, I guess, where it's kind of getting a little conflated is when they're saying that if they leave that company and go somewhere else, they're not getting credit for it. But on the same hand, if the company that they do go to is getting credit for that same person, so that doesn't make any, to me, it doesn't make any sense by saying that if an apprentice leaves one company and he goes to the other, then nobody's getting credit for that apprentice. And that's not true, because the company that they're going to is getting credit for that apprentice if they graduate them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it's confusing the way it was described versus the way you're describing. It's two, it's described differently in two different, by, different viewpoints. So I just wanted to kind of ask you to get your viewpoint on that. And, my concern is I don't want people, and our young people that are graduating, that are going into, that are apprenticeships, going into a field where they're stuck in that cycle, so to speak. Can I ask another question that I asked them is, can you be somebody who's just graduating from high school and decide you want to go into an apprenticeship program and go to work with the unions? Will they pay for you to go back to school? How does that work?
So automatically when somebody comes out of high school with us, they become enrolled into our JETCs. And then once again, the training is free. They work at the highest wages actually in the state of Connecticut is the union wage. They have a secured, we have health plans, obviously. We have great pension plans, and we have 401k plans. So, we're out there in the high schools. I know it was brought up here that we want to get back into the high schools. The Connecticut State Building Trades Training Institute is actually in Naugatuck High School, and we're in Torrington High School, using our curriculum, national curriculum, MC3 curriculum, and we're in these high schools giving credited classes to individuals that want to enter the unionized construction industry. So if we could expand on that, and create more opportunities, making sure that we're giving these young folks an opportunity not only to work for one contractor, but to work for hundreds of contractors and get paid top wages and benefits, I think that's in the best interest of all Connecticut's children, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But that might be a little biased, Senator.
Well, I appreciate your testimony. I just wanted to ask that question because, I had shared that I had spoken to some folks earlier and they were talking about, the concerns of, the apprenticeship program and not being able to graduate. I guess that would be it, not getting the hours and then kind of stuck in that cycle. So the way you've described it makes more sense now. You're not getting, it's the graduation rate to the next level. So if we could get a copy of the FOI graduation rates that you have, that would be really helpful, I think, for our committee to see the difference between what's on the union side and what is on the independent side. That would be great if you have that.
I think you guys probably have a little bit more latitude if you send a little memo over to the Connecticut Department of Labor. I think it'd be easier for you guys to grab it from them, actually.
Sure. If you had it, that would be great. If not, we can ask for it.
Okay, yeah. It's thousands of pages.
Oh, okay. We will ask for that electronically.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Summers. Representative Collins, Maine,
Thank you, Madam Chair, and
to be followed by Senator Rum.
And thank you for being here, Joe. I'll be brief. I want to go back on this question of the data. It's been mentioned today several times that people are very data driven here. And you mentioned that 2/3 of the results are in, but not another third. Was this an opt-in research or was this required?
It was a request. So there was really no teeth behind submitting it, but so they sent the request out to, there's 1,800 contractors that have registered apprenticeship programs. It was a request and voluntarily through the request, 1,200 sponsors sent the information back.
Okay, and you're fairly confident that this data is reliable?
Yes, it comes right from the contractors.
Okay.
So unless they're fraudulently filling out the data,
Okay.
It's based on good faith from the contractors.
Then my question to the committee is, rather than a pause, what about a hurry up on getting that data into some format by a third party provider so that we could actually look at and compare these graduation rates, which are so mission critical to being able to support the arguments that are being presented here about, whether or not these apprentices are being well served, whether they're actually, getting into good paying jobs, and are they getting the adequate training? So it's really an open-ended question, just to follow up on what you were saying about the data and the importance of it, beyond just having a couple of examples. Thank you.
Point well taken, Representative Collinsman, and we'll all be talking. Yeah, and Senator Rahman, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joe, thank you. Thank you for it, coming here today and take time and testify. I support this bill. Reason I want to hear from the public. I know this bill, coming back. A lot of things we heard today. We heard very important. Say, if you don't have business, there is no job. Period. That's the first thing. That's we know. And then also our priority worker safety, very important. Also we heard quality training. That's also very important. Then also we heard about graduation, So all those stuff, we have a lot to digest today. I hope our committee and leadership, everyone consider everything, thoroughly review all those, question and answer today. Then we don't want to hurt the business. We don't want to hurt our worker also. Very important, So we don't want to jump in something and burn ourselves. We want to take time, review thoroughly, carefully making the decision, because this is very important bill for both sides of the aisle. I see the business. I'm the business owner. I know that, and also very important for the worker, at least we can, this is very important. I have two company, combined, I have over 1,600 employees. And our first priority is worker, worker safety, am I right?
Correct.
And also we heard today pay. We heard also pay is not paying and hiring the people and keeping them long time the job. So I don't know, how long taking from apprentice to become a journeyman. Is 2 years, 1 year, 3 years, 6 years? So we don't know. So those all stuff is very important to thoroughly review our leadership, because workers' safety we heard over and over and over. Am I right? Workers' pay we heard over and over. Chief employee worker hiring. And at the same time, we have to support also business, because like I said, if you don't have business, you can create the job. Period.
Yeah,
So
you're correct. It's a true partnership, Senator.
true partnership. So I want to echo what Senator Summers said. Let's bring everyone tables and talk about, share your thought and ideas, and then make the decision. This is why I support the bill, because I want to hear people like you, so many people in here. Thank you all of, everyone in this room. And, you are waiting, from, 10 o'clock until now. And it is very important. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, and thank you, Senator Rahman. And that's really what this is all about, trying to have this conversation. One, so that we're educated and quite frankly can respond to all of the entities, who might be on the same place or in different places. And then to move forward rationally. Joe, I'm sorry, we're not getting
No,
out of here.
we're good.
With your
We're
back.
good. You're good.
But we've
You're
got
good.
two more people.
Thank you.
Representative Vale, to be,
Oh,
yes,
oh,
you can
oh,
stand.
okay. No, I'm good.
Yeah, you can.
I gotta move my leg back. I'm not
That's
being
okay.
disrespectful.
yes, Representative Vale to be followed by Representative Anaskovich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned JTC earlier, is that Job Training Center?
Joint Apprentice Training
Joint
Committees.
Apprentice Training, thank you. This place has so many acronyms. It takes a while to get used to. Is there one in Pomfret?
So
Is
yeah,
that what that is?
the laborers are. in Pomfret.
Okay, so I went for a tour of that place. It was pretty impressive a number of years ago with a lot of representatives from the northeastern part. It was very impressive. So is that the type? How many of those are throughout the state?
We have 13 affiliates and there's 20 different individual local unions. Every single local union has their own training facility.
Okay, and then how many workers, how are every year come out of those facilities?
So depending on the size of the local unions, and typically we recruit or we bring apprentices in depending on their workload. So we don't want to bring apprentices in if there's no work and then have them drop out of the industry. So we have 30,000 members. I think, I guess it would be near and dear to this committee's, germane to this committee is we have 6 licensed trades. So we have 30,000 members. We have 6 licensed trades. So out of the licensed trades, I think there's probably 13,000 members that have occupational licenses. So every year, depending on our apprenticeship processes, are all different for each individual local union. So like the plumbers and the pipe fitters, I'll use because they're here today. Like they'll take applications in and then they'll take a new apprenticeship class once a year. They take applications year round and then they take an apprenticeship class in yearly. So that we're graduating, I think, and I don't want to speak, but I think the plumbers and pipe fitters on a yearly basis, anywhere between 30 and 50, apprentices to journeymen. So it's different amongst every trade. Every trade has their own curriculum and they have their JATCs are governed individually.
So I want to understand the process a little bit here. So if you reach out, somebody needs a certain amount of apprentices for a job and that opens up opportunities at the school. Is that how that
No,
works?
that's
How
not
does-
correct. Yeah.
How
So-
how do you know? You said they need to have a job. What generates people getting to the school?
So now what happens is I think every single one of our affiliates has an online application process. So what happens is if somebody is interested in becoming into the unionized construction industry, it's online. They'll put the application in to become an apprentice, a member of that local union. The apprenticeship department will reach out to them and then they'll go through the interview process from there.
But there's a need. So someone has to have a need.
No, that's not true. I
Right.
guess and maybe I misspoke. So we take in we all take classes in, probably, the majority of our folks take apprenticeship classes in annually. And depending on the work, it'd be the number of apprentices they take in.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the process for the apprentice and then what generates the jobs and all that. So maybe that's something, I won't get into the weeds anymore with that today, but I'd be interested to hear more about maybe offline or something we can discuss.
I can tell you quick. Now I understand the question.
Okay.
So they put the application in, they would get accepted into the apprenticeship program. Once they're accepted into the apprenticeship program, they're members, and then they get dispatched out to the contractors.
Now, is there guaranteed work? Is the work is what generates that? Or do
No.
they go through the program and then they just might sit idly until work comes about?
Yeah, typically we try to, listen, we have over 75 project labor agreements in the state of Connecticut, and every community that we're in, we make sure we recruit within those communities. And every project labor agreement that we have in the state of Connecticut also has resident requirements where we make sure that 1 out of every 5 construction workers on that project is a member of that community. So what happens is when we go into these different areas, we make sure we'll recruit locally, we'll hire the folks, enroll them into the apprenticeship programs and put it right on the job in those cases. But the hard thing is, and this is for everybody in the construction industry, timing on getting people in and making sure that we're able to put them to work. You don't want to enroll somebody and have them sit for 6 months. They're going to lose interest and they're going to go other places.
Okay. I dig deeper, but I'm not gonna. We'll do that another time.
Thank you, Representative Vale. Um, s- So, Joe, if I might, uh, you've primarily, jobs are, the big construction jobs, the larger, I would say, jobs in the state, infrastructure and the like. What's the demand been like of late, the last 5 years? I understand pandemic just kind of flatlined everybody. So post-pandemic.
I think we've been pretty steady. I think, some sectors, I mean, listen, I represent 13 affiliates, so it's all different types of work. A few of our affiliates are really finding it hard with the transition to clean energy. We have the Boilermaker that typically does gas, jobs, and they're struggling during this transition. Our general trades are working. I mean, the highway work and the great work that President Biden put forward for this country, I think is providing plenty of opportunity for our guys. But it's really, we've been pretty steady and we've been pretty good. We have some of our trades are cyclical. So we have people now that are laid off, that they're seasonal, more or less, right? From the spring to the fall. But I think in most part, we've been pretty good for the last 5 years in our industry.
Representative Rochelle.
Thank you. And I swear this is the last question.
Okay. I got plenty of time now.
So there's a shared interest in building out our capacity with workers and good quality training. And you mentioned that you have 2 programs in high schools. And so I'll ask you for a lot more information offline, but being that I'm in the Naugatuck Valley and we have a tremendous amount of development going on, especially with the increased service in the Waterbury rail line, it's really drawing attention to our area. Do you have the capacity to expand these high school programs? And can you tell us a little bit more about them?
Yes, we do. We have the availability. We just met with Senator Sujata down in Bridgeport, and she's looking at doing a program in Bridgeport. I think for our Building Trades Training Institute, it's very successful. Our curriculum is 126 hours. Within that curriculum, it's general construction, and then also it also, we have OSHA 10s, we have worker awareness programs, we have sexual harassment programs, we have money management programs. So I guess our program right now in Naugatuck and Torrington are actually phenomenal. I mean, they actually made them accredited classes. So now these kids are taking our curriculum and taking these 126 hours. What happens is they graduate from that program. Once they graduate from that program, they get automatic interviews with our JETCs and we enroll them. I think the Naugatuck piece is even, seeing that you're in the valley there, the Naugatuck piece is even more interesting because right now we have a class at Naugatuck High School. We're going to graduate those folks. We have a project labor agreement at the train station, the new train station, and we're going to place the folks there. And then in the fall or early winter, we have a housing project there at the old rubber factory, which is the project labor agreement. And then within that project labor agreement, we write the high school program into it. So we guarantee that these folks that graduated from that program automatically get a spot on that project. And quite frankly, Representative, I think that's important for the young people, especially in some of these communities where they don't have cars and the resources that many folks do. You're able to work in town for the first 2 or 3 months, and then we can help you get to the point where you get, a good drive, a reliable vehicle, and you get back and forth to work. So it's really true economic development within the workforce development in these communities.
Yeah, and it sounds like a meaningful workforce pipeline as well, right? Which is the goal. A lot of times we talk about how we want to get people into these jobs. We want to make sure that we're getting them young to build out the industry and make sure they have a meaningful pathway, to not only get into the industry, but make sure that they graduate, make sure that they're going to be put onto different jobs, that they're going to have work at the end of the training as well.
Yeah, and I think the good thing there is when we were in Naugatuck, if I could quickly say, some of the folks there they were in between college or in between going to work, right? And they didn't know it, and they enrolled, and it's really been life-changing for them because a lot of them weren't really interested in school, right? And then when they came into this program, it really took off because it was something that they didn't know, because we got rid of the tech classes in high school. So they were never really, introduced to any of that type of construction. So having them in there and having them in class, I mean, right now, I mean, we're recruiting for next year, and actually the school system in Naugatuck wants to start with juniors also. So we're going to look to expand that. So listen, if anyone up here wants us to come to their community, reach out to us, and we'll see what we could do to get into your school system.
And last comment on that, I'd be really interested to look at the data. I'm a data person, and so I'd be really interested to look at the data in a few years. We talk about disconnected youth. We talk about trying to raise median income and rebuild the middle class. I'd be interested if there's any tracking being done on how initiatives like this are impacting and growing the median income in areas like this as well.
Yes, we have that data for you. We'll get it
Great,
over
I'd love
you.
to see it. It sounds good.
Thank you, Representative Rochelle. Last question, promise, Joe. Okay, we've been talking about graduation rates a lot. What percentage do you have on people being employed after they go through your training?
So what's I could get, so you're asking for industry-wide, what percentage of
Yeah,
the unionized construction industry is working right now? I guess that would be it.
Yeah, those who have gone through your training programs.
Yeah.
Yeah, employed, yes.
Oh, I mean, I would say we're probably at 80, 90%. I mean, I guess I'll explain it a little bit better. So once they graduate from us, they're always members. So they might be unemployed, but what happens is they're still members. And when a call comes in for a job, we dispatch them, and then they go to work for one of our signatory contractors. So our system is different from saying, like, once you graduate the apprenticeship program, and then if you're laid off, you're not working. So for us, once you're a member, like I mentioned it earlier, we have numerous signatory contractors. So when our folks do get laid off, they might be laid off for a little while, and then when a call comes in from a contractor, that folks, they get re-dispatched out to another contractor.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. And we will bid you best and take care of your back. And thanks for your patience.
Thank you
here.
for the time, folks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the testimony.
We appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Michael Cohen from the Smart Local 38 are you here with us, Michael? No, sorry, Kyle. Yeah, no. Okay. So the next, it's Rufus Duram from Arts Alliance. Is Rufus? Hi, Rufus. Did I see you in a Probst yesterday?
Yes, you did.
I thought I did.
I wasn't able to testify, but thank you for your service of, I'm assuming you were there until after midnight. Yeah. Just good afternoon, Commerce Committee. My name is Rufus Duram. I'm the Interim Executive Director for Connecticut Arts Alliance. We are a statewide arts and creative sector advocacy program in Connecticut. And I'm here to offer some general comments about HB 6881. I also want to say, Senator Hartley, thank you for your comments at yesterday's DECD meeting. It's really heartens me to see the increased support for the creative sector from legislators this year, and the increased understanding of the importance of our sector. And I know many of you on this committee are connected to your local arts, culture, and tourism organizations. The Connecticut Arts Alliance stands ready to help in any way with getting you the information that you are looking for with this bill. Through our partnerships with DCD Office of the Arts, Connecticut Humanities, and our relationship with Office of Tourism and the Tourism Coalition, we know that our sector has produced numerous studies and data points that have been shared with the legislature. We have Bureau of Economic Analysis data that shows the entire creative sector in Connecticut drives $12.7 billion and is 4% of our GDP, employing about 54,000 people in the state. That's their most recent report. That's using 2022 numbers. So I'm assuming that we'll see an increase in those numbers over the next couple of years. We have data from Americans for the Arts, Art and Economic Prosperity Study that showed the nonprofit sector in our state produces $348 million in revenue for local businesses, generates over $600 million a year in organizational expenditures, and brings more than 10 million people to our downtowns. We have data through the Office of the Arts and CT Humanities about the 750 organizations that received vital funding through the Cultural Fund that existed during COVID. This was a partnership that expanded arts funding into more towns and more organizations across Connecticut than ever before in our state. In fact, for one brief shining moment, we were the #1 state for arts and culture spending per capita in the US. And now we're back to pre-COVID numbers, which honestly are fairly dismal. And we haven't even matched the 2001, 2002, 2008 highs. Our cultural funding per capita lags pretty far behind our neighboring states, as well as our tourism funding, as you're aware. We're partnered at a regional level with New England Foundation for the Arts, and at a national level, I'm the state arts captain for Connecticut. I have regular meetings with Americans for the Arts and National Association of State Arts Agencies. They have a lot of data and studies available for this creative sector. I have reports and studies about the accelerating effects of our sector on community economic development, health, transportation, food, housing, you name it. I can get you a study or a toolkit that proves how the creative sector can accelerate our community development. Our sector is vibrant and diverse. It provides community cohesion, direct and immediate economic return on investment, and also soft skills of creativity and innovation that employers are looking for in a modern workforce. Connecticut is and always has been a maker state. We have some of the oldest arts organizations in the US. We have some of the best museums, performing arts centers, and galleries, and evidence of our creative history is in museums across the country. I was actually just in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and there's the International Towing and Recovery Museum there, and one of the oldest tow trucks on display there was actually made in Bridgeport, Connecticut. So I'm just here to say that we look forward to working with you to make Connecticut an exemplar for other states to look up to live, work, and play here. We're already the pizza and basketball capital of the US. Let's make it the creative capital too.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Rufus. And I should say you were all represented well yesterday in the appropriations hearing. We recognize the challenge there that has presented in the budget. So it's a work in progress, and it's important that you're here and staying connected to the legislative members. Are there questions? Thanks very much, Rufus. I appreciate your patience.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
So next we have a panel, and that is Jay Moore and Jason Miller and Kunel Lamote. Got it. Okay. And so just if you introduce yourselves as you speak, that would be fine for us, our benefit. But go ahead, you have the floor. You are Jason?
Miller.
You're Jason. Hi, Jason.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, Senator Martin, and Representative Esposito, and ranking members. My name is Jason Miller. I live in Higginham, and I am a member of the UA Local 777 as an apprentice. I am here to urge your opposition to the HB 6786 AAC hiring ratios for skilled trades. I was lucky enough to be hired out of high school to a company that put me on my D2 apprenticeship. It's more or less a stepping stone license. After I worked there for a little while, the company, we didn't work out, we separated, went separate ways, and I worked for a small company named Air Comfort. When I worked there, they told me that going on to my S2 apprenticeship, there was no point in it. We didn't really need it, we didn't do the work, that sort of thing. I was laid off from that company after a few months and found myself working at Quality Propane. Before I was even hired at Quality Propane, I was I negotiated that I would be put on the S2 apprenticeship immediately upon hire. And they told me that's no issues. We'll get you hired, or we'll get you on the apprenticeship. And I was lied to for 2.5 years. They never put me on the apprenticeship. None of my hours counted, and I wasted 2.5 years working for pennies on the dollar while they were selling me out as a licensed tradesman. I urge the opposition, I urge you to oppose this legislation so that what happens to me doesn't happen to anyone else.
Thank you, Jason, and we'll have a back and forth in a minute. Oh, so help me out. You are Kunel.
Yeah, yes, Kunimel.
You have the floor.
Okay. If I butcher your names, I apologize. So I don't have the greatest.
My apologies.
Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, and Senator Martin, and Representative Anakovich. I'm sorry if I missed it. My name is Kunimel Lamote. I live in Torrington, and I'm a member of the local 77. I'm here to urge you to oppose to HB 6786, AAC hiring ratio for skilled trades. I went, 2018, I graduated from Port and Chester. I was fortunate to get hired at around the clock before I finished school because of my persistence. When I got hired, they promised me, I asked them, because I kind of know like the ratio of like the apprentice program and stuff like that. So I asked them, I said, can you put me on apprentice? They said, okay, 90 days, we'll see how you work. I'm a persistent dude. Decided, let me follow back with them. And they said the same thing. And then over time, I'm starting to pick up what they throw down. I'm like, okay, I'm starting to see that they're really not gonna hire nobody. At that time, they had about 6 licensed guys. So I knew I was only apprentice over there. So they didn't have they have an option to put me on, but they literally told me that they didn't want to. So I was like, okay, I'm not gonna continue working here. Let me find another company. So I decided to go to another company, where it's Air Inc. in Brantford, and they too had 15 licensed guys. I asked them, because I didn't want the same problem occurring. I said, listen, I need to put it on apprentice. I don't want to deal with no probationary period. Try to put me on. He's like, no, I'm gonna put you on, and et cetera. I'm persistent again. I asked follow up with it. He was like, I gotta put my son on. Well, I was like, well, you got like 15 other guys there. Why can't I put it on? He said, no, I just gotta put my son on, and you can wait. So in that case, I don't know when that would happen. So I proceeded to go to another place. I left that place. I went to try again for Litchfield Mechanical in Torrington. It was the same issue. He actually told me that it was cheap enough to pay me, basically, as a apprentice, or not as licensed apprentice, because I realized that you have to have a card showing that you're apprentice. And basically from 2018 to like 2021 or 20, I realized that I thought my hours was going towards it. I think around 2021, 20, I realized none of the hours that was registered. So during that time, I kind of took a break. Gave up on it. I was like, you know what? Excuse my language. After this, I decided to do something else. And then I went to I worked for a CJR, a junior facility. And then after time, I was like, you know what? My buddy of mine, he worked at the local. And I was like, you know what? Let me get into the local and see what they did. I'm not gonna lie to you. I liked it ever since. Probably within 3 weeks, I know business days correspond. I got my card. And I was like, all right, this is great. Why couldn't other people do this? If it's that easy, why couldn't other people do this? And ever since then, I kind of liked it. I go to school every day. I'm a second-year apprentice. I work for Carrier. And yeah, I loved it ever since. I go to trainings every day. I'm more alert. I'm more aware of things than I did when I was in Port and Chester at that time. So I kind of got the gist of what was going on. So leading to that being said, I urge you guys to oppose the legislation So what happens to me doesn't happen to other people. And thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Kunel. Yeah, and Jay?
Hi. Good afternoon, Senator Hartley, Representative Mesker, Senator Martin, and Representative Ankovich. I'm Jay Moore. I represent Local 777. We have over 3,000 licensed plumbers and pipe fitters and registered apprentices in the state of Connecticut, and I urge you to oppose 6786. So I'm not going to regurgitate obviously what Joe said. I mean, I have the same testimony, data, you know, the whole thing. I'm not going to go over that, but what I am going to say is I'm a member of the JATC who interviews all the apprentices that join the local. And these gentlemen's story is the majority, not the minority. I sit and I listen to, we'll interview 200 people, and probably 60 to 70 of them have the same story. I worked at a company for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. I had one gentleman that was 1099, okay, as an independent contractor, as an apprentice. How do you do that? It's illegal. It's wrong. It's not right. So today, I know there's a lot of good contractors here, union, non-union. That's not the point. The contractors that you heard speak today, they're good contractors. They do the right thing. They take care of people. There's a lot of contractors that don't. And unfortunately, by doing this, you're going to give them the opportunity to take advantage of more people. I'm all for apprenticeship. I'm all for growing the industry. It's what I do. I care about these guys. I stood here all day with them, and I talked them into coming here today, and I appreciate it, gentlemen. My son's in trade school. I went to trade school. It's near and dear to my heart. It's a shame what happens. I'll also let you know I sit on the Connecticut State Plumbing Board. On that board, I sit on a panel that examines applications to sit for the test. Continually, time after time, people apply to take the test, and within their testimony or the affidavits they have to provide, they give a letter from their employer stating, yeah, Jim Jones worked for me for 4 or 5 years. He should be eligible to take the test. So our question to them is, were you ever registered? No, I was not. Okay. Why weren't you registered? Well, he never registered me. It's unfortunate, but this is what goes on out here. These kids are exploited and taken advantage of. It's terrible. So actually what we do on that board is we refer them back to DCP to have those companies investigated, those bad actors. So we do take that course as a plumbing board when we do the application reviews. But again, to pass this bill without really thinking this through and looking at the data and thinking about the lives that it can change or hurt is not right. So I ask you to oppose, sorry.
Thank you.
Ask you to oppose 6786.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, so I did hear you that in your review process, when you identify this, you do report it to DCP.
Correct, yes. I'm on that board with the commissioner of John Mesner of the DCP, and I'm also with Todd Birch, who is the commissioner of the apprenticeship of DOL. And we all sit on that board and we look at these pieces of paper that say, you know, Steve Smith worked for this company for 5 years. He should be eligible to take the test. And at that point is when John Mesner turns it over to his team of investigators.
Okay, and that's how the system is supposed to work, right?
It's supposed to work, but it wasn't always that way.
Okay, so Jason, you were not registered.
Correct.
And so did you not yourself attempt to register? Because there's a registration on 2 lanes, if I'm understanding this. It's the employer and it's you.
So I wasn't too sure on that whole process. When I went through with my original D2, my company they did the whole process for me. And when I went through, they didn't tell me the process. They just told me a date. Here you go. You can go take your test. So when I went to.
That was after 2.25 years.
That was when I first got hired out of high school.
Okay.
So in our trade, in the HVAC trade, there's a stepping stone license, which is your D2, and then there's the journeyman license, which is your S2. They took care of my whole D2. I got sent out, got it, passed the test, have my license. When I got moved on to another company, I assumed that was the process. And when I asked them and they said, yes, we'll put you on the apprenticeship, they flat out lied to my face and said, you're all set. We'll see you in 2 years. And when I confronted them about it, they said, we never put you on the apprenticeship. That 2 years was a waste.
And did you report them?
I didn't know I could report them at the time. So no, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
go
what
ahead.
Senator- The problem is when these guys get out of high school, they don't know the laws. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know what they're entitled to and what they're not entitled to. They can't register themselves. The employer has to do it. So if they go to them and ask them thinking that it's legit, right? I'm going to go ask my employer, the guy that employs me, cuts me my paycheck. He's going to register me, says he is. They think he's going to do it. They don't know enough, they don't understand. And that's the problem. They're not educated on,
Okay.
on the system.
So I get it. So short of reporting them, how do you deal with that? And how would quotas or the change of the ratios make this better?
The change of ratio won't make this better, but the problem is if you change the ratio, you're allowing people to have more apprentices
So
and
we
maybe
have a
register,
problem. So we need
maybe
to
register half of them and then bring in another half, right? And don't register them. So you're giving more opportunity for, unfortunately, the bad actors to take advantage. And like I said earlier, the contractors that are here that testified today, I commend them. They're on the up and up. They do the right thing. They take care of their employees. They take care of the apprentices. They care about the industry. I know Larry Vallers. I've sat on committees with him. He's great for the industry. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that are not.
And that's what we have to solve.
Right.
And I don't
but changing
know
the ratio isn't going
that
to
I don't
fix
know
it.
how those two comport. But anyway, so let me do this right.
Kunel.
Kunimel. So you went to Porter and Chester
Yeah, yes, I did.
and you finished there at Porter Chester.
Yeah, I graduated in Port Chester. Graduated, took a year. Nights is like a year and a half because you only do it.
HVAC, do I remember?
Yeah, HVAC, yes.
Yeah. And did you have a student loan?
Yeah, 19 grand. I'm
Yeah.
still paying it now.
You're still paying it down.
Yeah.
And you're with the union now, but
Yeah, actually, I'm back at school but it's free. So
yeah, because you're doing what, another license or?
no, it's I was never licensed.
Oh.
I was in the union. They put me as like they have a 5-year program, and each year you grow, you do a certain amount of hours on a job, and then in school, and then once you complete those hours, you move to the second year, and second year you get better pay, and your steps next to being a journeyman and getting your D2 and S2 license. If I answer your question.
So, and when you were going through this process, and you went through, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 employers. I mean,
Yeah.
Did you report them and did you yourself register? Because once again,
So
they
told me that I wasn't allowed to register. They do it. So I was like, okay, in my head, I was like, okay, I guess I just have to ask them. So once I asked them, they were like, okay, we'll get it. And then because I'm very persistent, it got to a point that I was asking them too much, and they were like, we're not going to put you on. So they told me the honest truth, I guess.
And this happened with a number of employers.
Yes.
So have those employers been reported?
I don't know, because I know one of my coworkers gone to the same company and it happened to him. So it was ironic because I work with him now, and he went to the same company, which was around the clock. The owners are Andy and John Muntz, they're brothers. And I remember distinctly, I was getting paid minimum wage, and they gave me a 50-cent raise probably after 6 months. And then that was it. And then I asked them, hey, can you put me on the apprenticeship? And like, we don't have any more filled up. I'm like, well, I'm the only apprentice, so how does that work a little bit?
Yeah.
And basically it was just, I realized that they were just beating around the bush around me. So I just didn't want to, I wanted to maximize my opportunity. I wanted to get on an apprenticeship, I want to get paid. I want to be licensed. I don't want to work as an apprentice for 8, 10 years. So
That's the goal.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
program.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So then Jay, in this instance, when you see a case like this, would your organization report these employers? Because we got like more than a handful of them here, talking about your 4 or 5 and your,
We do. We work with an organization called the FFC, the Foundation of Fair Contracting. And unfortunately, we're labeled as the bad guys, the union, right? So
but by who?
by most.
By who?
So we work with a company called the FFC, and we
Yeah,
put our
and you're
complaint-
labeled
we
as the
we
bad
put we
guys.
put our complaints in through them, so that way they get read and they take care of those complaints. But yes, we do put those things
Are
in.
you telling me that the state agency, DCP, they're the oversight, if your
I think
complaints-
if you put in too many complaints, you might be dismissed. If you continually put complaint in after complaint.
But it's not like it's a singular complaint. You're representing a aggregate of people. So it's not, you know.
I understand,
so it's
Senator.
expected that there should be more.
I understand,
because you're
Senator,
not-
but
it's
when
not a
somebody
one-off.
when your name constantly comes up in a complaint, constantly comes up in a complaint, you're labeled as an aggravation.
And you're talking about the state agency.
Many organizations.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, who else, who have questions here? Oh, yeah, Senator Mark. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So first, for both of you, yeah, you too. Thank you so much for your testimony. I think it's important to get real life stories. It's important to see what types of fraud exist in the industry, right? I'm not sure that the bill deals with the fraud. I understand the concern that opening the ratio. I'm trying to figure out if people aren't obeying the law with the current ratio and they're not hiring people as apprentices, even when they have the room, how what I would do would affect them. What I'm more concerned about is in the testimony in our subsequent conversation, that if there are issues arising, and it'd be fodder for further conversations, I think. The fact that we're not getting proper redress, that you're not getting the right level of support to deal with people who are misrepresenting or taking advantage of people's trust. I think my children, unfortunately, are a little older than both of you. And I can't imagine if they came to me and they told me the story, how I'd feel about it. So the issue that enforcement is an important issue. I don't think there's been any dispute about any of us. And leading people down a path 2, 4, 6 years of apprenticeships that don't result in registered time is just unacceptable. And I understand that.
May I speak? So to what Joe Toner said earlier about the data, we should go through this data. We should pump the brakes on where we're at, go through the data and reward the people that do a good job and not the people that don't do a good job. That's where the data is going to prove the point, and that's what we're going to do.
Well, I guess
we have no objection.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No, but I was going to say though is that I assume none of this data, there isn't any data on these two from those first 4 years of work.
It depends on the years. I'm not confident.
But I suspect there's a lack of data. There's a lack of registry.
Yes, they would never show up on that. Correct.
Right.
Correct. That would never show up.
Yeah.
100%.
But I hear what you're saying. I know you're concerned. And I appreciate the testimony. I don't have another question, but okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Jay.
Yes.
So these young men, and by the way, thank you for coming and testifying. It's unfortunate, extremely unfortunate, and hopefully we can address that. Those that are fraudulent, in my opinion here, are stealing from you guys. And hopefully we can do something, maybe not this year, but going forward in addressing that. So, Jay, when these guys get hired, they got hired, but you're an electrician. These young men thought that they were an apprentice. So what were they actually paid as or hired as? Just a laborer?
Probably most likely labor. That's what they did.
So they were able
they're-
to get around that
Correct.
without telling these guys.
Correct. They,
"You're
they
not an
were they were
apprentice," but-
unaware what they were considered. They were considered laborers.
Yeah.
So they got
But
around the
Jay, would it be helpful if we sort of maybe turn this around or maybe slightly around instead of having the employer submit the application, the form as for, hey, I have an apprentice. Would it be helpful if both signatures were on the form? So it's Jason or is it Kunel, right? If either of them had the opportunity to, and that they knew, and we could do that through, the education process, that it was their responsibility, along with the businesses, to submit the registration for apprenticeship. Would that be helpful?
Well, when they do register an apprentice, the contractor signs the apprenticeship slip and the apprentice signs that. So they both do sign that slip once they're registered. If they're not knowledgeable on what has to happen, they wouldn't know that that's going to happen. They wouldn't know that they needed to sign that, both of them.
But it sounds like they both had some type of education. Is that not being addressed while they're in school?
I don't
So-
know what Porter and Chester teaches. I'm not familiar with what, if they educate you on that.
In Point Chester, they just teach you what the HVAC industry is, like what's heating and cooling, and they just basically they just guide you on how to get a job. So it's like I kind of like on non-unions, I kind of feel like you're your own agent. Like you're physically your own agent. If you lose your job, and, good luck on the next one. That's how I look at it.
So Kunel, if you had known while you were at Chester Porter that, gee, in order to be a licensed apprentice, that you needed to fill out some paperwork and you needed to sign it or else you're not an apprentice, would that have been useful to you?
Yeah. Yes.
Would have, right? And how about you, Jason?
Yeah, it would have been extremely helpful because
Yeah.
I didn't end up going to a technical college per se like Porter and Chester. I graduated from Vinyl Tech, and from there went right to work. And in the high school, no one
Told you about
we
it.
knew we had licenses, but they never told us the process or that we had to initiate or anything like that. It was more or less, here's the basics of our trade. You'll learn more as you go.
Sure. Okay. So we're just trying to identify where the
One-
holes are here, right?
One idea, solution would be is soon as you gain employment at a contractor, you contacted the DOL, the Office of Apprenticeship, and let them know you were working there. If that was a requirement,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
that would eliminate a lot.
Okay.
But that's legislation and that's a whole nother ballgame.
So Jay, just one more question, and I know Joe sort of punted on the question, and he's probably punting to you. So regarding the overall umbrella license for the union organization,
Yes.
the model,
Yes.
and you got all these licenses underneath that are journeymen,
Yes.
and then you got another group here that are
Registered
apprenticeship.
apprentices.
You always are able to, I guess, meet the ratios
Correct.
because you've got more journeymen
100%.
than compared to a private sector or the merit shop companies where they don't have that umbrella license, correct?
We don't have
so
an
now
we
they're
don't have an
limit-
umbrella.
So they are limited to the licensed journeymen that they have within their company. So even though the owner may have his license, he's only got 10 journeymen. He's restricted, limited with the number of journeymen that he has available to his company compared to your model where you have the overarching license and you got all these list of journeymen that you can support the a number of interns that you have.
Correct. Correct. We don't have
Okay.
one license. We have multiple journeymen. We have
Yeah.
we have thousands of members.
Right.
So they all
Okay.
they all
I
have
was just
licenses.
trying to understand,
Correct.
gee, how is it that your model it was different than theirs, and it took me a little while to figure
Right.
it out, but I think I identified it here, and that's where the threshold is for the merit shop companies, and I guess the unfairness, because you guys have all these lists, and they could be from different companies, right? And all these journeymen are all listed underneath your umbrella compared to the merit shop. So,
Correct.
okay.
But I'm going to revert back to where we're saying there's a shortage of licensed workers. So in the past year and a half, we have gained over 150 licensed members in the plumbers and pipe fitters. I don't think there's a lack of workers. I think there's a lack of people willing to work for less. And that's why they're coming to the union. That's why the open shop's struggling to obtain licensed workers. We offer benefits. We offer retirement, health insurance, and that's why we're gaining the influx of the licensed workers. So it's not a lack of licensed workers, it's a lack of people willing to work for less.
Thank you.
Senator Martin. That they had a robust pool who were interested coming on, but that they were unable to bring them on, not because of the job ratio, but because of the hiring. That was testimony that was consistent throughout the day. Not that there were too few of them. It was just that they could not, there were too few that they could bring on.
Well, I heard a lot of testimony today that there was a shortage of workers.
Well, that is the end result, that we have a shortage of workers.
We do
That
not.
is a fact. So we're not going to dispute that.
We don't have to, but
Excuse me?
no, we don't have to. No.
Yeah, because we are not meeting the demand of what's being called for especially with the big challenge of in the housing sector.
Okay.
Yeah. Further comments from? Oh, yes, Representative Maniscalco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for your testimony. So a lot of the testimony that we've kind of heard, we're sitting here, and I've said this already once, we're here to discuss a bill, and it's a workforce bill. It's a workforce number bill that we're concerned about. A lot of discussions about, obviously, bad actors. We're hearing a lot of talk about bad actors.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of public hearings in this building, and there's bad actors in every one of them. So, for me personally, I think there's a separate issue here that relates to the fact that there are bad actors, and there'll continue to be bad actors until there's regulation and that we do something to take care of that. I don't think anybody can sit here and say there will or there won't, but the likelihood of bad actors continuing to exist in a lot of industries will continue to happen. What happened to these two young gentlemen is going to happen again. And it's going to happen until people, are held accountable for what they're doing. So that issue, for me personally, has nothing to do with the 3-to-1 ratio. The 3-to-1 ratio, and we will agree to disagree as it relates to that. But, if you continue to hear both sides, so obviously it's somewhere in the middle where all this is going to land. Because I think there's regulations that need to happen so that we maintain that we have an industry that will protect people that are trying to work in this industry. But there's also an issue of, we hear it all the time in this building, that there's a shortage of workers. So you'll say that there's not, somebody else will say there is. So it's somewhere in the middle, right? We'll agree to that. But the fact is that this 3-to-1 ratio is what is putting up the barrier. And I'm struggling to understand why that would matter to you. Why would it matter that the 3-to-1 went back to the 1-to-1 and everybody does the same thing? There shouldn't be us against them. There should be an industry. One electrical worker is not better than any other electrical worker because you work for a union or you don't work for a union. You both do the same job.
Mm-hmm.
You both are out there. As far as pay goes, that is where it is. I mean, right? So you can pay your workers what you want, they can pay what they want, or however it plays out. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're all doing the same job. And all we want to do is make sure in the state of Connecticut on the Commerce Committee is making sure that we're addressing a bill for workforce. We're addressing a bill that says there are concerns. So the reason it's brought here is because we're being told there are concerns. And the way for us to try to fix that is to try to work around, a way to get everybody to work that feels that they can and should and want to work. So we have people that are saying, well, they can't work because they're limited on the ratio. So they can't hire new people, or they want to bring new people on. So it's a difficult thing, and I get it. And I mean, I just don't, at the end of the day, the ratio thing for a commerce, on the commerce side relates mostly to what we want to do on the Commerce Committee to make sure we get people back to work so we can keep things moving in the state of Connecticut. The other things that exist throughout the discussion today, and a lot of it dealt with, were the bad actors. I heard it over and over, both sides, bad actors. So what do? Let's fix the fact of how we're going to get rid of the bad actors, And I don't know if that could be solved. That's probably an unsolvable problem, but it plays a big part in this. So I just wanted to make those comments. I mean, I don't want it to be this us against them, and there's enough work for everybody. That's
Agreed.
what everybody also said.
Agreed, Representative. There's no us against them.
Right.
Absolutely
And I mean,
not.
right. So then there's enough work for everybody. And I think for us on our
Fair comment.
side, the other thing is just making sure that the information we're being presented as it relates to workforce is that, we need more people out there. The data, and again, to discuss the data, let's wait on the data. Pump the brakes, wait on the data. But the data is only as good as the people that are giving you the information. You're not going to get information from people that are filling out that form that says, we're terrible, we're taking advantage of young kids. And, that's not going to happen. Why would you
should
call
look at the
yourself
data
out?
before you make that decision?
Huh?
You should look at the data before you make that decision.
Well, I'm just saying, if they do, then great. Then
I've seen it.
our problem gets solved a little bit easier, because then if you want to claim that you did something wrong, now you're accountable. And now you can pull their license.
That's the point we're making with the data.
Right.
So if you weed out the bad actors and you guys take action against them, we have no opposition to giving more apprentices to people that deserve them. Our opposition is giving people apprentices that don't deserve them, that are going to exploit them. We have no opposition against growing the industry. Our opposition is against taking advantage of people.
Understood.
Simple.
Yeah.
And if we give a blanket to everyone across the board, that opportunity to take advantage of people is far greater. That's why we're here. That's why we're against this bill. We're not against growth. We're not against apprenticeship. We're not against open shop. We're not against anything of that nature. We're against people being taken advantage of.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Maniscovich. And yeah, Jay, I think there's a lot of common ground here. And then there's also the challenges that still hang out there. But to Jason and Kunel, thank you so much for, first of all, dedicating the day to be here. And because Kunel, I get the feeling you're not that much of a patient person, and you've sat here all day.
Oh, you saw me pay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, I saw you pacing, and I thought, oh boy, this guy. But it's so important for us to hear your stories, and I truly, regret the lost time that you both have experienced, and this committee, is foursquare in terms of recognizing and dealing with that, as well as the rest of this conversation. So be well.
Well, thank you for letting me talk. I got a
Yep.
2-month-old kid that I wait
yeah,
at home.
go.
So
Gotta
so,
go. Gotta go.
thank you. Yeah, but I credit to you guys for sitting down. So I can't do it.
He's been here since 9 o'clock this morning.
Yes, Senator Rahman. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Jason, thank you.
Sir.
Thank you so very much. You all here, very, very important. But it's what disturbing, you mentioned when the volume of complaint coming, then you are not, they are not responding you. That's really disturbing. There should not be any agency, the state of Connecticut. That's we need to look into pretty closely. Did you all three submitted online testimony?
I did, but I went off script because my testimony was already regurgitated multiple times.
How about the Jason and you?
Yes, their testimony was submitted.
Online. Okay. So reason I mean, written testimony. I'm
Written
sorry.
testimony
Yeah,
was
yeah,
submitted
yeah,
online,
yeah.
yes, sir.
So reason I said that, how long ago you both saying, I don't know, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years ago you applied, they ignore, they deny your application, all those stuff, you both
So they denied my apprenticeship for 3 years.
3
They
years.
they told me that I was on the apprenticeship for 3 years and that I should be coming up on my time. And when I thought it was about time, they told me they never signed me up.
Mm.
And that's more than the amount of time that we needed to get the license or to get the hours we needed.
Do you remember date and time when
I want to say 2020 is when it started. I could be wrong.
okay. How about you?
Mine was 2018.
18?
Yeah. They kept like prolonging me along, more or less. They were like, all right, we'll figure it out. 2 months go by, we'll figure it out. 3 months go by, we'll figure it out. And then in your head as a common person, you would think it's like, all right, are they really gonna do it? Or are they like just like stringing you along? So it's like you gotta make a decision. Do I want to continue working there and just not be put on an apprentice? Or you can find a different company and then hopefully they can put you on apprentice.
But then you never reported.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. It's like a roulette. You put, red or blue,
Well, like I said earlier, this is why you're having the public hearing, am I right? You come here, easily, freely, you can speak and you share your thought and idea. And based on that, we all, reviewing thoroughly all those stuff and then making the decision. But we keep hearing the bad actor, bad actor, bad actor. I don't know how they created the bad actor and where is the bad actor coming from. If I apply, if I deny my application, doesn't mean the bad actor. So many reasons, maybe they deny that application. That's the only thing. And second thing also, if denying or ignoring the application, that's, we have a problem. That means the system not working. Am I right? So many other states, I see the 1 and 3, 3 and 1, but they, have amazingly working. Am I right? So I thank you again. Like I said earlier, our leadership, there's a lot to digest. This is why I support the bill. Want to hear from the public, and this is great. You all here. So we'll see what we can do, but we are not going to make the decision like rational. We're going to make the decision thoroughly. We're going to review and we'll see our leadership. We're going to follow their also decision. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And so thanks very, very much. So I'd like to invite Jason Giacaruso to be followed by
Thank you everyone for the opportunity.
Kimberly Glassman. Thank you, folks. Jason? Is Jason?
Kimberly,
Oh,
can you unmute your mic when it's your turn? Next speaker.
Good evening.
yes, good evening.
I'm going to go a little off script
Unfortunately.
here because it starts with good afternoon, but
Yeah.
it is now good evening.
Well, it wasn't good morning.
It wasn't, I knew what order I was in, so I was going for at least good afternoon, but my name is Jason Giacaruso. I want to thank you guys for all being here and letting us come in and let you know our side of the story and how we think we can help support Connecticut and the workforce and the goals of the Commerce Committee, which is economic development, job creation, reducing the cost of housing. So tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a graduate of a state tech school back in 1990-ish time. I've been in the trades since I was 16 years old. I grew up, my father was in the building trades before that as a carpenter. I've roofed roofs, I've framed houses. At this point, I am the owner of a contracted company based out of Griswold. We also have a secondary office in Old Saybrook. We employ approximately 80 people in our staff. We work all over New England. I hold a master electrical license in every state in New England. So I can speak about ratios in other states that we're having problems where our apprentices leave Griswold right on the border Miss Summers district, and they jump right over to Exeter or Warwick or wherever because they can get a job there but can't get a job here. So as we go through this a little bit, I think something else to talk about too is obviously I'm also a parent of someone that's also in the trades. So multi-generation here. There's a couple of things that went through. We've talked about hiring ratio. We've talked about job site ratio. And I think we need to bring in, and it somehow got into this union, non-union conversation. And I don't think that's what we're here for with the Commerce Committee. We're here to talk about how do we create less expensive housing? How do we create jobs of people that can afford to buy those houses, right? How do we build those houses? So all of that is an economic development issue, okay? It's not a union, non-union issue. But the thing on the table that keeps coming back up is this ratio issue. I think we need to be very, very clear to write down on a job site, 1 worker, 1 apprentice, okay? Also understand in commercial construction, you have to be 18 years old to be on a job site. So what we're talking about when people are being supervised, we're talking about adults supervising other adults, okay? So it's not, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I would love if my child was able to go to school with a 1 teacher, 1 student through their entire grade school, because that would be one heck of an education. The job site ratio is not in question. Nobody in the trades in any state in New England wants to change that job site ratio, okay? It's the hiring ratio, it's the restrictive hiring ratio. That's the Commerce Committee issue. It's the fact that there's a ratio in which we can't hire people to fill the jobs we have, okay? That's the problem here. It has nothing to do with safety. It's 1-to-1. I mean, in all honesty, 3-to-1, I have to hire 3 plumbers. We have plumbers, HVAC, electricians, general trades, and carpenters in our company. We work all over New England, as I said. I have to hire 3 plumbers so that I can send 1 plumber and his apprentice to your house to repair your broken toilet, okay? While I send 2 plumbers someplace else in the state somewhere to do something else. They're not even there supervising that guy. Now, if the apprentice gets it wrong, he gets his shoes wet. Okay, could be a safety issue. I get that. But what does the other 2 guys on the other side of the state have to do with supervising this guy? Nothing. Okay, nothing. Well, in fact, it's less safe having a 3-to-1 ratio than 1 ratio because those other 2 guys, each one of them are allowed to work on their own. So now I've got an HVAC guy from my department running a service call at Jane Smith's house down the road while 2 guys are over here fixing a mini split unit because most jobs are actually a 2-man job. You get into OSHA standards and OSHA requirements, and no one's talked about the safety requirements of OSHA. Okay, they're real. They're here. Okay, we have in our office we actually have a dedicated safety officer, and we do our own training and stuff like that. There's lifting recommendations, right? I mean, OSHA has lifting recommendations. No more than 50 pounds. I don't know the last time you guys lifted up or anybody lifted up a condenser. That's a 2-person job. Okay, I've got an apprentice and a journeyman over here doing a toilet change or a condenser change, and I have to send 1 guy on his own because I don't have another apprentice. Now my option is send 2 journeymen. Okay, so now I can only get half the work. So now we're back to the commerce issue. I can't build your house because I have to send 2 guys over here when I should be splitting that crew and having 1 journeyman, 1 apprentice, 1 journeyman apprentice. Now I have the right to send them. So once we set all the condensers, they go their own way. Each one of those guys works on their own. They accidentally brush up against something and they get zapped. They get shocked. What happens? Nobody's home. Licensed guy passes out. He's on the floor. How safe is that? If we were 1-to-1 ratio, my apprentice would be there to call 911 to ask him if he's okay. Maybe he tripped carrying it because it was so heavy by himself because it was a 2-man job. He tripped, twisted his ankle, hit his head on the patio on the way by. Okay? You want to talk about safety? Safety is a 1-to-1 ratio at all times, not a 3-to-1 ratio. Okay? Where it is being looked at completely incorrectly. There are governing bodies in this country, in this state, be it OSHA, that require that. When we work on a job site in the state of Connecticut, every employee on that job site is required to have a minimum of an OSHA 10 card. And we have to turn that in. So anytime we do state, municipal, or federal funded work, that has to happen. We submit to the state in order to say, hey, this person is registered. Here's his proof. So the contractors you hear in this room, they are the good contractors. We work on the state jobs. We work on the big jobs. We have to submit and get proof back from the state that these guys are in fact registered. Okay. There's a lot of things on here. And I think Senator Martin had a good point. There are 2 different business models here. They're both equally important to our state. Okay. I have 80 people that work for me currently. Many of them have been in and out of this room today. A few have testified. I can't build a power plant for you. Okay, we're talking about all the new clean energy. We need nuclear power plants. We need all these EV car charging stations. We need all this work. We don't have the staff. It would take all of our company and then some. Well, the union's got 13,000 people, they just told us, and they don't have enough work. Or excuse me, they have enough work, but not enough to hire any more apprentices. Those are the guys, they call the hall, 200 people show up. And they build that. That's not our business model. That's not the open contractor shop. Our business models take care of the residential side, take care of the small businesses, take care of maybe a medium-sized school or a hotel. That's what we do. Okay. We have more work than we know what to do with. One of my colleagues here mentioned earlier, we have just in our one plumbing HVAC division, we have over $14 million backlog for this year. We can't do it. We have to turn it down. We're gonna turn it away. And then we completed at least one apprentice in each trade this year. We ran an ad 6 months ago for a apprentice. We have over 200 applicants electrically, 180 applicants plumbing. We had 98 applicants in HVAC for one spot. And yet we're looking at these applications going, well, there's all the applications. Here's the contract for all the work, but the state said we can't hire you. Why? It doesn't make any sense. The work's there, the job's there, there's a need, there's people available. The business models are different. And when you get into it, that creates an opinion conversation. But it's not really an opinion conversation, it's a fact. Business models are different. Union by Design typically does the largest projects in the state, and they do a great job at it. The non-union contractors is usually the guys that are coming to your house, to your small business, doing some of the other peripheral components. We work at Mohegan Sun. We work at Foxwoods. I have secret clearance with the government. We handle the secret network for the entire Navy in all of New England. Okay. We work all over the place, every single state in New England. We do, that's all small projects though. There's a need for workers. We can't keep our vans on our road because they're driving the tires off of them, because there's so much work to do. We are requesting your support in changing and eliminating the hiring ratio, keeping the job site ratio so we can put people to work. And I think there's a few things that we should address. And as part of that apprenticeship data is only as good as the angle that you're looking at it from, or the angle that you had to ask for it from. And when we talk about two different business models, that data is reported differently. We heard from several of our colleagues that said that they have their own multi-trade apprentice schools. Okay. If they're training the schools and they hold the apprentice holds the apprentice, the card, but I believe as Jay had said, the apprentices go into the pool. Sometimes they'll get laid off, but then they get redistributed to one of the signatory contractors. They are never unregistered. So the union submits one piece of paper. So 1/3 of the data is not there. If there's 1,000 contractors in the state, you should have approximately 701 documents.
Please forgive the interruption. Is there any way you can summarize the rest of your statement?
Yep.
Thank you.
So, I mean, as we go through it, ultimately there's a need. And I think that as many of you are elected by the majority, non-union contractors in the state of Connecticut are 87% of the workforce. We are the majority. We are the ones that are crying help. We are the ones looking for apprentices to fill jobs. And it's not because we want the apprentices. It's ultimately because we want the journeymen. And we're scared that the gray hair force is leaving, as myself here, within the next 10 years. And all of that knowledge is going to go away.
Thank you very much, Joe. Comments, questions from the colleagues. You make a very interesting interpretation, of this issue on the two different business models. So in your view, should there be two different processes for two different business models?
I don't believe there should be. I think the business model that we have and the process that we have fits and works both business models. If you take some of the numbers that were actually reported, I believe earlier today, Vinnie Valente had testified that there was approximately 200 registered plumbing apprentices. I then heard from Joe Toner that there was 13,000 licenses throughout the 6 licensed trades. I do some quick math. 13,000, 6 trade divided 2,200 roughly per trade of each one of those 6. It could be plus minus, right? Divide that 3 to 1. That's about 750 available apprenticeship slots the union has per trade. Now, they only have 200 people registered. Why do they not have 750 registered? Because all of us have stacks of apprentices sitting on our desk because we can't get the work done. So why are they electing not to train them? I heard because there's not enough work. The non-union contractors out there in the public or private sector, we're all telling you there's way too much work. You heard it from the home builder saying they can't hire us. You heard it from, I believe, well, pretty much everybody, to be honest with you, said there's more work and not enough people. So I don't think that there's an issue with it. They're choosing not to bring on as many. They said they bring on 50 people a year through their apprenticeship. IEC, I believe, had said that we have 150 apprentices, just electrical, in our apprenticeship class. So, I mean, there's a need. People are applying. People are going to Portchester, third parties who's paying big money to change careers, to get out of Target, to get out of Walmart, looking for a career. And they can't get into it. It's 2 different business models, but it's not an issue with the policy or the process, excuse me. It's an issue with the policy. It's the restrictive hiring policy not allowing us to even ever mathematically get to a 1-to-1 job site ratio, which is safer for my employees, to make sure they have a ride-along person so they don't trip, fall, get hurt.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Jason.
The issue of work opportunities, I mean, I don't know, is there a difference at certain levels? Is there more of the smaller jobs, as you point out, versus the big, large jobs?
Absolutely, there is. Service work, as many of the, I believe, if you go into the HVAC industry, we all have heating and cooling in our homes. We all have heating and cooling in our businesses. Okay, from a service standpoint, it can take a man and an apprentice to do a service call. It can be done by one apprentice, but if that man retires, that apprentice doesn't know how to do it. It's kind of irrelevant. He can't fix it anyways. There's a lot more service calls, break fixes, clogged toilets, light switch doesn't work. By definition, there's many small businesses in Connecticut, right? 80% of businesses in Connecticut are small businesses. That means 80% of the jobs are small jobs or service calls, which is even smaller. So theoretically, you could say 90% of the jobs by count are small, and they're done typically by non-union contractors. The larger jobs, schools, power plants, those are done by big contractors with large workforces.
Thank you very much. If there are no questions, I want to thank you for your patience and also for your instructive testimony. And next, I think online, it is Kim Glassman.
Good evening.
Hi.
Chairwoman Hartley, Chairman Meskers, Ranking Member Aniskovic, Ranking Member Martin. Can everybody hear me and see me okay?
Loud and clear. Yes, thank
Okay, great. My name is Kimberly Glassman. I'm the director of the Foundation for Fair Contracting of Connecticut, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in strong opposition to House Bill 6786. I know you've heard a lot of testimony today, and I just want to clarify a couple of misnomers that you've heard. The gentleman who just testified about the number of apprentices that Local 777 plumbers and pipe fitters currently has. I think, again, we're coming back to a major question about completion rates. I think any non-union contractor who comes forward to you today and talks about how many registered apprentices they have and how many they want to hire, again, you have to ask about a completion rate. Because in the union world, when a apprentice enters into a union, that union is committing to ensuring that that apprentice gets through year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, if there's a year 4, and then goes and sits for their occupational licensing exam if it's a licensed trade and becomes a licensed journey person. A part of my organization, sadly, we exist for the purpose of monitoring generally public construction projects for compliance with federal and state wage laws. So particularly, we're looking at prevailing wage projects, federal, state, municipal projects, but we do look at private projects as well. And we deal a lot with contracting agencies and with our enforcement agencies, the Department of Consumer Protection, Department of Labor's Wage and Workplace Division. And we see that exploiting workers as unregistered apprentices is a sadly very common form of wage theft. So common that we will often file joint complaints with both agencies, and those agencies will do joint site visits together because there will be a wage component, because if it's an unregistered apprentice, they should be paid the journeyman rate. And then there's the licensing component because they are falsely claiming that they are an apprentice when they haven't registered them, so they are not using an unlicensed worker. This is very common, sadly, in my organization. We see it all the time, and it is rampant. And so what House Bill 6786 would do is it would open the floodgates to allow for more of this type of wage theft. Really, at its core, this whole issue about the one-to-one ratio, the hiring ratio, is really an issue about greed. Because what many contractors want, and there are some contractors who have submitted testimony today, I looked at the list, who have previous wage violations themselves with the Connecticut Department of Labor. And you should ask any contractor who comes forward if they've ever had to resolve an issue with the Department of Labor that concluded in the back pay of wages or restitution or in the pay of civil penalties, and what was that violation? Was it about apprenticeship? I think these are questions that need to be asked, because what is also true is that a year one apprentice is paid significantly lower than a licensed journey person, or then even lower than a year 3 or year 4 apprentice. So I think we have to ask a couple of questions. We have to ask, what is the pay scale for these non-union contractors that are coming forward to you? Ask, what is your pay scale? What does a year one apprentice make in your company? And what does a licensed journey person make in your company? And if that is, you're going to find that is a huge discrepancy. Now, it is a large discrepancy in the union world as well. But again, the non-union are coming to you and saying, we want to be able to hire more year one apprentices. And they haven't shown what their completion rate is. I will also say that you heard from Chris Frickel earlier, the Associated Builders and Contractors. He lobbied the legislature pretty hard 2 years ago for you not to adopt the language in the bipartisan budget that passed to include the reporting on apprenticeship. He was lobbying, saying not to include it. And so that did pass with bipartisan support. And the data has, from what I understand, the Department of Labor sent out forms to all the sponsors of registered apprenticeship programs. There are about 1,800 registered apprenticeship programs. There's 1,800 sponsors of registered apprenticeship programs in the construction industry in Connecticut. They received, as of November, so I don't know if it's changed, at the time in November, they received about 1,200 responses. So I would encourage your committee to request that data from the Department of Labor's Wage and Workplace Division. And I would also I also believe, and I've said this to the administration as well, that if it's the administration, if it's the legislature, you should you should analyze this data. We should see what is it telling us? What does it mean? Is there a big discrepancy between the proponents of House Bill 6786 and the unionized industry? Is there a big discrepancy in terms of completion rates for registered apprenticeship programs? Because let's also remember that registered apprenticeship is under attack in this country, and we have to do everything we can to build a firewall around our registered apprenticeship programs. And the last point I would my written testimony, by the way, is online. And I hope all the committee members read that written testimony. There is one more point I would like to make, and that is Jay Moore, the business agent for Local 777, made a comment about how he felt like the building trades were made to look like the bad guy in this issue. And Senator Hartley, you asked him for an example. I have one. Representative Ackert put together a workforce, I forget what it was called, like a roundtable, workforce roundtable in the off session this fall. Nobody from the unionized industry was invited to participate, and nor were they asked for any input on it. But I sat in on that roundtable to listen in. And actually, the director of the Open Shop Mechanical Contractors Association, I believe she spoke today, earlier today. She made a
I'm
comment
so
at that
sorry to
table.
interrupt. If you could summarize the rest of your testimony, that'd be great. Thank you.
She made a comment at that table that the elephant in the room was stopping any movement on this issue. And she pointed to the executive director of the building trades, Joe Toner, who I know also spoke to you today. There is a misnomer, a myth that is perpetual, that is throughout the legislature on this issue, that the building trades are a stick in the mud and not moving on this ratio issue, and nothing could be further from the truth. Just in 2017, the building trades negotiated with the open shop, Larry Valeries, in fact, they negotiated a major major change in the law to go from 3-1 to 1-1 for the first three. That law passed in 2017. It's included in my testimony. The building trade, my affiliates with the building trades have offered numerous concessions, including making changes to the ratio relief application process within the Department of Labor's Wage and Workplace Division. I understand that the two committees have cognizance on this issue, the General Law Committee and the Labor Committee have raised committee bills that would address the ratio relief application process. So I just want to put to bed this notion that the building trades have not been good team players and honest brokers at the table on this issue. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
And I don't think anybody on this committee is making that assumption at all. Okay. And that's probably the reason, for the questioning, like, okay, let's really get to the bottom of that. Because I do think through this long day, we have really identified lots of common ground. So yes, you say that you have given us your testimony. Did you, Kim? So we
Yes,
have
it's
that.
online. I checked.
Yeah, that's very helpful. You talk about, asking about completion rates. I think that's also a really important indicator, and we will factor that into all of our conversations as we go forward. And Representative Meskers has a question.
I certainly hear you. I hear your strong advocacy, and I don't have any questions or problems with it. Where I think the strongest point of agreement is in the conversation is, to echo my co-chair, it's the completion rate. There's no question in my mind whether we're dealing with union or journeymen in merit shops or whatever the nomenclature. It's a pathway to the middle class. And I need to get the pipeline open. I need to get more registered journeymen in this state. I need a younger profile of my employees. I need to be able to expand the workforce when we look at the massive demands in the energy sector, in heat pumps, in solar. We look at the massive demands on infrastructure to try to rebuild the state. These are all things that resonate. I hear the concern. It's been registered, time and again today. The concern about, and I thought the quote that will stick with me was Puppy Mills. I hear the question about people getting through the system. It's a genuine concern. And so don't think that you haven't been heard. And that's the first thing I tell you, no matter what the hour.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. It certainly doesn't feel that way sitting here, I'll be honest, because the two committees of cognizance on this issue decided not to raise this issue this year, and your committee did. And those two committees have agreed, both with the rankings and the chairs, to raise committee bills that address consensus items between the union and the non-union that have been reached through the ratio working group that was a part of the 2017 language. And they are working on language in those two committees that address those consensus items of the issues raised by the non-union contractors on the ratio relief application process. So there is a lot of movement here. What we don't agree with is raising this bill, having this public hearing, forcing workers to come forward and tell their hard stories about how they were exploited in the open shop non-union world and how they went to the union world and were able to actually complete their apprenticeship program, sit for the licensing exam, and as you said, Representative Maskers, Chairman Maskers, enter the middle class. And that is ultimately what we all want. I want to work myself out of my job. Having to see these issues of wage theft every day it's stunning. It is stunning. And I do want to say, I know that there was some concerns over the enforcement agencies. My organization's experience with the Department of Consumer Protection's Occupational Licensing Enforcement Division and our experience with the Department of Labor's Wage and Workplace Division has been bar none. They are incredible. They have amazing investigators. They do God's work every single day. They are communicative, and they have the fires in their belly. They believe in what they do. They're great civil servants, and really ultimately the big problem is there's just not enough of them. We just need more.
I appreciate the testimony. I do believe it is in the purview of Commerce to review issues that affect the economic growth of this state. I appreciate that you felt that we are overreached, but I think it's within our purview to make those decisions within Commerce. But I respectfully just, stand my ground in bringing the subject forward. But I appreciate your concern.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. And Kim, I really appreciate you, first of all, the long wait. I think you were here and then you're online and so forth, just to be able to talk to us and, bring your perspective before us. But certainly you are not suggesting that this is not a subject that should not be discussed in a Commerce Committee, which is the basic mission of which is the economy of the state of Connecticut. And there are so many pieces to that, the workforce not being the least of them. So I'm sure that that's not what you are suggesting at all. And so I look forward to continuing our conversation and reaching your input and moving forward. Thank you very much. Are there other comments? Seeing none, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jack Colie from Colie Plumbing and Heat.
I was before Jack, I think. Joe, fuck you.
You have the floor, sir. Yes. Yeah, and then next to be followed by Jack Colie. Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
I want to thank the Commerce Committee for the opportunity to submit testimony regarding this issue. My name is Joe Pilecchia. I'm a member of the Connecticut Heating Cooling Contractors Association and am currently a retired contractor and a retired Connecticut Technical High School teacher. I live in Trumbull, Connecticut, with the 134th district. We are in favor of HB 6786, an act concerning the hiring ratio for skilled trades. Today, I want to address my experience with the apprenticeship ratio program. Current ratios are an employment restriction program. I did have a long contractor time that I had to deal personally with the ratio in my own company. I ended up teaching in the technical high schools, and as an instructor, one of my responsibilities was to get students a job or an internship during their junior and senior years. Any junior or senior in the HVAC, plumbing, or electrical programs are allowed to participate in the Work-Based Learning Program, WBL. WBL allows students to go to the job site instead of coming to school. WBL students get a real-world experience about working in the trade. What is the biggest hurdle to placing students with different companies? A company has to have a position open in the apprenticeship ratio program. Lately, there have been some improvements. One is a pre-apprenticeship position designed for Connecticut high school students that they are allowed with a pre-apprenticeship slot could be used for both juniors and seniors. But what that means, that's a plus and a minus. The plus is that a junior can work during his shop cycle at ABC company. Senior can work at ABC cycle during his shop cycle at ABC company. At the end of the school year, that ends. So a lot of time, a contractor that have expressed to me, he did not want to do that because at that point, he could only keep one. And because he only had one slot. So it is a plus that during the junior or senior, they can go into one pre-apprentice slot. Does end with the school year. So, it was an improvement. However, today, on any given day, there are contractors in Bridgeport, Milford, Stratford, and areas around the state of Connecticut that have taken many WBL students through the years. Several of those contractors were here today and gave testimony, or going to be giving testimony. Students from Platt Tech, from Bullard Havens in Bridgeport, A.O. Smith, and 14 other Connecticut technical high schools. Over the years, if a company apprenticeship ratio is full at the time, they cannot take students. And unfortunately, many times students that were not placed in WBL through the apprenticeship program ended up in other non-trade related jobs. Many times those students would end up staying in that non-trade position because they had a job, they had a background, and they were happy in that job. And unfortunately, in that case, the industry lost a possible student, a possible new trade person, a person that is willing and able to work and is so desperately needed these days in the trades. Discussion is not about the one-to-one ratio on the job. Any apprentice needs to be working with a journeyman, a licensed professional. That is not the issue that we are talking about here. The issue is that when a company gets up to 25 journeymen, for example, they are only allowed to employ 10 apprentices. As an instructor, I took this responsibility very seriously. And every school has a dean of students. They have a guidance department that kind of spearhead that work-based learning program. And some instructors are very active with getting students jobs. And that depends on the shop, depends on the instructor. There's a lot of time involved. I put a lot of time in, a lot of phone calls, a lot of visiting shops to promote student work-based learning opportunities. A company that is at the level, I mentioned the 25 journeymen, they can only have 10 apprentices. And there were too many times, and I don't have solid numbers, but somewhere between 30, maybe 30% of students that wanted a job, and I would call up ABC company and say, hey, listen, I got a really good technician for you. Can you take them on in a work-based learning program? Joe, I'm sorry. Our ratio, we are at max. We are maxed out. We cannot take any other workers on.
Thank you very much, Joe.
I got a couple more things.
Quick. Yeah.
Real quick.
I
okay.
know you've been here all day too.
Well, I just wanted to mention about the waiver program. Some contractors have had very much success with it, and some haven't. Please remove the restriction and give students an opportunity for an apprenticeship.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yes, Representative Kite.
Joe, thank you for coming and speaking today. I just have a quick question. You mentioned this internship program. do their hours count towards their eventual apprenticeship if they get an apprenticeship?
Good question. In order to participate in a work-based learning program, there's a number of approvals that have to go through between the student, the parents, the principal of the school, the Department of Labor. And in our case, I was spent most of my years at Platt Tech in Milford. Gina Knox was the Department of Labor representative. She would come to the school and sign up, and with the sponsoring company, all sit down together, make sure all the paperwork is filled out right. So yes, they would get hours for their work time.
But does that count to their, should they enter into an apprenticeship? Do the hours they do in the internship count?
Yes, they do.
They do count as
Yes,
apprentices?
they're pre-apprentice.
Okay, and are they paid, are these interns paid?
Absolutely. They get paid, well, at least minimum wage, some more. It's up to the company.
Thank you, Representative.
So it's a very good program.
Yeah, but we heard that you had to be 18 years old to be on a job.
That's for most commercial jobs. A lot of these contractors are residential, and that doesn't apply.
Okay.
And there is some kind of state, they have to be 16 by the state law, by the state, by that program. And there's some kind of insurance or whatever that the company does have to make sure that that student is on their workman's comp program, on their insurance. But their state of Connecticut has some kind of backup policy for those students too.
Yeah. And so the CTECs are now an entity unto themselves, or the VOTEC schools out from underneath SDE, the State Department of Education. And I'm wondering, there used to be an advisory board. Is there such a board? Because that would be, I think, the entity to try to be connecting these students in the trades.
Every shop, every discipline does have a trade advisory committee. In fact, Jay is a member at Wilcox Tech. I attend several different schools myself, and it is an advisory board. They meet twice a year to help with WBL is one subject, and just to give the instructors feedback of what's going on in the industry. What are contractors looking for? What's the prevalent thing? Sometimes it's not necessarily the technical skills, but showing up on time and stuff like that. Being able to clean up after themselves.
Yeah, you would think, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. Any comments? Yes, Representative. Yep, of course.
Thank you for the second time. Just a quick follow-up. So contractors affiliated with the CTECs and these programs where they're going into the schools, and it sounds like a great program, and that there's a lot of oversight. What would you think of allowing contractors who participate in these programs to have a waiver so they can do the one-to-one? But because we also have the problem that we've heard about the bad actors, the people who aren't registering their apprentices properly and not graduating their apprentices.
There's contractors that I'm dealing with, and most of the schools and different departments, disciplines deal with are legit. They're the good actors. They're doing things right. And they won't take on a student if their ratio is full. They're not taking a student on. There are cases where I've had students come to me, and as a CTEC school, we are supposed to make students aware of signing up for the Department of Labor for their apprenticeship program. I've had students go and get a job on their own with the guy down the street or whatever the case is. I said, did he sign you up? No, he didn't sign me up. You got to get signed up and at least make them aware of it. Whether the student decides to stay or not that's up to him, but we make them aware of it. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank
Okay.
Representative Kite, you were reading Representative Mesker's mind. He was just, okay, thanks so much, Joe. If there are no other questions, appreciate your staying and
Oh, thanks for letting me
sharing your
testify.
testimony. Okay, so that brings us to Jack. Jack Colie, yeah, Colie Plumbing and yes, heating.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the committee members for putting in a long day and giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Jack Colie. I am a plumbing heating contractor from Stonington, and if Heather's still with us, she's my senator. I went into business back in 1989, and I can tell you back then I was one of the young guys, and all of a sudden I'm one of the old guys, and I'm not sure how that happened, but I'm kind of an example of our aging workforce, I think. I'm a board member of the Connecticut PHCC. The bulk of our members support this one-to-one law going into effect. I also was on the ratio working committee when it was founded in 2017 and served on that for the duration. We did make a small compromise. I will say it was tough. With half the members felt one way and half felt the other. So we did. I think Kim had mentioned that originally it was 2-2, and then went 3-1 after that. We did increase it so you could have 3 journeymen and 3 apprentices, which is a little bit of a help. It didn't do much actually to help larger companies. But the smaller companies, if you had 3 licensed people, you could have 3 apprentices. The thing that I see out there though, and I've been doing this a long time, is a lot of the smaller companies really aren't going to maximize the number of apprentices because their type of work may not justify that. There are a lot of stuff that service type work that may be easier for a single person to do. You get a lot of one-man shops that don't want to hire anybody because they don't want to pay workman's comp. Once you hire somebody, that opens that all up. So I know plenty of guys who just stayed by themselves or had partners where they both, either one of them would have to pay workman's comp. So that's a little bit of a hurdle. So the biggest chance I see for people to these kids to get jobs are with the bigger companies because they do have the openings. There's a lot, and one of the things I heard a lot of things today. So what I originally was going to talk about just kind of went by the board. I'm going to try to discuss, comment on a few things. We all say the in the field ratio is not going to change, and that's correct, 1-to-1. And a lot of emphasis has been put on safety, and safety, yes, is definitely important, but also it's the 1-to-1 mentorship. There's a lot to learn, and having an apprentice out there working with someone who's been doing it for a lot of years is an important part of their education. And over the years, the other thing I want to just address is a lot of people talk about. By the way, I'm a good actor. Just want to let you guys know that. But hear people talk about, they just want cheap labor and they want to bring apprentices on so they don't have to pay much. I can tell you, I gotta leave. Okay, I gotta go fast. Okay. Over the years, I've had six apprentices that I've registered. 5 of them have gone on to get their license. One of them decided after a couple of years he wanted to be a fireman, and he went off and did that. He is a fireman, and he was a great kid. So the completion rate obviously for a small company like me was very high, but hiring an apprentice isn't necessarily a cost-saving issue to start with. It's more of an expense because they can't do anything by themselves. They need to be with somebody, and there are certain times they're going to be on a job where you're really not able to charge for their service because they're kind of learning with the journeyman on the job. I always thought of the apprentices more as an investment for my company. And like I said, the guys, most of them I had finished, they stayed with me. And I've had apprentices become journeymen, and I wouldn't necessarily go out and hire another apprenticeship because I didn't really want to get my company too big. So once my apprentices became journeymen, I didn't necessarily replace them. Eventually, I may bring another apprentice on, but it's not. The smaller companies really don't have the opportunity to hire as many of these kids or the need. The other thing that has cropped up, keep coming up, is if we increase it to 1-to-1, it's going to allow the bad companies to do more. I really don't understand that one because they're not registering the people anyway. They're hiring people and they're not registering them. I don't see how changing that is going to increase that any. I think the issue here is if the ratio goes to 1 on a hiring basis, I think there's going to be more opportunities for these apprentices with good companies. And the two young gentlemen here that were from the union, you know, my heart goes out to them, and I'm glad they landed a good spot, and they'll, you know, they're going to do well, I'm sure. But if there were more companies out there that could hire these kids, there'd be less of that going on, I believe. And then just the last thing I just want to mention, they talk about the ratio relief program. That was something that came up constantly and during our meetings with the ratio board. And the number one requirement of that is something I wasn't crazy about. The number one requirement is when you apply for ratio relief, you need to advertise. I think it was on Connecticut Hires or one of the hiring platforms for I think it was 60 days. I may be wrong about that, but you actually had to hire a journeyman first. Well, all that really does is makes a lateral move. Somebody leaves one company and goes to another. It doesn't bring a new person into the industry. You know, some companies wanted to hire an apprentice, but they couldn't apply for relief unless they tried to hire a journeyman first. So anyway, I've been all over the place here, but that kind of concludes what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jack. So are you saying on the ratio relief, so in applying for that, part of it is that you have to advertise at the same time for a journeyman if you're going to get relief to bring in another
You have to
apprentice?
show that you're trying to hire a journeyman. Am I correct, Larry? Okay. My wife will tell me I'm wrong, but Larry says I'm right. So that's the first step, is to advertise for a journeyman. And it has to, 60 days, Larry? 30, that's close. One out two. Yes.
Okay. So, one, you have to hire a journeyman.
Or attempt to hire a journeyman.
Attempt to hire a journeyman. And the ratio relief, you still don't know what that ratio relief will be.
Correct.
I assume. And is it likely to be 1 or 2 or 3? Do you know what the process looks like?
No, actually, that's something that they talked to Larry. Again, Larry can speak much better to that because he's part of that process. I just remember hearing, as we talked about it at our meetings, that guys would say, in fact, like Stillman Jordan, who was on earlier, you know, he applied for 10, they gave him 5, you know, and I guess part of the game was people would always apply for more than they really wanted because they knew they weren't going to get the number they were after. So the process of how it's awarded, I don't know how they come to the number.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Further questions?
Yeah, hi, Jack.
Hi.
Jack, how long has the racial relief been around?
Good question. I don't know. Larry,
That a
do you know
Larry
when it
question?
started? We got a lot of Larry questions.
All right,
here,
well,
yeah.
oh, I'll wait till he comes
Yeah,
on. Thank you.
because I was never, because I can tell you I never applied for it. I was a smaller company. I never needed more apprentices. And I learned about a lot of this stuff as part of the working group.
Yeah. Larry's very appreciative that you're punting right now.
Oh, yeah.
so, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Jack, we appreciate it. Okay, so we next want to hear from John Bowman, FF Hitchcock Company. Is John with us? Is remote? Is he on?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, hey,
Can you hear me?
go ahead, you have the floor, John.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, members of the Commerce Committee, for having me. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try to keep this as short and sweet as possible. I'm here offering my support for House Bill 6786. My company is FF Hitchcock Company in Cheshire, Connecticut. We are family owned and operated, and we currently employ 90 employees in various trades, various roles, but we also have tradesmen and license holders in plumbing, HVAC, electrical, sheet metal, and fire protection. I've also provided written testimony as well. So we rely, like any other company, on having properly trained employees to carry out the tasks necessary to ensure that our customers are safe and comfortable. We have currently 20 employees registered as apprentices in various trades. And unfortunately, we still turn away applicants daily because we don't have enough spots open for them. And honestly, we need them. We do a lot of service work, a lot of install work, and it helps having, that extra set of hands. We've hired 34 people at our company just this year. So we're rapidly growing, and it's because we pay them very well. We attract the very best talent in all trades because, we pay them really well. We have a great benefit package, and we try to give them the benefits available to them, that they might see with a union job, or a corporate type job. And we have no problems with the union. We've actually worked in the past with local unions as well. And I think what they do is what they do great, and what we do is great as well. Ratio relief we have benefited from in the past, and it's allowed us to hire above the hiring ratio. We've also benefited from the pre-apprenticeship program. We typically take a pre-apprentice almost every year out of Wilcox Tech, and we've had great luck with that. But and it's been shown to work. Our ratio relief has worked, and we've shown that we're capable of having more than just 3-to-1 ratio. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know the exact figures. I can't think of the last time we didn't have an apprentice complete his apprenticeship and get his license. If anything, we've had apprentices fail the test a few times, and we've retrained them, and we've held their hand, and we've gotten them over the hump. We do our best. We're not one of the bad actors that you may have heard about previously, but we do need your help. We do need the opportunities to hire more apprentices, young individuals looking to get into the trades. We've taken many of our apprentices out of the NTech school that Chris Herb mentioned before. They're a very good school. They graduate great applicants. We've had good luck there. But at the same time, I go to their job fair and I'm sitting there saying, I got to pick one. I can't, there's 5 kids there and I got to pick one. So it's sad, because I was in their shoes one day, when I was trying to break into the trades. And unfortunately, my dad couldn't register me. He chose to register people over me and I had to wait my turn. I know you've heard contrary stories to that today, but I'm registered as apprentice right now, trying to get my hours in place to get my license because I had to wait for my spot. And that's just not really fair. I had to wait. My brothers have had to wait, and many of our employees are waiting right now. We have 6 people in the queue waiting to get their apprenticeship right now. They're all people who are looking for their next level of licenses. So they completed their apprenticeships for, say, a B2 license, and they got licensed, but now they're trying to upgrade to an S2. We just don't have the spots. So it's unfortunate. And so 1-to-1 would help us immensely. I know, we have room for 10 more apprentices if we go to 1-to-1. Our program's always been at 100% capacity. So thank you for the opportunity to submit my testimony. I'd love to answer any questions.
John,
I hope you'll.
Representative Meskers has a question.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
John, thank you for the testimony. First, you beat me to the chase, because what I heard was that you virtually have 100% of your apprentices get to become journeymen. Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're like 90, high 90s. Similar
and now-
stories.
Okay, no, that's good. And the second part of the question, because I was dumbfounded. So you said that you have people who have gone through the apprenticeship and become journeymen, and now they're applying for a second license. Now, do they fall within the ratio, even though they're just trying to move up the food chain in terms of licensing?
So the issue with this is in the heating trades, there's three main licenses. There's a B license, which requires 2,000 hours of employment. There's a D license, which requires an extra 4,000 hours. And then there's an S license, which is 8,000 total. So a lot of kids choose to take the 2,000 hour route. They get a license, they can work, earn a good wage. They get a raise then. And then they reapply, they re-register as a D apprentice, and they work 2 more years.
But do they get a waiver, I'm asking, on the ratio? Because I've got someone who's licensed at a certain level, he wants to get to the next level, And am I restricting us back to the 3-to-1 ratio?
Yeah, it actually hurts us worse than that because we can't use him. If we have somebody who is registered as a, even though they have a license, so they have a B license or a D license, or even they have a trade in a, say they have a plumbing license and they're trying to get a heating license, we can't count them towards our ratio. So if they're registered as an apprentice, they can't act as a licensed journeyman and an apprentice at the same time.
So that license becomes worthless and you're back stuck with a ratio constraint, even though they're just trying to move up the food chain in their license.
Exactly, because they're on their journey. They're trying to go from, an entry level. So the way we normally do
Glad
it
you
is
spoke
hire.
this first time, John. Sorry to interrupt. Those are two issues that one, I salute you on the graduation levels, but this is new to me. I cannot believe that we would do that to someone on their journey to a career enhancement and throw them back into the ratio, which is a restraint on trying to get their experience.
Yeah, that's what happens a lot of times. Because I would love to re-register everybody right away, but I have other people waiting to get their first licenses. So, it's tough. And then you make a choice of who you're going to register, who you're not going to register. And unfortunately, we've had situations in the past, and this is why I've waited so long to be registered, because it was a choice whether to register a great employee or register myself. And I ended up taking the pass and giving my spots up to other people. But my dad's aging out. He's semi-retired. Both of my uncles have retired from the trades, and so without me getting my license, what's the future of our company? So I finally had to bite the bullet and register myself. But it's tough.
Thank you, Representative Meskers, and thank you very much, John. So, yeah, you said that the ratio really worked pretty well. So that meant that when you wanted to bring in another apprentice, you had to go out and advertise for an additional journeyman?
3. I mean,
Huh?
think about it. If I'm going to hire one apprentice, I got to hire 3 more journeymen.
So you had to go out and advertise, and you actually had to hire 3 more journeymen?
Well, no. So in order to get relief,
Right.
yeah, we have to advertise. We always advertise. I mean, listen, I'm hiring every day. If anybody's interested in a job, please come work for me.
Help out
The
here.
You don't want to see me with a welding tool. Trust me.
Oh, come on. We'll coach you up. We'll get you an apprenticeship program. You'll be trained in no time. But so yes, we can get relief, but it's only 1 year. And so again, it's a 4-year license path. So, I get a kid and I say, "Yep, I got relief. You're registered this year. What happens if I don't get relief next year?" I got to tell him he's not registered. He's unregistered. I mean, it's not fair. It should be that we get relief for an apprentice and they're guaranteed their spot for 4 years. But it doesn't work that way. And I know there's a challenge between 3-to-1 and 1-to-1. I don't know, maybe I'm the first one to say this. Can we meet in the middle? Can we try 2-to-1? It improved from 4-to-1 to 3-to-1. Go 3-to-1 to 2-to-1. Try it. I think, I just know we have the work on the residential sector right now. I don't have enough people to hire. Like I said, I hired 34 people this year. I'm trying to hire. I have 4 people start Monday. We're trying to hire every day of the week. It's like my full-time job, but I need help.
Yeah. Thanks, John. Yes, Senator Martin.
John, this may be a Larry question, but regarding the relief and those that have been started out as B and now they want to move up, and you mentioned that there may not be an availability, I think, right? And you use yourself as an example. I know there was some talk here about the data. I got to believe that if some of these apprenticeships, if they began in B and maybe even got to C or not, they would be considered not graduating?
No, I mean, yeah, I don't know how the data calculates that, but an apprentice who registers a B apprentice and graduates their schooling and then completes their 2,000 hours, they're eligible to test for their B license. But what happens sometimes is you have somebody who maybe only aspire to be a B license holder, and then later in life they want to upgrade to an S, so they go back to school and get the additional hours of training they need and the additional on-the-job training as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John.
Absolutely.
So under that scenario, John, that could account for, some of the numbers that show with regard to the completion rate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
But they're completed, but they're not fully completed. They're on their journey, but they're not to where they really want to be. And it just puts us in a tough position. I know, I have multiple people who work here that are licensed, that are looking to upgrade their license. I just don't have the spots. So, the tough thing for me is I don't want to lose them either. I trained them. We brought them in. Some of these kids have been working for me before they were 17 years old. They're juniors in high school. And now they're going to make the decision whether they're going to stay with me to upgrade their license or go somewhere else. I can't lose them, so it's tough.
Yeah. Hey, so we had this request that was voluntary that went out to all the companies asking them to, I guess it's respond with regard to completion rates and so forth. Did you participate in that?
I'm not sure. I can't answer either way. I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes.
Absolutely.
And John, just to go back to the original comment, so back on the issue where the last comment was whether they would get to completion or not. But this goes back to my original question and comment. So they get their first level license. Now they're applying and they become an apprentice for the second level license.
Yeah.
You have the problem that in that case, they're not exempt, but they're still within the ratio constraint, and you trying to put them forward and propose them for that next level of licensing.
Yeah. So if they're going to register as either within their trade, so if they're going from a B to a D or an S, or they're going from, say they have their plumbing license or electrical license and they want to get their heating license, I can no longer include them in my roster to the state, proving that I have enough journeymen available, because I can't count them because they're now registered as apprentice.
So you lose their registration, but now they also fill a spot among apprentices, is what I'm saying.
I'm an apprentice, so I need three other.
You're getting hit on both sides.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. That's not a great story. Thank you.
And we can make the numbers work if it was 1-to-1. I have enough people, I have enough spots to make it work for 1-to-1. Because typically, if I have a plumber that wants to go become a heating apprentice, there's other plumbers that I have, available. So, that works. And I will, to add on to other people's testimony, there's never an instance where there's 3 people watching one apprentice work. I think the journeyman wish it was that way, but it's not. They're almost always 1-to-1. You have a journeyman driving the truck and an apprentice riding shotgun. So that's the reality in the field.
Well, thank you, John. No further
Absolutely.
questions.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. No more questions. Much appreciated, John. Supero Chatterjee is with us. Thank you. I know you've been back and forth, but
Thank you.
thanks, John.
Good evening. Coaches Hartley, Mr. Metzger, and distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Supratyu Chatterjee. I'm in the business technology sectors for economic development in the Hartford Regional Industries. I've been doing that for almost 3+ decades. I've Worked with small business startups, businesses, major corporations, nonprofits, academic institutions. I've served as the co-chair of the Economic Security Working Group in the Department of Public Health, State Health Improvement Plan, the SHIP plan that occurs every 5 years. I was also on the Consumer Advisory Council of the State Office of Health Strategy. This testimonial is actually meant to address about 4 bills. One is with the Law Committee and 3 with the Commerce Committee. My testimony is online already, but in interest of time, I'm just going to skip a few lines, and I'll also try and paraphrase as well. The views expressed in this testimonial are my own. This submitted testimonial comments on the aforementioned 4 legislative bills. That's in my, let me read out of the numbers again. SB 1249, addressing innovations in artificial intelligence, that's with the Law Committee. HB 6880, an act concerning Connecticut innovations, that's with the Commerce Committee. Then SB 1258, an act concerning the Department of Economic DCD, that's with the Commerce Committee. And HB 6879, an act concerning manufacturing, that's also with the Commerce Committee. So these 4 bills have, what they have in common is the quasi-public organization, Connecticut Innovations Incorporated. And since its creation in 1989, the quasi-public organization, Connecticut Innovations, has enjoyed an exalted position of profiting as a market participant, but with impunity and immunity. The state has also endowed upon it immunity from FOIA requests. I really do not know whether if they're immune to 11th Amendment, if they have sovereign immunity or not. I do not know that. I'm not an attorney. While the Connecticut General Statute, Section 32, has stated that the delegation of legislative power to a private corporation is not unconstitutional, it is the subsequent performance of Connecticut Innovations that brings the question of constitutionality. That's the state action immunity doctrine. I did a lot of research on this. An example is the Innovation Places program back in 2016. That's in Section 39. While this program's function and procedures are very well articulated in the bill, in the statute now, in the 39, there was no adherence to the state policy program oversight and beneficial public participation. So for a quasi-public organization to perform, it's got to be statute defined, articulated in a statute, and then also it should be monitored for performance. So this is an example of Innovation Places that was managed by Connecticut
I'm
Innovations.
so sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
Respectfully, your 3 minutes has passed. Thank you.
Okay. I'll
If you could summarize, that would
okay.
be helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay. On April 2021 and April 2022, Connecticut Innovations submitted 2 reports, but nowhere did it mention anything about some of the serious programs like Innovation and Venture Clash. And the total estimated cost of that is about $60 to $80 million. In 2017, there was a legislative bill that was passed also by your committee about examining, DECD examining performance of some of these bills, which Connecticut Innovations were governing. And so they knew it up front. But the point I'm really getting to is that since 2017, there has been a lack of oversight and trust still remains lacking in regional economic development programs. So it behooves the Connecticut State Legislature, specifically your committee, to really reconsider the role and the function of quasi-public institutions like Connecticut Innovations. Whether they should be fully absorbed by DECD, or perhaps it's open for discussion in 2 of your bills, 1258 and 6579. And because this kind of things, and DCD does venture capital. So it's not only just a matter of antitrust, it's also a matter of securities laws. So you need exceptional competence for a quasi-public agencies to do both of these well and juggle the thing. And so far, what we have seen well over the past 10 years, it's not been very fruitful or beneficial to the state. And a lot of people, there were a lot of externalities, a lot of people suffered for it, a lot of people invested in things. And simply, I personally feel Connecticut Innovation is responsible for a lot of poor performance, and restitution is obviously very justifiable. So what I'd say is you have my testimonial. Please review it at your leisure, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Shapiro. Yeah, and so this kind of overlaps a couple of committees because CI basically receives, quite frankly, all of its funding through the Finance, Bond, and Revenue Committee. And you raise a good question with regard to the oversight. I'm not sure if the auditors of public accounts do. Yes, go, sir.
Actually, the auditors did audit them.
Yeah, okay.
September 2024.
Yeah.
They found CI had failed, mind you, to validate the job creation numbers, which is statutorily required.
Okay, and that's very helpful. Quite frankly, this committee comes together in a joint setting with the Finance Committee to review the annual reports, of which CI is, part of that report. We have not had that event yet in this legislative session, but it is coming. But thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. You have provided it to the committee, have you not?
Yes, I have. I have, and I've also submitted to the Law Committee. This affects our economy. I've been in this economy for well over 3 decades, worked for startups and large corporations. This desperately affects downtown Hartford.
Thank you very much, and yeah, appreciate your vigilance and advocacy on this. Thank you, sir. If there are no questions, I would like to invite, is Jennifer Nunes with us, Lincoln Tech? No. Okay. So yes, Larry Valeries, it is your moment. Yes, it is your time.
Chairperson Hartley, Chairperson Meskers, and distinguished members of the Commerce Committee, thank you for allowing me to provide this testimony today in support of HB 6786. My name, if you haven't guessed by now, is Larry Valeries. I'm Vice President of the Independent Electrical Contractors in New England and a merit shop electrical contractor for over 50 years, residing in East Haddam, Connecticut. I have the privilege and honor to proudly serve at the pleasure of the governor in the appointed positions of Chairman of the State Electrical Licensing Board and as a member of the State Apprenticeship Council. I have submitted all my testimony online, so it's in record. So I'm going to skip over a few pieces of it and get to some questions, I'm sure. I want to appreciate or thank the board here for doing what I wrote here, and that is trying to stay focused on the bill and on the issue being that of a hiring ratio, having nothing to do with job site ratios. The hiring ratio, as we've said, is it's a blockage in the pipeline. It's choking us, okay, from hiring people. There's only 6 occupational trades that have this restriction put on them out of all the many careers we have in the state of Connecticut. Just a little tidbit of information. This hiring ratio goes back and has been a workforce development issue that was identified decades ago. It goes back as far as 1969. Okay, at which time there was proposals put in to make it a 1-to-1 ratio, but it never got to the floor. Okay,
as indicated before, in 2017, Public Act 1776 established a quote-unquote working group to discuss the hiring ratios and to study the hiring ratio relief process. I have served as co-chairman of this group since 2021. Many meetings were held, minutes maintained, and submitted annually as required. As I think Jay mentioned earlier, this committee was made up of 5 members from the union, 5 members from the non-union. That in itself, I think, started to make this sound like it was a union, non-union issue, okay? I don't consider it to be necessarily a non-union issue, and it should not be considered a non-union issue, and it should not be a non-union union issue. Several proposals were made to the non-union sector of the committee over the period of a few years, and every proposal was rejected, and I have to add, without any counter proposal offered. Okay. In reality, the effectiveness of this group was ineffective. We were at a standstill. Okay. So nothing happened there that was anything constructive, although it was intended to be. There is a ratio relief committee. I do sit on that ratio relief subcommittee. The committee is not a balanced committee in that it has one non-union member, which is myself. It has 2 union members. And then beyond that, it goes to the director of apprenticeship and to the commissioner of labor. There are no guidelines set forth, no written guidelines, no guidelines at all as to how you determine or how you want to determine whether somebody should be approved for ratio relief, either for the quantity of people they're asking for or the number of people that somebody might turn around. One of the committee members or the end results might be you get a partial, okay? As far as I'm concerned, again, as chairman of the state licensing board, electrical licensing board, anything having to do with ratio, since ratio is a Department of Consumer Protection statute, okay? Anything having to do with ratio should be referred back to the Department of Consumer Protection. Department of Labor registers apprentices and does some tracking, but anything relative to a relief or an appeal, if you will, whatever you want to classify it as, okay, should go back to the appropriate licensing board at the Department of Consumer Protection. Bear in mind, there's nothing in the statute that provides for an appeal or a relief. We've heard about bad actors here. Okay, there's bad actors, as I think we all know, in every business, everything. There's always a bad actors. The bad actors, whether they're a merit shop people or they're union people, doesn't make any difference. Everybody has them. The problem is dealing with them, and how do you deal with them? How do you identify them? Okay. There was discussion here a little bit earlier about the survey that was done by the Department of Labor. It was requested by the Department of Labor to all the sponsors relative to various data, if you will, of the makeup of their apprentices and journeymen and so forth, okay? Now, it was stated that this was a voluntary thing. It was not a voluntary thing, okay? It says right here, Connecticut General Statutes 3122 RC requires all registered apprenticeship sponsors to submit information, okay? So it was a requirement. Did everybody submit? I don't know. I don't have privy to that information. I've heard here today that 2/3 responded. I have no idea where that number comes from. Okay. I would have to say that if 2/3 responded, that's probably the 2/3 that were not the bad actors, if you will. Okay. Or in some cases, that 2/3 were those that, or the other third were people that, because I've heard this, that I'm not responding to that because they're asking me questions that I can't answer, such as gender identity, ethnicity, and race. Okay. You can't ask those questions of a person. Okay. So that information is not always available to the sponsor, and to a smaller contractor a smaller sponsor answering that, they might answer that or try to answer it, and doing so they get themselves in more trouble because they assume that that person is of this gender or that ethnicity or race or what have you. Okay, so there was a lot of reluctancy from what I've heard in the industry about responding to these things. I don't know, I don't see how any of those three items I just mentioned would help determine completions or anything of that nature. There were couple of questions on there about how many apprentices you completed, how many you had over the last 5 years, et cetera, and so forth. That information might have some bearing. Okay, but overall, that was. I don't even agree with the request for that information, to be honest with you, because I think it's infringing a little bit too much. And I'm sure you all heard too, that government's got too much into our businesses. So there are people that just say, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And they'll give me a fine. I'll pay the fine. So be it. They talked about completion rates, and back in 2021, 2022, I'm sorry, at one of the meetings that we held relative to reviewing the ratio and the ratio relief process. Okay. Prior meeting, we had asked each respective industry to bring back information on how many of their apprentices were completed and actually got occupational licenses. Okay. I remember starting that off and asking the question, and nobody wanted to volunteer it at first. Okay. But Allie French, who you heard earlier this morning, started it off, and she said IEC New England had 90%. 90% of the people got licenses, and she had tracked that for a number of years. I can't tell you how many, but it was 4 or 5 anyway, I believe. Connecticut Heating and Cooling and PHCC at that point did not have any information that they had tracked it, so they had no information to be able to provide. IBEW, okay, said 94%. Okay, and Local 77, the Plumbers Union, said 100%. Okay, so those are the good guys. Okay, these are the good guys. Okay, because they follow through and they watch where their apprentices go, and they try to make sure that they get the good guidance to get them into that license. Okay. As far as the ratio relief process goes, it's a flawed process. There's no question about it. I'm part of the flawed process, but I was asked to serve on it, so I served on it in protection for the merit shop people. Ratio relief goes back maybe almost 15 or 20 years now. Okay, a long time. In my predecessor before me, who was no longer, I think she actually became a member of the Chamber of Commerce. She used to fill it out, okay, in past judgment. But there is no real guideline on it. So how do I judge? I'll tell you how I judge. The contractor would submit a request for ratio relief. There's a number of things he has to list, okay, but how many journeymen he has, how many apprentices he currently has that are registered, and how many pre-apprentices if he has any. And then how many apprentices, additional apprentices he would like, okay? So pick a number. Contractor says I have 20 licensed journeymen and I have 10 apprentices and I have no pre-apprentices. So I'm asking for 10 or I'm asking for 9 or 8, okay? I would look at it and say, look, these people are going to be on the job site, okay? As long as we're not exceeding a 1-to-1 ratio within that company, I would grant them that amount of apprentices, okay? My counterparts, okay, would in some cases would just say none, in some cases partials, okay? That bit of information was all sent in anonymously from each of us. We didn't know what the other person was voting on, okay? It would then go in, the department would then take a look at it, put it through, I'm going to say, this magical machine and come up with a final decision and say, okay, we're going to give you 6. I don't know, pick a number 6. Or we're going to approve you for all of them, depends. So there's no rhyme or reason how it went, okay? Based on that, that's why I figured you could get 1-to-1, okay? And you still got the supervision out on the job site. And people have said here today too, but what happens when the journeyman's falls out sick that day or he's on vacation? Those are things you can't control. Those are things I can't control or we can't control in doing data like that, I just explained. Those are things that the so-called, I'm going to call it the good contractor, okay, will turn around and deal with that apprentice if he's going to be out of ratio on the job. And he will, as they said here, they'll bring him into the shop, they'll put him through some additional training, whatever they have to do, okay, maybe preparing a material for the next day for somebody else, another job. So I think that we need to change this ratio, hiring ratio, to a 1-to-1. You know, I graduated in 1965. I'm a product of the system. Okay, I graduated from E.C. Goodwin Tech in New Britain. Okay, and it's kind of strange because not that many years ago, we went back and rewired our company. Went back and rewired E.C. Goodwin Tech. Okay, it was kind of like deja vu. But there's no reason. I have no reason. I can't think of any reason why you would want to reject changing the ratio to 1-to-1. I'm waiting for the buzzer to go off over there. Right. I had some other notes I made here as we were talking, or everybody was talking. Enforcement is a problem. Enforcement's been a problem. It's been a problem for a long time. Okay. A number of years back, our then state building official told all the building officials in the state that it's not up to you to check for licenses and registrations when you go to a job site. Okay. Yet by code, okay, you have to be installing your products in accordance with the code by properly trained people. Okay. So all the building officials backed off and said, okay, no, we're not gonna do that. Okay, so now you're left with, only a handful of inspectors from Department of Consumer Protection. Because back then, Department of Labor didn't even go out and make inspections like that. Okay. Today, recently, last 2 years, there's been some legislation passed, and Department of Labor and Department of Consumer Protection are working together in visiting job sites, okay? In doing these inspections. In some cases, there's violations, in some cases, there's not. Some cases, they show up on a large job, and you kind of see people jumping out of windows, okay, if you will. But it's not, again, I'm gonna say, it's not a union or non-union issue. Not my book. I have always felt, and I've always had a good relationship with people that spoke here from the union. Joe, Vinnie, I've known Vinnie for a long time. Okay, we've worked together on different projects, different committees, all of us.
Barry, thank you very, very much for this walkthrough. It's very instructive. Back to the committee, the Ratio Relief Committee. So
Yes.
it's one union, one non-union, the Director of Apprenticeship and the Commissioner of DOL. It's made up of 4 individuals.
Yes, one union, I mean,
Yep.
excuse me, one non-union, two
Yep,
non-union, two union.
Oh,
and
2 unions.
Two
Oh,
union, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, what's the rationale for that? Because the unions are a larger entity and therefore 2 representatives.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Although
This was
they're
developed,
12%, if I'm remembering, of the population, and the non-unions are the other 80
non-union does about 85,
85,
85% of the
yeah.
construction in the state. And
Yeah.
the
Okay.
remaining portion is union.
Okay, so I'm not understanding what those numbers are. Okay, and then there's no DCP person in there. And so you all write your decisions, if you will, and they are sent in anonymously to whom? The Commissioner of Labor, DOL?
Yeah, it comes out from the Department of Labor.
So they go to the commission. Is the Commissioner of Labor the deciding entity, or is it?
It would be the Director of Apprenticeship and the Commissioner.
Oh, together.
Yes.
But they also have a vote.
They also have a vote, yes, when they go together, yes.
They vote. Okay. All right. Yeah, questions? No, no. Okay. Very, very helpful. And when you say there's no guidelines or anything, I mean, it's just the presentation of the facts, and there's no direction about how those decisions get rendered.
No, there's a form that you fill out as
Oh, so you go through the
requesting,
form.
and
Yeah.
there's a bunch of questions on it.
Yeah.
We see the answers to those,
Okay.
but there's nothing to weigh them, question one way or the other.
Yep.
There's questions that are like irrelevant to the hiring ratio, in my opinion. Okay.
Yep. Uh-huh. Okay, it's also very interesting about the survey, some of the questions. I do understand, this issue about the data points, because quite frankly, this committee dealt with 2 years ago, the wage reporting requirements, which there was a decision to add 15 data points to the wage reporting requirements. Not only could their human resources systems not accommodate it, there was a lot of reluctance because they were asking certain questions that they felt were inappropriate for them to
Yes.
ask. So in some ways, this is reminiscent. Yeah, Representative Muskers.
So I think you beat me, Larry. I was,
Sorry.
I was in 1958 when I was just born. So I know
Oh.
you started in
Oh, that-
65, graduating from the trade school, I guess, right?
Yep.
The applications you get for waivers, I understand the entire process in terms of it goes into the magic box of 2 union, 1 non-union, and then mix it up and goes up to the commissioners, right? Or apprentice and labor. What sparks the request for the waiver? Is it in an attempt to bid on a piece of work? Generally, I mean, like when they come in and they want the relief, I understand why people want relief in general. When they come in, I assume something's in the pipeline?
There's nothing that asks why they want it, why somebody's asking for relief, or why they're asking for additional spots of apprentices. It asks a whole bunch of other questions, but not that.
So there's no economic impact study. We had this on a totally different committee last year on an agency, and it had nothing to do with labor. It had to do with historic preservation. And I asked for an economic impact study on their decisions, which is supposed to be rendered before they issued decisions, so we could see what the cost to the state was.
Yep.
And that was apparently not being done. But here, I'm thinking that a business is looking to bid on business that may stay in the state or go somewhere else.
Right.
They're looking to get the staffing to a certain level. And we're not even inquiring as to the nature of the demand for whether they're bidding on a project or whether they're trying to prep or they've just won a project and they need the waiver to try to get the project done.
Right.
So there's no economic driver behind or analysis. It's just an arbitrary decision through your magical mystery tour, I'll call it,
Right.
basically, right?
It could be as simple as they have when you get ratio relief, that ratio relief is for, let's just say it's 3 positions. Okay.
Mhm.
You can have 3 additional apprentices. Okay. Apprentices, for the most part, are younger people, but we do have career change people as well. The younger people think they want to do this trade. They get into it and they realize that in August in 100-degree weather, they have to work up in an attic or some other unpleasant place. And they say, this is not for me, and I'm out of here. So they leave, they go and they pick up another job doing a total different occupation. Okay. That spot is gone. The contractor then has to call and ask for or submit for get another spot to get that regained. So he has it. The other thing is that apprentices, young apprentices and contractors, a lot of times young apprentices are learning the trade in the residential market first. Okay. That's where they learn circuitry and things of that nature, especially other than in school. Then they graduate and they move up and they get into the commercial work and more advanced work and so forth. So there's a change there of growth by the apprentice, trying to gain further experience and move on. I've seen situations where they just left the state, not to go to work as in that occupation in another state, but just left the state because they didn't like it at all. Same thing when you have people that left to go to the military back many years ago. Okay. How can I penalize them for having to go serve our country? They're drafted or whatever. So it's just an unfair process. I don't know how else to say it.
Thank you. No further questions, man.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I get it. You're just looking at, non-completion, completion, and not, the whole picture. Okay. A further question, seeing none. Thanks so much, Larry, for your patience and your testimony. Is Tyler Esposito with us? Yeah,
Thank you.
hello, Tyler. I'm sorry?
Thank you, Senator Harley.
How's it going?
Oh, well, let me ask you.
Tired, sure, just like you guys are.
Yeah, you have the floor, sir.
I'd like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of most of the other apprentices who were in this building earlier today, but had to go to school. I'm a third-year apprentice with Statewide Electric. This is my boss, Terry, Larry's daughter. I just kind of wanted to share a story. Everything that originally was part of what I was going to say has been numerously stated over and over again. I'm probably going to say it again to drive the point home, but overall, I'm just going to give you kind of a story. So I'm actually a CT Tech graduate. I graduated in 2012 with a degree in electrical wiring. So I have the diploma and everything like that. They give you 1,500 hours after you finish the school. I'm sure you already heard about that, and that transfers over. I was part of the when you're 16 years old, you get to do the work instead of school program. I was part of that, so that's exactly, yes. Most of the pre-apprenticeship from the state level, which state schools are impeccable for all the trade stuff. So thank you for that. Ultimately, the education they gave you there and the experience they gave you there, 12 years later has served me perfectly well. The key thing that I have noticed is this. I was part of Skills USA in school. I did, every time that the 8th graders came to our school, I was part of the electrical department that did all the demonstrations for the kids to kind of wow them into the shop. I spent a lot of time in school. I was 35th in my class out of 350 students. Spent a lot of time in school. Ultimately, all my accolades and stuff like that, I ended up going to college, just like everyone else who was part of my generation ended up doing. I went to school for 4 years for computer electrical engineering. I was a software engineer for a company in Middletown. I also worked as an IT professional for 3 years and a salesperson after that, because I was told the entire time I was in a technical high school that I'd be going to college when I graduated. Every single person that I went to school with who went into trade, they all have houses, they all have cars. You want to guess where all the college people are? Starting their apprenticeships now or trying to find a job. Not easy. Ultimately, this bill strikes extremely close to home for me. And the reason why is I've been an apprentice for 1 year straight now. Last year, I went through the gambit of trying to get an apprenticeship program started for me in the first place. So I went the route of the union route. So the union route of getting it done, and I'm going to try to go quick because I know we got 3 minutes. You have to pass 2 exams. One's a written exam and one's a mathematical exam. I passed both of them with 9s out of 9, so that's perfect score. I went before the board of the IBEW, and they essentially told me I had to wait. Ultimately, I had to go in front of the board, and I was told to wait. So I figured it was because I was 30 years old and trying to get into an apprenticeship program where most of the time they're 18 years old trying to get in. I heard from other people that the wait list was around a year to get a job due to the fact that they didn't have enough people to cover what was going on. This is local 35, so I'm assuming they got more people by then, but ultimately I started searching via the IEC for a different job. The IEC, if I remember correctly, has 91 members on their website. I was directed from Patty, who was here earlier but had to go as well. So I went ABC order through the list, okay? First on the list was Ackert Electric. I'm sure that name sounds very familiar to you. Yep. So one key thing about him, and Tim's a great guy, because out of all the people I talked to, which was 61 companies, him and Terry were the only two who decided to talk to me. Every single other person stated that the 3-to-1 ratio, critically, made them not able to hire any more apprentices whatsoever. 6 of those companies are here today. So I think it's pretty evident we have an issue here, especially that the average age of an electrician in the country is 41, and in Connecticut, it is 52. So the whole bottleneck...
Can you say that again?
The average age of an electrician in the United States of America is 41 years old. And in the state of Connecticut, it is 52.
I can still apply then. That's good.
You need to be a good one, too. Exactly, yeah. Ultimately, the key thing that I've noticed from all the people talking here that honestly didn't seem like it was covered very much at all. The key thing is trying to get apprentices in here, right? We need more journeyman's license in order to get more apprentices. It's a never-ending cycle, right? Loosening this strict 3-to-1 ratio, which every single state that neighbors us has changed this policy like 10 years or more so ago. Massachusetts, which is basically our twin sister state, changed this 10 years ago. So that doesn't make sense, so we still follow it. But anyway, The 3-to-1 ratio is going to be extremely, extremely critical to change because time is gone. Like, we should have solved this problem like 10 years ago, and now it's glaring us right in the face. And everything that I've seen so far that people have been talking about that's scariest to me is all those older people that I work with hand in hand every single day that are going to be gone in 5 years. Every single person I work with has had a shoulder surgery, has grandkids. Like, it's coming right now. It's a critical issue. And this great state is an excellent state, and we need more and more people to stay here because young people are leaving at a critically alarming rate, if I remember correctly. So, to entice more people to stay here, and like somebody said before, Gen Z is the tool belt generation. It is imperative that we change this. All the safety stuff that we talked about, the 1-to-1 ratio is excellent. The 1-to-1 mentoring is extremely the best way you could possibly do electrical training. Having the same person over and over again teach you something is great. It teaches you discipline. It teaches you the right way to do things if that person's correct. And if they're not, tell somebody else and they switch you for somebody else. But ultimately, I think the 3-to-1 ratio needs to be changed like 10 years ago.
Well, Tyler, well spoken.
Thank you.
And from the heart.
Yes.
Yeah. Comments from my colleagues.
Yeah, I won't need that coffee for the ride home. That was good.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I wish you well. You're in your second year, you said?
I'm currently going to be in my 3rd year.
Third year.
Yes.
Yeah. It's been a journey and you've got a lot of experience under your belt, but your story has, I think, been really instructive to us. Did you have a question?
Very quickly. Tyler, great job. Thank you for sharing your path with us with that enthusiasm. Does your boss would like to say something?
There's a handful.
What I'd like to say is Tyler is an excellent apprentice, and all those 62 people.
I'm so sorry. Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Terry Barabee. He's an excellent find. Couldn't have one. He's great. Great work ethic. I wasn't planning on speaking, but the ratio is inhibiting us from being able to take on contracts and be able to keep people working. We currently could fill 3 apprentice spots right now, but we won't until we have the work to keep them working through their apprenticeship. We will not hire them to lay them off. That is not how we work. And I would say most of the merit shops have that same mentality, and probably the union as well, but I don't know them as well. So
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. And thanks for being here today. Yes, Representative Masters.
No.
Oh, no.
That was a thumbs up for Tyler.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is Kathy Hayes with us remotely? Kathy Hayes.
She is not.
Okay. How about Tom Bodwin? Yes. Hey, Tom.
So Larry, I guess your daughter got lucky. He hit the S's before he got to the T's. Good evening, members of the Commerce Committee. My name's Tom Bodwin. I'm the president of TNT Electrical Contractors located in the city of Hartford. I've owned and operated the company for over 40 years. I currently have 130 plus employees, of which we have 30 plus apprentices. I am writing to express my support for HB 6786 and that concerning the hiring ratio and skilled trades, which increases the journeyman to apprentice ratio from 3-to-1 to 1-to-1. This change is vital to the growth of our workforce, the future of our skilled trades, and the economy of Connecticut by putting people to work. So I'm looking through here, and the balance of this here would pretty much regurgitate a lot of the stuff that was said here. So I'll just take a moment to make a couple of comments. My testimony is filed and on the record. But I think you'd have to live under a rock
not to understand that there is a shortage in the trades. It's all over TV. It's all over the social media. And there's a real, there is a real need for it. I think you heard from IEC this evening, Ally, that there are approximately 400, no, what was it, 188 apprentices just coming out of this year's class. With a 3-to-1 ratio, I'm at my max with I've got 34 apprentices. So I'm at my max. I'm one of the larger contractors. I could put with the ratio relief, I could easily put, I'm not ratio relief, with the 1-to-1, I could easily put in another 30 people to work without batting an eye. Now, on a 1-to-1, I could hire more than that based on my numbers, but I would be able to put 30 additional employees to work. We literally get 5 to 10 phone calls a day from apprentices at our that want to apply for our office, but we are maxed out. So I feel for these kids. One of the things that I do, and I sit down and I interview when we have somebody come into for our employee, I interview every single one of them personally myself. And I let them know that an apprenticeship is a diamond in the rough. And a lot of kids don't get that because they think, it's just a job. It's not, because there are many people out there that prospective apprentices that are out there that want this position and don't have that opportunity. And they may have gotten lucky to come and walk through the door. It may have been through a recommendation from IEC. It may have been a personal phone call from somebody. It may have been somebody that went to my high school, which is AI Prince Tech in Hartford. And unfortunately, no, I'm not as old as Larry at 65, but I am a little older than Jason. I'm from the class of 79. So I've been doing this for a long time. So I guess with that, I'll open myself up to any questions that you may have. But I think it's imperative that if you have a 1-to-1 work ratio in the field, and our skilled trades are limited to 3-to-1, it's an unfair imposition on that contractor. And in regards to, I guess there was the question of, putting a pause and let's get the facts and what have you. I think Larry addressed some of the concern with that. We did submit the information that was required as a company, but of the 1/3 that may not have, I think Larry may have referenced some may have just been too busy to get it done and submit it. Maybe it got lost. And you were using the bad actors. Yeah, there's some of those out there. But I think, as pointed out by members of this committee, as well as others that spoke, that's not your problem as it relates to the proposed bill here, because they're probably not registering their guys anyway. So.
So, you've got 38,
34.
34, sorry.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying as much attention as I thought. 34, and you thought you could do another 30.
I could easily put another 30 to
And
work.
how long has the company been in business?
In April, it'll be 41 years.
And I'll describe it as a graduation rate. What do you think you get to in terms of apprentice to journeyman?
I'm sorry, I didn't
Your
understand.
graduation rate, like what percentage completion rate?
So our completion rate is in the 90% and higher. And the only reason it wouldn't be 100% is because that apprentice would have decided to move on to a different trade. Maybe something happened in his life that he didn't want to, he couldn't go on. Maybe he moved out of the state. but we have a high completion rate and a high retainage rate
And
with our company.
And again, I'll ask you the same repetitive question. If you can do it on an annual basis, it helps me. So baseline salary for a journeyman, minimum about that you guys
Well, okay,
offer?
so completion rate, we're probably on par with our union brethren.
Right.
You know, when it comes to paying our employees. But for the state, there is when you set up your sponsorship, there is a completion rate for your apprentices to become journeymen. That rate is probably anywhere from $36 to $38. So one thing that was said was that fourth year apprentices do not count against the ratio. That's not the case. 4-year apprentices do count against your ratio. It is not until they are signed off and completed that they do not count against your ratio count. So, but we have if we didn't pay a good wage, we wouldn't have as many employees as we have.
Yeah, no, and I guess that's my point. I guess what I'm alluding to, where you're telling me there's about another 30 people you'd hire,
Right.
and you're getting a 90% promotion, graduation, journeyman rate, however we want to describe the completion rate. That's the pathway for so many people into a different quality of life. And when you talk about housing affordability, I think the guy who gets to be a journeyman is probably going to be affording the house sooner than the guy who spent $240,000 to get a college education.
There's no question. There's no question on that.
Hmm.
And Mark, how many apprentices do we have graduating this year? 5? I believe we have 5. So we had five 4 years in the program. All 5 will be graduating with one of my apprentices was here this evening, which will be she's a female out in the field that works for us. Will be graduating as the what is it? Yeah, she'll be graduating number 1 in that class of this year.
Fantastic. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Yes, Representative Kite.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. So, if we had 1-to-1 ratio, how many apprentices do you think you could bring on? Just 30?
I could hire another 30 is what I would take on. I could hire more
But 30
based
is-
on my count, but I would feel comfortable with bringing on another 30, and we have the work to support it.
And have you applied for relief from the ratios?
No, not recently. Not recently.
You have in the past?
And it's been a while since we've applied. I think it's probably been in 10 years or so that I've applied.
Okay. Is there a reason you haven't applied recently?
We're one of the fortunate ones that can continue to hire journeymen. So because of the work that we do, we get a lot of applications a week. Now, may not be good for other electrical contractors that having them jump to come to us, but it's one of the fortunates that we've had. And we continue to advertise every day on Indeed and other platforms.
So, but if you wanted to hire more apprentices, there is a pathway for you to do so if you chose to.
Yeah, but I think as Larry pointed out, when you need apprentices, you need them, or let's not say apprentices, employees. You need them right away. 30 days later, it's too late. You may have lost that job, or you may be, if you were looking to man up on that project and you had to wait 30 days for it, you may be behind the 8 ball. And that may be putting you in a position where, as a contractor or a subcontractor on that, you might be facing penalties, or possibly being removed from that job because you weren't able to man up and handle it.
Would amending that requirement take care of some of the problems, that 30-day requirement?
I think this bill takes care of that problem.
All right,
And
thank
if it's
you.
1-to-1, I think if it's 1-to-1, in the field, there should be no reason why it shouldn't be 1-to-1 for hiring.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Kite. Yeah, I mean, so we've heard testimony throughout the day that, it's not a workforce shortage. It's just that the workforce is not applying to, for example, your kind of a shop because it's not competitive.
Well, I think as was pointed out, there's different size shops. You have some guys that are your mom and pop shops that will do, residential and are small. And, that they may want to stay, a half a dozen guy crew or 2 or 4. Some may go to 10 or 12. It all depends on what that owner has their comfort level with of keeping them to, of keeping their employees going. But that employee may not be happy of just doing residential. They may want to see a different aspect of it. They may want to go out and do some commercial work. They may want to go and do some pipe bending. So that apprentice may leave that smaller company and go to to one of the bigger companies.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom, are there further questions? Thank you very much
You got
for hanging in there with us. Is Jacqueline Laramie here? Oh, she is. Jacqueline? Oh, remote? Okay. Good evening, Jacqueline. Are you with us?
Hi.
Hi.
Thank
Go ahead.
you very much for your time today and your attention, your focus. I've been in and out of these calls all day, and I appreciate the fact that you're still giving this conversation your attention. So my name is Jackie Laramie. I own a general contracting company, and I hire both union
Could I
and
ask you to speak up just a little?
You can't hear me?
Just a little bit better. It might be my ears, but it might be a little better louder.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is that
I think
better?
that's good. I think that's good.
Okay, awesome. So my name is Jackie Laramie. I own a general contracting company. I hire both union and non-union contractors. I don't really have anything to gain from this, but I'm very passionate about construction, and I believe in the construction industry, and I believe in the state of Connecticut, and I want to see it thrive, which is why I'm speaking today in support of HB 6786 regarding the apprenticeship ratio. I think approving this bill is crucial to Connecticut's workforce development efforts. And there are so many agencies and nonprofit organizations, CBIA, CEC, IEC, the regional AEC sectorship. There's so many that are out there that are trying to spearhead this movement. So should you choose to vote in favor of this bill, you are going to make a significant positive difference in this state. And if you could do one thing to support people on every level, it is voting in favor of this bill. By voting for this, you are opening the doors for people to be able to learn a skill, and not just any type of skill. This is a skill that cannot be replaced by AI. It is a skill that gives people a sense of purpose, a skill that gives them a tangible result of their own efforts. I started in the field as a carpenter. I know how that feels at the end of the day after you put a wall up or you put sheetrock up and you're like, I did that. I can tell people I built that building. This is something I think is so significant. And I think it's important too to understand what's happening in industry too. So for example, we have a major project happening in the state of Connecticut right now in New Haven for Concat. It's a $200 million job that actually has very specific apprenticeship requirements with the goal of lifting up the New Haven Hampden communities. And in their job specifications, they have first-year apprenticeship requirements. You have to have first-year apprentices in order to avoid fines. There are companies who actually can't even meet those requirements because it would be against our state legislation. So now we have local communities that are trying to lift up their people that can't actually complete these requirements because it conflicts with the state of Connecticut's requirements. So I just we have these people, there's so many people, again, the people in the city of New Haven that are helping to fund this, that know that by giving people an opportunity to learn a skill and to be on the job site is going to give them the best opportunity forward to lift themselves up. You know, it's the old adage, you teach someone to fish, you feed them for life. Your vote in favor of this bill can make a difference by giving people the opportunity to learn, to have their own skill set. And again, something, it can't be taken away from them. And another thing to consider when voting for this bill, the people who enter the trades may not want to stick it out, which is why this ratio change is so important. For example, like I know a company that had a young man like who graduated from high school. He wanted to be a carpenter, and he was out on a job site for almost a year, but he didn't like working with metal studs. So he left because he wanted to go find a company that he could work with wood studs. That has nothing to do with the quality of the company. He just didn't like it. And this next generation, they're on board. They want this, and we need them. As a business owner, as someone who has to hire subcontractors, we need people to want to do this. But that generation isn't just going to do it and stick with it. They want to try it. They want to feel it. They have to experience it to actually move forward with it. So I just think it's really important that we look at this as what this can do for the state of Connecticut and the individual. This is not just a business bill. This is a people bill. This has significant positive ripple effects. And I also think too that if you compare apprenticeship to like trying out for a sports team, not everyone who tries out is going to make the team, and not everyone who tries out wants to stay on the team. So the next time you go to call a plumber or you go to call an electrician and you have to wait a couple of weeks for them to come out to your house, I would encourage you to remember how you voted on this bill. So again, I thank you for your time today. I know it's been a long day for all of you. Please, please, please really consider this. This is hugely beneficial for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
you.
You're really driving it home here.
Yes.
Okay, so quickly, what's your completion rate, graduation rate?
I'm not involved on that level. I am coming at this as strictly an individual who loves construction, and I want to see this bill pass because it is going to benefit on an individual level and the people who have to hire subcontractors. I hire subcontractors.
Not to interrupt you though, Jacqueline. Okay, just run this scenario by us again. So there are actually companies right now that are being restrained from taking on jobs because there are requirements embedded in the contracts requiring
Yes.
that they
The
have.
name of the job is Concat. It's in Concat. It's in New Haven. And I think the contract is $200 million. And they actually have in their bid specifications that you need to have at least so many first-year apprentices when you start on the project. So say the project gets delayed, which can happen. You dig into the ground, you find dirty dirt, you find things that you don't expect, that happens. And now you have a first-year apprentice who becomes a second-year apprentice. In order to comply with their contract documents, they would have to hire another first-year apprentice, but that could potentially put them out of ratio with the current ratio that we have in place. And the inspiration behind this project is that they're people who grew up in the New Haven area that are coming back to the community to try to build it up. They want to see these people have the opportunity to get ahead and to make a difference.
Thank you. Thank you for that sad example. Any other comments? Thanks for being with us, Jacqueline. Next is Mr. Bill Finch, former mayor, senator, and now he sits before us as the Connecticut Labor Management.
Now I'm late for supper is what I am.
Late for supper.
Representative Meskers, Senator Hartley, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible because I can't believe this endurance contest that we've been through today. If the intention of this bill, Representative Berry and others, is to create more electricians, then we're all on the same page, because that's what the IBEW and the National Electrical Contractors is thoroughly committed to. The proponents of ratio relief had some really compelling stories, but they're stories, they're anecdotes, and the data does lie at the Department of Labor. We FOI'd the data, and we looked at preliminarily, because we're not social scientists, but we saw there were 720 electrical apprentice sponsorships that were surveyed. Our preliminary analysis of the data reveals three numbers I want you to keep in mind. Number one, 60% of the contractors who responded said they had plenty of room to hire more apprentices. 60%. That's an awful lot of people that already have room to hire apprentices and are not. A third of the contractors reporting that they're within the ratio, and only 8% said they were out of the ratio, which means they probably got a waiver or they didn't understand the question, but it's likely they're outside the waiver. So 8% are outside the waiver, a third are within the waiver, and over 60% have plenty of room underneath the waiver to hire more. So the data that we see preliminarily doesn't support a change in the ratio. There are two different business models here. And, you know, I support my members who are the contractors who hire the union members, but we don't ever besmirch the non-union shops. For us, it's a great prideful trade and we support each other. But we do have different business models. Ours trains and places. You heard before that when you're not in a union, you train, but you don't necessarily place. And you don't have an overall umbrella organization shuttling you between the contractor members to make sure that you get your hours every year. Interestingly, the IBW and the unionized contractors run together their schools, free tuition. And we have higher standards than the state requires. We do 1,000 hours in the classroom. That's more than the master's degree. And we do 8,000 hours of earn while you learn. And it is a great system. I'm really proud to be part of it because I know that when a kid graduates high school, they can go into the middle class. And Representative Mesker, I couldn't agree with you more when you said that we're starting to change the way people look at the trades. The trades are vital. I'm really flattered that you guys are paying so much attention to this. I don't care whose jurisdiction it is. I think you need to focus on the fact that we need more people in the trades. And I love the way you think about, we call ourselves the other four-year degree. I know the IEC does too. Where else can you put a kid in the middle class with this kind of protection and this kind of training and this kind of job security? We're really proud of this. I think there's a lot that can be done. Senator Ciccarella, for example, has a bill that will address the lag and some of the disconnects within the apprenticeship ratio relief process. We are going to support his bill, and we're going to support the Labor Committee's bill that has a similar approach. But you're really putting the cart before the horse to vote this out of the committee now, because the other committees have got a good handle on this issue from the same perspective that you have. We want to all create more electricians. I have to apologize because I made a mistake and didn't register Paul Costello. Paul's one of my bosses, and he is probably one of the most well-versed person. He sits with Mr. Valeries on many committees, and you didn't have his Zoom testimony from Florida where he's at a conference teaching tonight because I made a mistake and didn't put his testimony is in, and within his testimony is our preliminary non-sophisticated analysis of the data that we FOI'd that hopefully you'll be able to get. So with that, I'd like to just say thank you for attention to this, and please be conscious of the fact that there are two very different business models here.
Hey, Bill, thanks very much. So does that suggest there ought to be two different tracks?
You know, I can't answer that, but I do think that those two interests could come together in the future once the data is analyzed. Because look, there's no doubt anybody listening to here had to be tone deaf and cold hearted to not hear some of these pleas. I'm glad you had the hearing so we get this out in the open. But we do need to look at the data. The data is going to tell us, as Larry told me, the bad actors aren't in the room, although there were a couple, but I'm not going to tell you who they were. You know, we want to work together with the IEC to hammer this out. We've worked with their lobbying team, the Hughes lobbying team over there, Cronin and Hughes, for years, and we think they're great people. We think it could be worked out, but I don't think changing it without a better understanding of how it affects the two business models is a good way to go. And I do think Senator Ciccarella and the Labor Committee are on the right course with trying to address the ratio relief process. Because look, you're filling out forms. This is 2025. My whole life is on my cell phone, which died, by the way, thanks to this committee being so late.
I can't apply for ratio relief right now because you killed my phone battery, but other than that, we should be able to.
There was a method to the madness. Yeah, okay, you talk about ratio relief, but we've got one non-union, two unions, and then we've got the apprenticeship director and then the DOL commissioner, and then it goes off into this ether, and then a decision comes out. There's no guidelines, there's no guidance at all in terms of how these decisions are made. So it looks to me like at best case, the ratio relief process is in need of perfection.
I agree. And Mr. Costello, if he was here testifying, would tell you a lot of ideas that he and Larry probably both agree with that can be done to modernize the process. I think that it's something that should happen, but I don't think changing the ratio relief at this point, it's putting the cart before the horse.
There's been a lot of talk over a lot of years.
Well, you know,
and
we
nothing
go
has
back
happened.
many years when we were in the Senate together, this issue came up. Doing a little legislative research, I noticed that in 1984, they went to 1-to-1 and quickly reversed themselves because the pipeline became so full of apprentices that couldn't get their hours that they dropped out. You know, it's amazing what we do with our system of apprentices. We blend in. Your car has an engine that runs on fuel and air, and you have to have just the right mixture to make sure the car doesn't buck and it goes down the street smoothly. It's like Goldilocks' porridge. You don't want to be too hot or too cold. You want to be just right. Right now, for our business model, the 3-to-1 works very well. There has never been a call to one of our union halls for an apprentice or a journey person that has never been filled. We fill them all. We look at the retirement ages and we look at the economy, and then we try to determine, like Senator Martin's good friend, Mike McPhee, we try to determine how many apprentices we're going to need to replace the empty seats of people retiring, and also about the economic demand. Look, you guys could supercharge this profession if you approve the data center at Millstone, if you approve the expansion of Millstone, if we did data centers here in Connecticut, you'd supercharge it because we would go out and find you many, many more electrical apprentices that will become journeymen if the work was there. We train to the market. We are a private market-based business model. Us, the union and labor work together to meet the economic demands of the marketplace. And so we've never had a call for an apprentice or a journey person go unfilled.
Thanks so much for your passionate testimony. And yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Bill, we heard all day that that the jobs or the apprenticeship program are not able to fill. We got companies that have the work, but you're saying something different than what we heard all day. But you know, I thank you for testifying.
And both might be right.
And here, and I just you know, thoughts come into my head when I'm listening here. Here's an idea. So we heard the waiver all day and the flaws within getting that waiver. We hear the needs from the merit shop companies. We hear what you're saying regarding, you know, you have filled any request, right? So what if we sort of level the playing field somewhat, and we allowed all the merit shops to organize and to have one license where they can have all the merit shop companies submit all their journeymen, and they can use that list at random so to fill the apprenticeship needs that they're all requesting.
I think it's something you should look at. But I do think you need to look at the data first, because I think that idea may work with the data that you see and it may not. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
It's a valid idea.
Thank you.
Thanks an awful lot.
You did.
You're doing a repeat.
I'm doing a repeat, but a refocus, a different focus.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, co-chairs Hartley and Meskers, and the esteemed members of this committee. I commend your thoroughness tonight on creating a dialogue with all the witnesses here, and I've really learned a lot. If I may, I'm going to give us a hard pivot to the left and bring us toward an important conversation about a sector that brings folks together across this state to enjoy the beautiful structures that are maintained and built by the folks in this room. I'm here representing the second largest contributor to Connecticut's economy. According to the latest study from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, we outpaced construction, education, and transportation. We are arts and culture. I want to echo what my colleague Rufus said earlier in extending my thanks to you, Senator Hartley, for your remarks yesterday at the DECD hearing in support of funding for more tourism marketing. So my name is Hope Chavez. I run the Arts Council of Greater New Haven, and I'm testifying today about HB 6881, which is an act concerning arts, culture, and tourism. I'm here today as a leader of a state-designated regional service organization that focuses on 16 towns. We support a little over 5,000 artists and organizations in those 16 towns. And I'm encouraged by the prospect of the state, especially within DECD, taking a deeper look at the impact of arts and culture in Connecticut. Because we're not a niche industry, we are a powerhouse sector. And I want to underscore some of the information and data that Rufus skimmed over tonight with you all. We contributed $12.7 billion to the state's economy. That's 4% of Connecticut's total output and nearly 55,000 jobs. So we're not just impressive, we are essential. We are worthy of this study, but I urge you to be intentional about who is included in the process. If you choose to move forward with this important initiative, I strongly urge you to first include the 8 designated regional service organizations like ours, because we're your eyes and ears and trusted leaders on behalf of DECD across the state. Include the Office of Arts and Tourism and Humanities and our colleagues over at CT Arts Alliance. And then, of course, include the artists and the cultural workers across the state because they'll be directly impacted by the outcomes of any study. We're ready to bring decades of experience to the table. And with the right process, this kind of study will continue to fuel our state's economic growth. So thank you for your time. I look forward to working with you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, it's gotten late. Got to push these buttons. Just wanted to mention to you that this committee is at foursquare with regard to tourism and the importance it is in our economy, the pillar in the sector. So more on that. It will be coordinating with the Appropriations Committee.
Lovely.
Okay,
Thank you all.
And just pardon my lack of enthusiasm at the moment at 8:19. But know that I like all my chair's commentary. You know, the arts lift us all up and inspire us. Tourism lifts up the wallet, and as a commerce member, that's always good to lift up the wallet of the state. So I think you can count on our ongoing support. We have to figure out how to do that in our constrained times.
Yep.
But I really appreciate you staying and commenting in support. It was well noted. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. And so let's see, is Kane D'Amico, the Alliance Heating and Air?
So I believe Kane D'Amico moved to remote and then left. And I want to thank you guys for being so flexible as this has been changing all night.
Yeah,
I do not think that they are in attendance right now.
Okay, so does that bring us to Kevin Clark? Is Kevin Clark?
Yes, hi.
Go ahead.
Are you able to hear me?
Yep. Go
Okay,
ahead.
great. Thank you. Chairs Hartley and Meskers, Vice Chairs Rahman and Keat, Ranking Members Martin and Scovich, and distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Kevin Clark, and I serve as the campus president at the East Windsor branch of Lincoln Technical Institute, an institution dedicated to training the next generation of skilled trade professionals in Connecticut. I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony in strong support of HB 6786, an act concerning the hiring ratio for skilled trades. Some key points that I would like to bring up. Addressing workforce shortages. Connecticut is experiencing a shortage of skilled workers in trades like electrical work, plumbing, and HVAC. The current restrictive hiring ratio prevents businesses from training enough apprentices to meet workforce demands. A one-on-one ratio will help address this gap. Supporting small businesses. Many small and mid-sized contractors struggle to hire apprentices under the current hiring scale. Simplifying the ratio will allow them to take on more apprentices, fostering business growth and job creation. Economic growth and job creation. More apprentices entering the workforce means a stronger economy. Expanding training opportunities will result in more skilled workers contributing to local businesses, infrastructure projects, and economic development. Better training and mentorship. A 1-to-1 ratio ensures that every apprentice receives direct supervision and hands-on learning from an experienced mentor. This leads to higher quality training and better prepared professionals entering the workforce. The current ratio continues to have negative impacts on both students and employers. As recent electrical graduate Joan Fernandez stated, "I need to express my difficulties in finding employment due to the current apprentice-journeyman ratio. As a result, I've been forced to settle into other areas of work." Ali French, Executive Director of the Independent Electrical Contractors of New England, stated to me, "Due to the restrictive hiring ratio that is placed upon contractors in Connecticut, we cannot provide students with job placement." And as Sam Rizzo from Golden Electric and Communications LLC stated, "The problem is we can't find licensed people they are all retiring. The state ratio should be changed." HB 6786 is a simple yet necessary reform to modernize Connecticut's apprenticeship regulations. By passing this bill, the state will remove unnecessary barriers, create more job opportunities, and strengthen our skilled trade industry. I urge the committee to support HB 6786 and move it forward. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much, and thanks for hanging in there with us. Questions from colleagues? Yes, Representative Mesker.
Yeah, if you could inform me a little bit about the number of students going through the program, how difficult or how successful you are in original placement, et cetera.
Sure. Currently, I have about 148 students. In 2020, in electrical, 148 students. In HVAC, it's about 150 as well. In 2024, my placement for electrical was 78%, and for HVAC, it was 85%. In electrical, I graduate last year in 2024, I graduated 113 and 150 in HVAC.
And your interpretation of the placement issue is the constraint on the hiring ratios?
That's correct. Yes, that's a lot of feedback that we receive from the employers directly, as well as many of our students who we work with very closely to help them get into an apprenticeship and get into the field. They tell us that many times, yes.
And how long have you been running the program there?
Well, I've been there for
program, but in existence, not you per se.
Okay, gotcha. I was going to say I've been there 7 years now. Electrical and HVAC, I couldn't say specifically, but it's been at least 12 years.
Okay. And generally, do the people who graduate end up going through the entire journey to become journeymen or women?
Not sure what you're asking. I'm sorry, Senator. Can you say that again?
Getting the people prepped. They're going into an apprentice program. Hopefully you're placing them.
Yep.
Do you have background or records, like how many of them that get placed and how many of them actually complete the into their positions into journeyman?
Unfortunately, I don't. We don't track beyond their placement into the apprenticeship. We don't track the actual folks who finish to get to their license. It's just super challenging to be able to do that as well.
Well, just if you keep contact with them going forward,
Yep,
it'll be
sure.
an ongoing question. Like, from, whether they're alumni, whether they
Yeah.
come back,
Yeah.
whether you have an email account from them, just
Yeah.
to know finally how many of them actually completed the journey.
Sure.
Because that's part
Yep.
of, we're looking at broadening the acceptance into the apprentice programs. We're looking at that ratio. We're trying to
Sure.
get more people through the pipeline and get them that well-paying job.
Yeah, sure. Understood.
Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you, Kevin, for hanging here with us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you much for all you do. Is Michael Rosario with us? No, he's not. Okay, David Cohill. Yes, David. Okay.
Hi, excuse me. Good evening, everyone. Members of the Commerce Committee. My name is David Coello. I live in Danbury, Connecticut. I've been involved in the electrical trade most of my life. Graduate of the Henry Abbott Technical School, where I received my training, and then went on and got my license. And I've these last 10 years, I've been working. Actually, 7 years. I've been working at the IMTI School, Industrial Management Training Institute in Waterbury, Connecticut, where we train. I'm one of the electrical instructors. I'm not here representing the school, but I'm representing the students. And for over 40 years, I've taught for the state of Connecticut in the apprenticeship division, in the evening division at Henry Abbott Tech. So I've seen, helped train a lot of young people over the years, and it's so rewarding to see them eventually get their license. I've been at many job sites where I've heard through the rafters, they see me and say, "Oh, Mr. Coello, I got my license," or they'll call me, "I got my license." So proud, so proud. That still happens today. And at the school, some students will come, and I always have invited them to come and speak to my students. Anytime you're in the area, just barge in, because I remember when you were there. It's an inspiration. I speak to my students, and I really encourage them about halfway through the program to start looking for work. Excuse me. And I always ask them, "How'd you make out?" And some say, "Oh, good, I was successful." And a lot of them, unfortunately, say they said they want to hire me, but they're out of ratio. And then I have to explain to them. Then I explain to the whole class, as I always do, how the apprenticeship ratio works. And I have to explain to them. I says, that's the way it is, and those are the rules we have to live by. There's been a lot of talk about, you know, improper registration or no registration. I also teach continuing education at the school, where every licensed electrician has to attend, otherwise they lose their license. So they're all there. And some of the slides that we are required to show by the state of Connecticut, number one is when you hire an apprentice, you must register them immediately. That's one of the slides. We show them the ratio. And we also show the importance of having them registered, so that you know, you don't want to have non-registered people working out there, because then that's an unfair advantage. When you go out and bid for a job, the person has so-called illegal, unregistered people are going to maybe bid the job lower. That's unfair. That's an unfair advantage. So we really impress upon everyone, it's important to hire, to have registered people. Registration, as I tell my students, stays with you. It's like a bank account. If you leave that company and go to another company that's going to hire you, or you move, those hours stay with you. And as soon as you complete those 4 years registered, it's upon you to go and take that exam, and take it while you're young, and take it while that information is still in your head. Take it and get your license, and then move on and even get your contractor's license, whether you plan on opening up your own business or not, but get it. We encourage that at the schools. I tell that to students at IMTI, at Henry Abbott Tech in the evening division. And interesting, at IMTI, at Henry Abbott Tech, probably have about a mix of people who are already in the trade, and they are apprentices, but they're getting their educational hours in. And about half the class are people just trying to break into the trade. They want to get into because they know there's a lot of construction going on and they want to get into the trade. And I do take the time and explain to them the importance of how this 3-to-1 ratio is, and they find it hard to believe. I speak to friends and neighbors, and they look at you like you have two heads. What do you mean hiring ratio? You know, and don't get me wrong. You know, Ross Perot. Remember Ross Perot? For those of you who you okay? We remember, right? Right. Oh yeah. You know, we talked a little bit about the working ratio, like Ross Perot did, right? The working ratio is 1-to-1. I think we've already agreed upon, we're going to leave that alone. The working ratio, it's 1-to-1. This is not about changing the working ratio. It's perfect. You know, the idea of, you have one person, an apprentice and a licensed person. They're working, drilling, pulling cables, making some connections. Hey, boss, I'm a little stuck over here. I've never done this part. Okay, you go over and help them. That's what the apprenticeship program, the mentoring program is at the field. Safety, right? 1-to-1. We're not going to change that, right? We're not going to change that. And then presently, here's Ross Perot again, right? Presently, our hiring ratio is 1-to-1, but it's only for the first 3 apprentices, and then it goes to this terrible part of 3-to-1, right? That's what it goes, a 3-to-1, and 3 licensees and 1 apprentice. And that's why I speak in favor of this bill to make it 1-to-1. You know, a bad character we've been talking about, whether the ratio is 5-to-1, 10-to-1, if they're bad, they're not going to register them, right? Make the ratio 10-to-1, they're still not going to register them. 1-to-1, if they register, right, the good person is going to register no matter what. And that's the important key. And that's why I said, let's make this hiring ratio the same as the working ratio. If it's 1-to-1 in the field, why can't it be to hire? You know, it's like we're all employees of this company, and there's some people that want to join us in a company, but we can't let them in because we're at the ratio. We're 3-to-1. I'm sorry, you can't come through the door. And that's what we're trying to prevent is you know, the economy in Connecticut is strong. Thank God we live in a great state. The construction is there, and you've heard some very good contractors on. I know Ross Rizzo very well from Nikon Electric, and he spoke about how he wants to hire more. Some other people here also, they want to hire more, but our hands are tied. We're choking the small contractor. They want to hire, but because of this ratio, they can't. And if you were to tell your next door neighbors there's this ratio of 3-to-1, they're going to say you're crazy. I'm sorry, because it's unheard of. So I ask the Commerce Committee to vote favorably for this. It's good for the economy. It's good for the dollars. These young people, I'm not saying young people, could be at any age, they're going to gain employment and work and stay in the trade. And in staying in the trade, that means they're going to stay in Connecticut because they don't want to go out and get relicensed in another state. You know, besides the 4 years apprenticeship, they have to take a state examination. It's grueling, but they can do it. And once they do that, they're going to stay in Connecticut, pay taxes in Connecticut, and raise their family here in Connecticut. Unlike other jobs where they just float around different states, the Sunshine State. I'm sick of hearing that. You know, the people who are getting licensed stay in Connecticut. Stay in Connecticut. Believe me. Thank you.
She's been silenced.
Oh, no, there. Okay. There's the voice of wisdom. No, it came on. Thank you so much
You're welcome.
for, yes, your prompts too there. They're very instructive. Okay, David, I think it's very helpful if we have questions.
Oh, just a comment.
Sure.
I think you're probably a great teacher,
Thank you.
and I would have taken a class with you all day long. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Got ringing endorsements here. Thank you very much. Next is, let's see, Hunter Wojoniak.
Wojnarowski. It's all right. I'm not gonna tell you that you gotta say it that way. It's all good.
Were you
I just want to apologize if I
today in the room? Were you here?
I
earlier?
was in the room. I had to leave. I had to take care of something, but I'm very happy that I'm able to make this, happen online today. So I'm really appreciative of this and you guys being flexible about this.
Go ahead.
I just want to apologize if I butchers anybody's name. But Senator Hartley, Representative Mercer, Senator Martin, and Representative Gronkovich. My name is Hunter Wojnarowski. I live in Milford, and I'm a member of Local 77. I'm here to urge you to oppose HB 6786, the bill regarding the hiring ratio for skilled trades. So I just want to kind of give everybody a little bit of brief synopsis of me. I am probably the youngest product that we have that's been, testifying today. I just graduated trade school not even 2 years ago, and I was in the WBL program. The WBL program is a very good program, but what a lot of people have not mentioned is that there are, people have been saying there's a lot of, bad actors out there, but the issue is a lot of these actors, they're putting people on, B2 apprenticeships, which, everybody kind of today, they talk about their B2, they have the S2 and they have the D2. Your B2 apprenticeship is only 2,000 hours. You could get that in not even a year. If you work overtime, that's something that's very manageable and very easy. Now, what they're doing is they're leading you into the door like that. It's like a carrot trick. I had worked for a general contractor, HVAC, in Milford, who was on the heating and cooling board. They knew the rules and they knew how to play the system. They withheld me from being a part of the apprenticeship program after I had passed my D2. I had asked to be put on the D2 apprenticeship, and they told me, we don't have spots. But you know what? They had spots. They had plenty of spots there. There was no other apprentices there, and they had 7 journeymen working for them at the time. And this was a contractor that was on the heating and cooling board. I don't know what else speaks volumes, that the people that are coming with the system are being, conspirators of the system. They're not following the rules. And, I'm not going to, call names or anything. Somebody in here today during this meeting had committed fraud. They had said that they were on an apprenticeship program, but they took a spot from somebody that was working in the field and they were working in the office. I don't think that's fair. As somebody that's working in the field, you're more important. The office could always figure it out after. I've known numerous contractors, non-union, union. The non-union contractors that I talk to that are paying their employees very well and are being honest to the truth of the system, they have no problem getting workers. They have too many workers. They say that, we have so much work. And what a lot of these non-union shops, saying that, we don't have enough room, the 3-to-1 ratio needs to be there. I'm just going to take a quick note and look at something. This is from OSHA, directly from OSHA. Connecticut has one of the lowest claims of occupational hazards, meaning less people get injured on their jobs. But if you look at states that are less, they're not really, budgy with, their system, they have the highest claims. There's a few states around us that have no rules, and they have one of the highest claim numbers. So this is definitely a safety thing. And for anybody that says, we're going to go 1-to-1 journeyman, there's always going to be somebody with you, that is not true. I could tell you that from firsthand, and I know numerous amount of people that are also in the same boat that I was in. I was an apprentice. I had actually gone upstairs to talk to a representative who I did work for her house. I was an unlicensed apprentice doing work in her house. And I had said to her, I said, during that time, I wasn't licensed. I said, and you're opposing, you support this bill? And she goes, I want to oppose this bill now. The issue is that there's too many people out there that say they're going to do this and they're going to do this. What needs to happen is there need to be stricter requirements. They need to keep with the 3-to-1 requirement. For companies saying that they don't have enough room or that there's not enough work, it's irrelevant because there are plenty of people. Now, also another statistic that I found directly from the website, right now, this is just on one source, on Indeed, and this was about 24 hours ago. There's 100 apprenticeship opening HVAC jobs. I only checked HVAC. There's 100 apprenticeship jobs open. Now, if these people are really doing apprenticeships and they're putting them on the program, totally fine. But another big issue that I see all the time is a lot of kids, when I graduated trade school, I know somebody said it before, they only take 18 kids per class, which is correct. Out of the 18 kids in my class, 3 graduated and went and did HVAC. I'm one of them. The other two are registered and one is, or let me rephrase that. One is registered and one is not registered. And their employer says they have no room, which is a complete lie. They have room and they don't want to put people on. They're holding people below the water line so that they can't exceed through life. There's been numerous stories. The amount of stuff that's happening, it's unfathomable. And the people that say that they don't have enough work or they don't have enough journeymen, it's because people aren't getting paid fairly. I came from a job where I was making $19.50 an hour. I left to go to a better position that was paying me $24.50 right out the gate. And they put me on the apprenticeship. No questions asked. It was something that we did right away. So for the people that say that they don't have enough room, there's not enough journeymen, there's journeymen out there that are working. The thing is just they're not being compensated well. And, the union does a great job of that. Everybody's happy and everybody stays, working, when they have all this time and they have all this stuff, they have a very good program, and that's why it succeeds so much. If the state came together and said, hey, we're going to pull open the book and we're going to look at all these people, there are numerous amount of people that are under apprenticeship programs that are not working in the field. They are there just to collect the license so that they can open up their own company. That is one of the biggest things that I see personally. And I see a lot of other stuff that, happens. There's also a lot of people that are being classified as HVAC technicians or installers that aren't working in the field. They're labeled as truck drivers, laborers, cleaners at their office. If you open up their W-2, those people are saying that they're laborers, they're cleaners. I know numerous amount of people that aren't labeled as HVAC apprentices or HVAC technicians that are working. And it is just, unfathomable, the stuff that's happening. So I just really want to say I appreciate you guys taking the time. I know it's been a long day for everybody, but I've been kind of biting my tongue, for most of the day. But I got to kind of come out blunt and forward with this. This is just how stuff's got to kind of move forward.
Thank you very much, Hunter. Are there questions, comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
No problem. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys taking the time tonight. I really do appreciate this.
Thanks for plugging back in there. Royce Haddon is no Royce's mother. Okay, and Sean Daly from IBEW. Sean, remote, yeah.
All right. Good evening. Y'all hear me?
Yep, we can. Go ahead.
You saved the worst for last. I'm sorry. Long day. My name is Sean Daly. I'm with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I've been in this trade since 1983. Many different positions through the years. And we're in opposition of HB 6786. My organization has been in business here for over 130 years. We have 6,000 members in the state of Connecticut. We've been training apprentices for that long. So we're in the game. We know what to do. We hire apprentices on accordance with the workload that's coming. If we can see 3 years ahead in the construction industry, sometimes we take 10, sometimes we take 20, sometimes we take 100. If the work's there, we take it. There's been a lot of obvious discussion this evening, and I just want to go through a few facts that right now in Connecticut, there's 13,443 licensed electrical workers and 2,079 registered apprentices. So there's still openings for 1,200. So this workforce shortage, I don't see it. We've never failed to man our jobs when the contractors call it. We're contractually obligated with our contractors, provide them with apprentices and journeymen. So when they call for apprentices or journeymen, we give them to them, because if we fail, then we're in trouble. I did some research, I want to beat this thing to death, but you go online. I did it yesterday, and on CT Hires, the Connecticut hiring platform for DOL, there's only 2 apprentice positions open. And on Indeed, there's 2. And on Glassdoor, there's 2. So this apocalyptic apprentice shortage, I'm not seeing it. I'm not hearing it from my contractors. We're manning our stuff. We're doing our things. Everyone's going to work. in areas there is apprentice shortages and journeyman shortages where they're building like 6 data plants in Indiana. There's not enough electrical workers in the state to man those projects. So they're reaching out all over the country, and it's not happening here. I wish it would happen here, but you know, taxes are too high, electricity's too high, so they don't build here. And big story, listening to everybody talking tonight, it seems like it's more like in the residential sector from the contractors, a lot of the contractors that spoke tonight, their pay rates don't match what some of the contractors are paying on prevailing rate. Everyone talks to each other. So these apprentices, they don't want to go work for residential rates. They want to go work on jobs where it's prevailing rate. And that's where they're going. That's why they're having a hard time getting people to sign up there and go to work there. More money and better benefits. One guy tonight was talking about the ratios in Rhode Island and New York, and he was misleading because in Rhode Island it is 3 to 1, and New York's a non-licensed state, so it's not apples to apples. And you know, we want to take as many apprentices as we can to give them jobs and put them to work. And in construction, it's cyclical, so you can load up now, and 3 years from now, I have 200 kids out of work. So we only hire what we know we're going to need, and we put them to work. And if we need to get more, we hire them. And a few other people were talking tonight from the tech schools or training schools, the for-profit schools, Porter and Chester and IMTI and Lincoln Tech. You know, unfortunately, they're a for-profit school, and you know, they charge these kids $36,000 for their education, and they promise them employment. Their employment promise is give them a piece of paper with electrical contractors, union and non-union, and our JTCs to come apply. Well, there's not that many positions open for them. So unfortunately, they waste a lot of money and their parents' money trying to go to work and get a job. And that needs to be addressed because they're not placing them to work. They're not a contractor, but they send them to us after they take their money, and then they have to go through 4 more years of school. Not fair to them. And a lot of the contractor associations that spoke tonight, I get it. They represent big contractors and residential contractors, so they have to take care of their people that are paying them to, you know, work for them. And the residential sector is way different than the, you know, people that do the prevailing rate, do schools, do hospitals, do power plants. It's a different game. So I think that's something that has to get looked at. And also on the survey part, we should put the brakes on, like people said, let the information get in. We crunched our data. It'll be in a testimony of Paul Costello, who couldn't be here tonight. He's the smart guy, so they put me here. And 2/3 responded, and he did the math, and there's 2/3 that responded. And meanwhile, there's more contractors that could hire now that aren't. So trying to understand where this workforce shortage is, because we're not seeing it on our end. We're manning everything we have to when we're taking in apprentices. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. And I believe that he did send in testimony. So that will be shared with all committee members. Are there comments from colleagues? Seeing none. Sean, thanks very much for your testimony and hanging in there. Chip Beckett had requested is he here? No, he's not. Okay. All right. So is there anyone else who didn't have an opportunity? Well, thank you very much. And so we declare this public hearing concluded. Thank you so much, all. Yeah.